right angles. It's easier for me to say 180 degrees because most people understand that. But I'd really like to stick with Euclid and say 2 right angles, because geometrically it's much more accurate to say that. Now, that one about the triangles having 180 degrees is another one that I think they were trying to stop us and talk to us about. Right, so they're the axioms dealt with, and the definitions and the postulates as to what you can do. Now, bear in mind, we were just talking about a plane surface and what can be done there, and the fact that 2 parallel straight lines and angles and how all of those are formed and what a straight line is given within these axioms here. As yet, we've not even worked through it and started it all off within the propositions and how to prove any of that stuff that's just been stated. Because yes, they do get proved. And yes, you can prove things. The whole book is a book of proofs. So I guess the fact that everything's true means that it gets proved.
What's a book of proofs?
Euclid.
Oh yeah, with geometry proofs.
Yeah, book of proofs. Yeah, logic. Because logic proves things. And that's where all of the book of proofs are all stored, right? Within Euclid. The geometric proofs, anyway.
Yeah, that's the focus, isn't it?
Yep. That's all we're after in the logic night. So still been going for a fair bit. I guess anybody wants to free for all.
I'll start it off by saying or addressing what the first thing that's about to come up after I'm done speaking will be. The spherical geometry, as in number 1, we're talking about elements, Euclidean geometry, not spherical. That's number 1. And spherical geometry is taking the surface of a sphere into 2D geometry, which the cogdists should set in at that point. But yeah, my point is that spherical geometry and Euclidean geometry are 2 very different things, and a sphere is defined and proven within Euclidean geometry as a 3D object.
Yep.
I just want to not conflate the 2, because that's what they want to do, right? They want to confuse between what is actually a sphere. And I don't want to go down that route. We all know we're talking about Euclidean geometry and that they're about to bring up spherical. So just wanted to state that very clearly. They are 2 very different things.
Yeah. So let Buster come in. Do you want to come in this spherical geometry? Isn't that your stolen concept thing? Or do you want me to do it? Since we're sticking to the logic, the fallacy of stolen concept is perfect for, you can't use one position within an argument to argue against that very position that you've just took. So I'd suggest spherical geometry would be one of the best examples of the fallacy of stolen concept.
Yeah, sorry, I had to situate my mic, but yeah, that was when they said spherical, I was like, stolen concept.
Yeah. Go on. Do you want to try and explain that then?
So Euclidean geometry already defines what the sphere is, and you can't argue against a position when that's already been defined. You can't argue against the position, say Euclidean geometry, and then use spherical geometry, which relies on what a sphere is, but then change it.
Yeah, I think there's there's a couple of different stolen concepts here, because what you're doing is you're taking a sphere from Euclidean geometry. Now, a Euclidean geometry sphere comes in at book 11, solid geometry. So you're taking that solid geometry that's built on all of the other predecessing stuff, what we've just talked about now. You're going all the way through the process to make a sphere. Then you are then getting that sphere and you are bringing it right back into the beginning of the concept and saying, right, this sphere is this 2D that we're talking about. That's got to be a stolen concept, like a full and utter.
Yeah, I would say every single named shape out of Euclid will have to be renamed completely in spherical geometry.
Which is one of the things that we've been looking for whenever anybody says that, for the definitions, like we've just gone over. Within that is, where are those definitions for spherical geometry? Because they haven't said that the parallel straight lines are that which lies in the same plane. You know, the definitions haven't changed. So they can't redefine things in the way that they do.
Well, you got so many problems. You can't have a straight line, but then you also can't have a radius in spherical geometry, so that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, because that is a straight line.
And that would invoke 3D, and you can't have 3D
in a 2D concept.
In a 2D concept.
Built around a 3D. Yeah, it's really hard work. A Penrose lies that way once you start trying to think about it too much. But I'm guessing some people might be able to. I can't. I can't even imagine. I can't even. How about that?
Yep. No, it gets really tricky when you try to imagine a 3D surface in 2D space. Like it gets weird real quick.
Sure, yeah. I think that's because you're supposed to imagine the 2D surface in 3D space. In 3D space, there exist 2D surfaces.
But then I will ask you, why am I supposed to go away from Euclid and into spherical geometry? There is no reason for me to do that, so why should I?
Because the axioms of Euclid, specifically the parallel postulate, it doesn't apply to the surface of a sphere, because you can have two lines on the surface of a sphere which will indeed meet, even though they're parallel, or even though they start off parallel.
A surface that is defined as 2D is conceptual.
All surfaces are defined as 2D.
They're not.
No.
You just haven't got into 3. We've not got to book 11 yet. We'll get there, but we're starting off at the basics. We don't want to try and advance people into the 3D geometry just yet, because we need to have a good founding, a good base to start off from. And that's all we're trying to do, Kosho. We want to try and simplify this as simple as possible. So even the most, I don't know, people that think this is complicated, right? It's not complicated at all. We're just talking about logic.
You don't want to start off giving wrong information either, right?
Okay, well, we've just read Euclid. What was wrong?
Yeah, Kosho said all surfaces are 2D. There's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly correct.
Well, yeah, a surface is 2D in plane geometry. Right, that's the base that it says any 2 points on that surface would connect a straight line. A straight line would lie wholly within the surface. That's what 2D is, right? Are you with us on that?
Yes, and like on a sphere, you can define any point on that sphere with 2 coordinates, making it two-dimensional.
No, not on a 2D plane surface. No,
I didn't say plane. I said on a sphere.
you said 2D.
2D, two dimensions describe any point
length
on a
times
sphere.
breadth.
No, latitude times longitude.
No, we've just gone over the definitions. Length times breadth. The basic mathematical definitions of a plane surface. 2D, length times breadth. 1, length, breadth, 2. 2 dimensions. 1 length, 1 breadth. 2 dimensions.
Mm-mm-mm.
And it is conceptual. That's why in 3D reality, I can take measurements. But 2D conceptual, I can get a square footage of a room. That's conceptual. But in reality, I took the measurements.
How's the surface of a 3D something 2D?
2D is conceptual.
Because when you move an object across the surface, you have 2 degrees of freedom. Ergo, you have, and that's no matter what shape object you have. You have 2 degrees of freedom of movement in any direction. So that's 2 dimensions.
You can't go drilling into the object, right? That'd be 3.
You're objectifying it.
You could drill into an object right to hand, but then you wouldn't be on the surface any longer.
It would be 3D if you objectify it, make it an object. We just dealt with the basic definitions of a 2-dimensional surface. Do you want me to go over it again? Because there was a bit. I'm pretty sure within the definitions it says.
A second ago, you said
right
it correctly.
A
You
plane
changed the language just now, but yeah, planar surfaces.
Is that
Right.
which any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficie surface.
That describes a planar surface. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about planar surfaces anymore. We're talking about objects in 3D space. Objects in 3D space can be any shape, and their surface are 2D.
Okay, just for you, we'll go to the first 2 definitions in book 11. Right, seeing as you go into that bit, right? You want to get really advanced. A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. 3. He's added another dimension in. He's gone to solid geometry, right? So he's added he's added an extra dimension.
Objects.
Right,
Kosher,
and then,
you know all about thickness.
Yeah. And then it says, number 2, that which bounds a solid is a superficies. Well, it's just said that the solid has length, breadth, and thickness. 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the solid does.
The thing that bounds the solid is a what? A superficies?
Yeah, superficies.
What's the difference between a superficies and a surface?
No, it just sounds cooler when we've got.
I think it's the same thing, but that's the whole point. Is the object?
Superficies.
The object was the first part of that, and the superficies was the surface.
Call him 2D.
The thing that's bounded.
Or should we call him 3D? He's grown up. He's entered the reality world. Once he gets 3 dimensions, he turns into 3D superficies. That's why it's redefined. So isn't that weird that it actually redefines it once they add in the 3rd dimension? I think that's fascinating. Once you learn Euclid, I mean, you're up to 11, book 11, and that's where he redefines the surface.
Yeah, I think you guys are working with 2 different definitions for surface.
Who is?
You and Kosho.
Why?
No, that one's fine. The face of a solid is a surface. That's fine.
The face of a solid. Wow, that was a bit difficult on it. How many faces does a sphere have, Kosho? Pardon? How many
I'm not gonna
faces?
I'm not gonna play your childish games, man.
How many
But
faces?
yeah, we're both reading the second definition.
Well, I know, but
11.
you said a
Different
face
phrasing.
is that has a two-dimensional surface, right?
If you don't understand it, then I'm not the one to help you, buddy. But I'm not gonna play
Ding,
your
ding,
game.
ding.
Go on, yeah, go on. What? Remind me, what was it that I don't understand? That a face
we
is
both
a
just read. We both
two-dimensional
just read the
surface
second. We both
within
just read the
geometry.
second definition of chapter 11. We just read different copies of different translations of the same book, and you're asking me about my definition, which is the exact same as yours. Just use
Yours
different
said
words.
face, did it? Did yours say faces? Because mine didn't.
Mine didn't either.
No. What did you say about faces, Kosho? And can you just remind us how many faces a sphere has? No? Oh, well, see. I'll just point out to everyone that a redefinition within Euclid is only needed when there is a change that requires redefinition. And the fact that he does, at definition 2, redefine a surface, superficies, as that being that which bounds the solid, is pretty important. Since yet he has not defined a sphere. He defines the surface is that which surrounds it, what bounds it. There is no form to it. It's just something that has 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and thickness. And the surface is that which bounds it. So therefore, also 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and thickness. It moves in different dimensions and can be all 3. It's pretty simple. I mean, like, again, this is logic, basic logic. I wondered why people wanted to argue with it. And I've been asking for certain people to come and have a discussion about this. Because it needs to be discussed rather than people just saying things in the chat. And we've already had, we have had the 2D balls argument going for quite a while, and I think it's brilliant because I can't understand why people want to hold on to a 2-dimensional concept and don't understand that it is just a 2-dimensional concept. The geometry is there that proves the 3D. All of the proofs that you go through in the 2-dimensional Euclid, the proofs, the literal proofs, go to prove that the 3-dimensional geometry is true, right? Because if you can do the proofs of the 3-dimensional geometry, then you can't then go back and start changing the straight line to be a little bit of a curve. You don't know it's curved. Imagine it's curved. You can't do that. Just doesn't work. In my mind.
No, I would back you up because we're at book 11 for these definitions. You gotta keep in mind how many steps you've taken along the way before you arrive at book 11.
Oh God, yeah, nice. You don't disagree with us. Simple. The redefinition. I like it.
I don't like how the definition uses solid. It says, the boundary of a solid or what have you.
Solid
is a surface.
geometry.
Yeah, but like water, which isn't a solid, has a surface, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not a fan of the solid word.
You're not a fan of that being which bounds. You're not
No,
think
the bounding
the
part.
surface, yeah.
No, the boundary part is fine.
Of water is that which bounds the water.
Of course. But water isn't a solid. That's my point.
It's solid geometry.
Is it?
He wasn't reading the geometry of water.
I don't think there is. There a geometry of water?
They have physics that.
Oh, there's physics,
about
yeah, that
water.
apply the geometry that we're going to deal with to describe the physics of the water.
Zero pressure state.
Yeah.
I mean, if water has a surface,
horizontal.
how does it not have geometry?
It does have geometry, right? They've just expressed that to you. There's the physics of water.
Because it's fluid, maybe, Gio. That's
Yeah.
why.
You can definitely deal with it. It's hydrostatics, right? It's one of the things that we'll deal with that teaches us that you can form the geometry in reality by using everyday things. Like you
Okay,
can
well
use
then-
a plumb bob, then you can use a level.
Okay, I guess my
describe a
my thing
vertical
is,
horizontal.
why are we separating the geometry of solids and the geometry of, liquids or other things?
Because this is Euclid. He doesn't do the geometry of water. I mean, I don't even know if you understand what geometry is.
Water doesn't have any boundaries, right?
It seems a bit silly to think that water has a geometry.
I mean, the surface does.
And water does indeed have a geometry. The problem is the language using solids. It's not talking about.
Nice follow on, Kosho. Lovely done.
Thank you,
All
Ben.
Clip that one. Clip it. Clip it.
Yeah.
The discrepancy is not is the language. It's just they're using the word solid, but they're just talking about the difference between a two-dimensional and a three-dimensional, two-dimensional plane and a three-dimensional object.
Yeah, yeah.
I
It's
am.
just
I
3D
am.
reality.
I am interested. What is the geometry of water?
Yeah, go on. Of course it is. You came in.
You guys got to be a little bit
confidently,
smarter
Kosho.
than that, man.
Go on.
You said it. I'm
Give us a
asking what's the.
glimpse, Kosho.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about the geometry of water in an infinite amount of ways.
Go on then.
You can talk about it being in a cup. It's going to be the exact same shape as the cup. You can talk about the water
What's the
molecule. You can talk
geometry
about
of the cup,
a thousand different geometries of the water. But that's
It's
not
not
at all what
cup
percentage is
geometry.
asking. That's about the language that's being used. And in this sense, it's not talking about solids, liquids, or gases. It's making a distinction from 2D planes and 3D objects. Or
this
the way
is
of saying solid.
geometry.
Yeah, that was my point, that I would use the word like object or something like that instead of solid. But in any case,
Would ya?
the only kind of geometry that I can think of that actually applies to liquids would be the surface.
Yeah, of the object that you've got the geometry for, right? You would find the object and then use three-dimensional Euclidean geometry to define the object that you would then put the water in, right? The object that you would use the Euclidean geometry on
No, I think you're
becomes the
referring to the.
container for the water.
No, I'm talking about the top of it, the uncontained part, not the cup. The top of it, the surface.
The surface of liquid water,
Yeah,
right? So what is it you're saying
liquid
about
water
that?
is kind of redundant, but yeah.
Go on. Well, liquid water. Can you not have frozen water?
You could, but we're talking about liquids already, so.
Well, I was just clarifying. Do you
Fair
think there's
enough.
something funny
But yeah,
about
the surface.
liquid water? You think there should be a geometry to that?
I think there is a geometry to the surface.
Go on then.
It's flat.
Does it not have a meniscus?
It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
What does it depend on?
It's what type of water you have. That you could have two different types of menisci. You could have it like, concave or convex, depending on the water and,
pressure.
Yeah, and, the container that it's in. I imagine that you could probably kind of play with it such that it won't have a meniscus, that the surface tension
So the
is
geometry of the
negligible.
water depends upon the geometry of the object that it's being contained in also.
Not only. But
So
definitely in terms of...
what is it you want to say about the geometry of water, since we're on that topic, and then we can leave it behind?
I was just saying I don't like the word solid because it can be conflated to mean other things. In terms of like the text, I would have I would prefer if it was, object.
Object geometry.
3D
Euclid.
object.
We'll send a memo back to Euclid.
Let's do it.
Yeah. See whether we can put your objections in there.
Object. I like that.
Maybe the modern day mathematicians will agree with you. What do you reckon, Kosho?
Yeah, so I was going to ask, maybe Kosho can further explain the geometry of water.
He posted.
Somebody can teach you how to read and then just read what he posted. Perhaps maybe.
Those look like straight lines.
Geometry.
Those look like straight lines you got in there.
Does it say that? It does say bent molecular geometry. Kosho, is that you?
Bent
No,
is the name.
he looked up the molecules.
It's a bent molecule.
Yeah.
I guess the bubbles inside water have geometry as well.
Oh, look at all the little H's and O's. Oh,
Well, that's not water
smiley
percentage.
face over
Bubbles.
there, isn't it?
Air, it's air.
Yeah, but that's also not solid.
Well, they do have the air geometry too, so that should be coming soon.
That's true.
Is that O solid? What about the H? Is the H a solid?
Like the angles on it as well.
I was gonna say the angles.
They love an angle. I mean, that's great. Obtuse, that one. Bigger than a right angle. We learnt that earlier. Do you think that is the geometry of water, Kosho? Kosho, do you think that's what that means when it says bent molecular geometry? Do you think that's like the rewriting of Euclid from Euclidean geometry into bent molecular geometry? They've just
it says at the bottom straight line molecular geometry.
Yeah.
That's that's where the tiny protractor came in.
Yeah,
they measured that with the tiny protractor.
Yeah.
Molecular protractor.
Yeah, I like that. Micro protractor. Oh, that's a molecular protractor. Just done one better. We're gonna have to sell them in the shop, you know.
Yeah.
Tiny protractors ranging from small to micro and the molecular protractors. Glitter.
H2O excess. More than 90 degrees.
You don't think that's a new working of the word geometry just because it says geometry after it, do you? It's still using Euclidean geometry, right? As in the angle means an angle between the inclination of two straight lines. I know it's fantasy using molecules and imagine you can do angles to them and all of that sort of stuff. Little H's and little O's floating around, joining up together. Hey, let's make some water.
Conspiring.
Yeah. Conspiring together. if we could just get 1-0 to us 2 H's, we can overpower it. Make a whole new thing.
Are you debunking chemistry because of notation?
No.
Absolutely.
Bro, I was gonna say, like on cue, right? Like,
I'm just trying to figure out what I was listening to.
We're going over logic. Basic logic.
Water.
Okay.
And Kosho came in with some new bent molecular geometry for water, as if it was an entirely new geometry system, like not Euclidean geometry, an entirely new geometry of water. Because they weren't happy with solid geometry. So.
This is just another perfect example of stolen concept. It's like saying It's like saying you can make a whole new logic. You got to use logic to make a whole new logic. It's like come on.
He just said it right, straight with a straight face. Water has shape. Period. There you go.
The shape of the container.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's agreed with that, but I don't think that what he means when you're saying water has shape.
Water has no inherent shape.
Of course not. But Kosho will disagree with you.
Kosho thinks there's water has its own geometry. Like, I don't know what that is because we'd need the definitions. Like we've just gone over the axioms that are applying to it and how we can perform this new geometry of water. That I don't think Kosho understands what geometry is. I mean, that does sound bad, I know, because we're in that you don't understand thing. But
well, that's what he came in.
Water, I know. To think that water has its own geometry, that because he was so confident that nice setup actually percentage. Thanks. That Kosho jumped in at.
What's that?
Maybe he misspoke, right, Beb?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't understand. It's one of the two.
Well, but if I don't understand, then somebody should surely be able to explain to me and others that maybe others people that don't understand what they were talking about when they said they weren't happy with the term solid geometry because water. I think that was how it started off with.
Yeah, I said I didn't like the word solid. So sue me.
Yeah. I know, but Kosho was the one that jumped in and said, oh, yeah. Of course water has its own geometry. Yes.
I wouldn't say that. I would say water has geometry, not its own. I would agree with whoever said it doesn't have an inherent geometry. It depends on, the wind in terms of waves and stuff.
It's okay. You don't need to apologize for it. Like, I was thanking you. I like the way Kosho jumped in.
Percentage. If you put water in the cup, the shape is
the cup
that the water takes is not of the water, is of the cup. So still the water is shapeless.
No, it's but if you're taking that temporary shape of the cup, it's it doesn't have its own geometry. It's basically like the antecedent is whatever container it has. If the container has an open top, then it's going to have a flat surface. If there's wind or something like that, you're going to have waves. If there's air in the water, you're going to have bubbles with that are spherical.
Those are not shapes, right?
They are shapes. It's not water's own shape.
I think we can agree.
Still, it's not the shape of the water, though. Percentage.
It's the shape the water takes as a result of, depending on the container or other factors.
Yes, percentage, but it's not the shape of the water. Which is what we're like. Kosho came in and said, yes, water has its own shape.
Yeah, and I already disagreed with the word "own" there. Its own shape. That's what I disagree with. That's the kind of the clear distinction.
Can you keep sticking to the bit where I said I don't think Kosho understands geometry, because we're not talking about the shape of water. That's not geometry, is it? That's the shape of something. When the claim was that you weren't happy with solid geometry being called solid geometry because it's a geometry of a solid figure, like solid as being a real. It's an object.
It was that I
I
didn't like
think
the
his
word
disagreement.
solid because it could be conflated to, people can conflate that to mean, state of matter.
But
No.
but it was when you were describing the surface, right? That's where you had the disagreement, right? Percentage, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, they're talking about
That the
surfaces of objects, 3D objects.
Yeah. So the disagreement that you had is that the description of surface has the word solid when we can have water that has a surface and is not solid, right? That's your
Exactly.
disagreement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me clarify then. We were talking about a shape, a sphere, right? And we were talking about the fact that the shape, a sphere in geometry, the very geometry that we were dealing with, is a three-dimensional solid shape. And then we were talking about the fallacy of stolen concept, where you then take that three-dimensional solid shape that is bounded by obviously the surface of it, which must be 3D, and then bringing that back into the world of 2D conceptual geometry. That's what we were talking about. And then obviously you weren't happy the fact that it was called solid geometry because water.
You skipped a step, Bev. So yeah, you were talking about that, and then you moved on to the definition of surface. And inside that, you had given a definition wherein you used the word solid. And I was saying, I didn't like the word solid there, that word choice. I would have, went with something else, because you could have things that aren't solid having surfaces.
But we're just talking about Euclidean geometry.
Fair enough. Let's move forward.
It's not all encompassing of all surfaces. Especially not liquids. Well, I was interested in Kosho, see if Kosho wanted to come and tell us some more about the geometry of water. Like I say, nice setup. Thank you very much.
No problem. While you're at it, ask him for his definition of surface. And then, because I have a question I'd like to ask the Globers if Left Lane or whatever. I don't know who else is here, but I'd like to know their definition of surface, and then I'd like to ask them a follow-up depending on that. If any,
I think Kool-Aid, you want to give it a try? You want to give it a try, Kool-Aid?
I'm sorry, what? I wasn't paying attention. What's up?
What's your definition for the Glovers?
Ooh, the surface would be the bounding point, or the... That's a very good question.
Yeah, the boundary between an object and its medium.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they talk about the sun in the heliocentric model, and they say the surface of the sun is X temperature or what have you.
Uh-huh.
Does the sun have a surface?
It would have a boundary point where we would say this is sun, this is not sun. And under that, yes, it would have a surface. Excuse me.
How?
Because everything we're not in the sun right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the sun is a place, or is a thing that has an inside, yeah? So
the sun is gas, right?
Bouncy ball. Let's go with a basketball.
Okay, a basketball. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much easier.
Let's not.
Yeah.
At some point between me and the basketball is the basketball starts. That is the
Yo, what the fuck,
surface.
Bev? Why'd you replace the sun with the basketball?
Because we're talking about solid geometry, aren't we?
Yeah, but I asked him about the sun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Exactly where that point is, I don't know.
He
I
asked,
don't know.
he asked him about the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
So I think percentage point that she's trying to make is that you can go through the sun without any objections. Like you can fly through it. That will mean that there's no surface that
Yeah,
can
how does
stop you,
a
right?
gaseous object have a surface?
Well, I think it's fine depending on what you're talking about. Like you can call it the surface of the water, which is that's pretty easy to define. But like the
The
chlorhexam,
surface of even altitude.
sulfur hexachloride or whatever that shit is that they float the aluminum foil in the little plastic tub. That's got a surface to it, but it's not something that you can see.
It's got a what?
Defined. It's got a surface. It's just like
I disagree completely.
Oh, okay. Well,
how does gas have a surface? What's it bounded by?
Are we talking about solid geometry here of things that aren't solid? What is it we're doing?
Yeah, I just switched gears a bit to expose how Globers have no clue what a surface is.
Yeah, or geometry.
So if you had an open tub of really heavy gas, what would you call the interface between that heavy gas and its medium or the atmosphere? What would you call that spot?
There wouldn't be one spot.
It wouldn't be a surface, would it?
Yeah, I would call it the surface.
Doesn't the surface need to be a clear, distinguished boundary that separates object A from the medium? That's what you said, and then now we have these two things that don't have that, or whatever we're looking for there.
Exactly.
I don't.
I mean,
think it has to be a.
If it were dyed bright blue, then you could see the surface. But since it's fairly, it's clear in color.
Bro, there is no surface with gas without a container. You're
you
tripping.
would see a mixed color like yellow and blue making green.
Right. I think I'm going to have to pull this back and
reel
get
it
this
in.
back under control again, guys. We're having Logic Night, and we seem to have gone into Fantasyland talking about gas. And it's strange because that's the time that everybody starts talking about stuff.
Really when you go into fantasy world, when you go into fantasy, that's true.
Everybody wants to go into fantasy world to deviate from the obvious reality that everybody seems to be running from. With me trying to make the point that
I think one's
really
an exchange to the other.
Geometry.
Okay, can I read the definition for the surface of a solid that I've got in front of me?
Go on.
The extremity of a solid is a surface. It's simply what it says. Do we have contentions with this?
Do we have solid gas?
We're not talking about gas.
Yeah, exactly my point. So we're not going there. I'm just asking if we can agree on this point or not. The extremity of a solid is a surface.
Yep, that's sort of what I said. That which bounds a solid is a superficial.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's just you take the 1 point to 2, make a line, then you make the plane with the lines as the extremities then, and then you just evolve up to 3D. It's very simple. So then, here's my example that I wanted to bring forth. Like, imagine in solid geometry now, you have a 3x3x3 cube setup, and then imagine the cube in the very middle of that setup still has surfaces, but there's no medium involved. There's nothing involved. We're just in geometry here.
Wait. Repeat the part where you say inside of that cube there's surfaces.
You have a 3x3x3 cube setup.
Yes,
so
cube,
so you have 9 cubes on top of 9 cubes.
It's hollow in the middle. Are you saying there's hollow in the middle? It's hollow.
No, it's just solid geometry.
It's a solid piece of object.
No, we're talking geometry.
Yeah, you're saying a cube. Is
Yeah,
it a solid cube? Is it a hollow cube? What is it? Like
it's a
what
cube
type of
within
cube you're
solid
referring?
Euclidean
A
geometry.
frame. The frame of a cube.
Just the
We are-
frame. Okay.
Like a
That-
Rubik's cube.
Yeah. And that cube in the center, it will be surrounded on all sides by other cubes, right? But it will still have a surface. You don't have to bring in, objects and mediums, and none of this stuff is required because we're simply talking about the geometry involved still at this point.
Again, I think I'm losing your example though. That's why I'm asking you, because you just said it has to be a solid object. I ask you, is it a solid cube?
Yes,
It's
solid.
a solid geometry, yes, but it's not. We're not talking objects that you can place on your table. We're talking solid geometry here.
So, Beb, do you agree with what he's saying right now?
He's just talking about solid geometry.
Yeah, solid geometry is not a. It has to be an object, right? There's no way you can.
Can you conceptualize solid
No,
geometry?
it's just lines on the paper. There's nothing to it. There's no surface for it.
You're asking me if I can draw a cube in the paper.
No, I said, can you conceptualize solid geometry?
Yes, that's why I keep asking you. Is a solid cube, right?
Yes.
Why he keeps going around that? The answer it will be yes, right?
It's
Just
solid geometry. Right? You can conceptualize it because right at this minute, I don't have a cube to do that with. So you have to conceptualize it. But you can. It's much easier to conceptualize solid geometry because you can relate that to actual things.
Yeah, so I'm distinctly making the difference between solid geometry on its own versus physical objects in 3D space. Those are not the same thing.
I disagree.
If your geometry isn't the same thing as physical objects, how can it ever have a surface?
Exactly, I disagree with that.
Conceptualize something in reality, right? You can't make it.
Conceptualization doesn't have a surface.
No, okay.
My thoughts don't have a surface.
You can't.
Now cut that shit out.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Just like paper don't have any more than what it has. What it's.
You're gonna get muted, D-Mark.
Yeah. Shut up. Yeah, we're doing a thing here on logic. We don't need to be told and shouted at like that. You can't just, like he's just said then, imagine, right? Imagine a 3 by 3 by 3 cube. Right?
Solid cube. Yes, I can do that.
3 by 3. So 3 small cubes one way, 3 small cubes the other way, and 3 small cubes the other way. 3 by 3 by 3 cube.
All right, like a Rubik's, Rubik's cube.
Yes. Right now, just by saying that, by saying imagine, he doesn't mean it's a physical object. You can't make it a physical object by imagining it. So there's a difference between conceptual and reality. But everything that happens within solid geometry, being solid geometry, can be proved in reality.
Projected into reality. Yeah, okay, I see your point. Well, you can bring it up to reality. That's yes, I totally agree with that.
So the geometry is different than the reality, but it can describe the reality. Because that's what we do. We use it. That's how we use the geometry to describe stuff.
And the contrary point, it will be talking about bending space-time, right? You cannot bring that into reality. That's only a concept.
Yep. Yeah,
all
you
right.
can't
well,
actually show
I'm going
that
away, but yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. All right,
do you want to go? Sorry.
No, I just want to say that, yeah, you described what I meant perfectly fine there, so thank you.
I would say that if you make a ball, a solid 3-dimensional sphere, right? A Euclidean sphere. Everybody knows what it is. It's a ball. Well, you would take that surface as that which bounds the solid, and that is what you're looking at. That's the surface of that solid, the ball. Well, if the ball's 3D and what you're looking at is the surface of it, then that surface must be 3D. You can't take the surface and move it and separate it away from the 3-dimensional object that it bounds and then say, we're going to conceptualize this back again into 2D. It's
I see what you're doing. All right.
Completely.
I agree with that.
It's just weird because a sphere in Euclidean is the only shape that can't really be described. And even when you put it onto a computer, they have to make all of the sides polygons. They
got to make it 2D.
They've got to make faces on it because you can't express a sphere. In reality, I don't think it's possible. I think that's where they're trying to trick people with all sorts of things because everything has to be related to straight lines, and that's where they always fall. Nobody can describe a curve.
Well, when they try to do that, then you get bendy lines. That's bendy straight lines. Sorry, bendy straight lines.
Yeah, a fallacy of stolen concept yet again.
Yep.
You have to take a straight line and use that straight line to say the straight line they're using is actually bent.
The fallacy of stolen concepts. Like, who said that the highest form of flattery is mimicry? Are we going down that lane, kind of?
I think it's a clever wizard trick. Because if you don't spot the fallacy, then you can be arguing that point for quite a long time.
That's kind of why I asked Kosho very in the early beginning, like, why would I need to change from Euclidean geometry to spherical? Like, what's my inspiration or whatever to do that in the first place?
His globe.
That's why they gotta make it into a 2D model, get that straight line, and then they can bring it into a 3D model, right? But at that point, it's just they're just playing with the, I guess, with the geometry. I guess I don't know.
I think there's it's the cog disc playing up because I think it's a problem with the the lines always stay straight. That's the concept of the geometry. Euclidean geometry is provable. Everyone knows that. You can't really refute it. Everyone knows that. You'd be strange to try and argue against Euclidean geometry. But the problem comes in that in order for you to have the concepts of a straight line being straight, what you actually have to do is bend the space, which is, I don't know, I can't get my head to do that, and it fails.
You turn the space into an object that you can manipulate.
Yeah, the lines stay exactly the same. You manipulate the space to bend the line. It's strange. And like that Penrose, you can literally start Penrosing yourself at that point.
The Matrix, bro. You don't bend the spoon, right? You bend everything around the spoon.
Yeah.
And I would say it's fairly obvious that the concepts of things like triangles and squares and all of these things defined within Euclid are comes first, as in the globe the spherical geometry must have taken it from there. Like, they did not come up with that on their own after the fact. So yeah.
See, left lane's helped us out there as well. definition in. Sphere, from Greek, spheria, globe, ball, is a geometrical object in 3-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball. So it is a geometrical object in 3-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball.
Like a circle in 2-dimensional space.
Yeah, a circle in 2D and a sphere in 3D. Thank you very much. I mean, it's definitely in 3 dimensions, isn't it? A sphere. Surface is 3D and like a surface of a circle in 2D.
Left lane. A circle is not a sphere. Pay attention to that, okay? Don't conflate those two.
You don't see that, Howard. You don't honestly see that as showing that the globe is a 2D surface, do you? I mean, or your ball, globe, ball, sphere, 3D.
I mean,
like, where do you get your 2D from that, other than the circle?
Yeah. I don't know what to say, Bev. It's just the way it is. But I mean, you seem to have trouble understanding that. But
me,
whatever.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I would say this. We were talking about this months ago, and it's like you go through all the trouble. Like, say you're building a house. You go through all the trouble. You pour the foundation, you dig the footer, you pour the foundation, you lay all your plumbing. I mean, it's step upon step upon step, and at the end of it, you have a finished product. Now, if I were to go and say, I'm going to take that, I need that foundation back. Maybe some of the nails, and what you're left with is a shell of what you started with. I mean, is that even practical?
That's a non sequitur to me.
It's not, because the point is that Euclidean geometry starts with a point and builds on definition after definition. It builds like a step ladder, and it builds a foundation that leads all the way to solid geometry. Now you want to affix yourself to a different style of geometry that rips away at those foundations.
But still, we have to go with, if I hand you a ball that's got latitude, longitude lines on it, they're identified. How much information do you need to locate any point on the surface of that ball?
Well, if you hand me a ball, it's 3D.
Right? It's a 3D ball. But how much information will you need to identify any point on the surface of that ball?
Well, I would just point at a spot on the ball.
I could give you a latitude and a longitude, and that would identify a point on that ball. 2 dimensions.
I go with you, Buster. I'd go with a pointing at it. Definitely a much better way to identify it.
Because that ball is existing in all 3 accesses, right? X, Y, Z.
If you're going to say you hand me a 3D object and then say you're going to conceptualize 2D, that's just conceptual.
Nope, it's real.
If you were going to write on it, you'd still be writing on a 3D ball.
Yeah, but what I said, if you just pay attention to what I said about it, that's describing the surface. It has nothing to do with depth, how deep into the ball. I didn't say to drill a hole into the ball or anything like that. It's just 2-dimensional on the surface.
How? Because if you gave just the X and the Y, it could be either the top of the ball or the bottom of the ball, or the opposite side.
Yeah, that's the trick. He uses longitude and latitude instead of the X, Y, Z. That's how.
Sorry, who was it? Was it you, right the hand that had the? We were talking about this months ago. Bev, do you remember who it was that said if you're looking at a sphere, is one point going to be closer to you than the other? Or where on a sphere could you ever have 2 points where they weren't a different distance?
It might have been Travis.
It might have been. I thought it was right the hand, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think it was Travis.
In any case, if you have X and Y, then it doesn't distinguish between the top and the bottom, or like the opposite end of that ball. You have
Yeah,
to.
but for cities,
What?
we don't describe the surface in X and Y.
Yeah, you describe it in
We
longitude and
describe the
latitude, right?
surface as that which bounds the solid.
Sure.
Or whatever.
Extremities.
But longitude and latitude is stemming from the celestial sphere. It comes from the heavens. The celestial sphere is what dictated the longitude and latitude. So you're looking at not the sphere of the Earth,
take it
but
to
the
a
sphere of
model.
something else.
Wait, why are you taking it to a model?
I'm talking to Left Lane about how you can't define a point
We're talking
on
about
the
the
ball.
difference between 2D and 3D.
What are you talking about, Beth?
We're talking about the difference between 2D and 3D and the misconceptions that people have.
Great.
Well, we're just trying to keep it on a ball and you keep taking it to the heavens. Well, how's
What are you
that
talking
help?
about, man? The guy said that you could define any part of the ball by 2 axes. That's wrong. And I'm calling him out on it.
No, it's not wrong.
It is wrong.
No, I can give you a longitude and a latitude, and you can define any point. I could give you 2 numbers.
Ball.
That will be a point on the surface of that sphere.
Again, Left Lane. Longitude and latitude is bringing into, the equation the celestial sphere. You're not just looking at the ball anymore. So stop saying longitude, latitude.
Celestial. It doesn't have anything to do with celestial.
Okay,
Well,
so you can draw lines on a ball, Howard.
Yeah, you could put a whole bunch of dots around the ball, right? Like put 1,000,000, right? So it circles the ball, and I can give you a number, and you'll know where you are. That doesn't make it one-dimensional because I gave you one number. And this is your argument. You're like, oh, I gave you 2 numbers, therefore it's 2-dimensional. No.
Exactly.
The dots don't have anything to do with what's really going on.
Thank you, Demont.
The point is you're wrong, Left Lane. You need more than 2 axes to define a point on the ball. By only having the ball alone.
Thing about it, in reality, I operate my GPS. And sometimes I don't have an address, but I do have a longitude, latitude, and it will take me to that driveway with 2 numbers.
I think you might
What's
be
your fucking
conflating a
point?
ball with what is it you do?
I drive a truck.
Drive trucks, right? Well, where do you get the ball and the 2D, 3D concept to delivering parcels?
Because that's the way the map is defined in latitude and longitude.
It's a 2D map.
Sure.
Well, that goes to show that a 2D surface is
2D.
Length times breadth.
No, it's latitude, longitude.
Oh, length times breadth.
2D. I don't know. I use it. It works in reality. I don't know what to tell you.
I think you've got a, again, stolen concept, right? You can't take 2D to say that 2D is curved. It sounds really ridiculous. To me, at least. Anyway.
No, to me as well. Like, you cannot take a 2D surface and wrap it around a 3D. And, but it just doesn't work.
Do you think you can model 3D on 2D ever? Even if it's not a ball, like moving away from a map, do you think it's possible to map or create a model or representation of something that is 3D on something that is 2D, or that is just impossible in all ways?
You can do isometric drawing, can't you? I've seen that done.
Sure, yeah, I guess there's isometric drawing. That would be one way to do it.
But would you consider that being 3D?
A drawing?
Isometric drawing, yes. Would you consider that as being 3D represented on 2D?
Yes, yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd just call it a drawing.
Well, depends what the drawing's representing. To me, if it's representing something 3D, then it absolutely is a 3D representation on something 2D, at least to me.
But 3D is different than 2D. That's the point that we're trying to get, right? There is a difference between a 3-dimensional object having a surface and a 2-dimensional surface.
I don't think anybody's confused about that. It's just a question of whether you can
sure?
map one to the other.
Can we just agree that the piece of paper the drawing is made on is, the drawing itself is just shading on top of a piece of paper? It's not actually a 3D object.
Right. I don't think anybody thinks it is.
Mm-hmm. But the sphere is.
Sphere is 3D?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. And if I had a ball and I wanted to create a schematic of it to send to somebody, maybe I wanted to get someone in China to produce it, do you think I could represent that on using something 2D? Perhaps even in ones and zeros. Yeah. Like I want somebody to make some basketballs for me.
Yeah.
So I could give a clear description of what I want that to look like, and even though I sent the description,
the design.
Sure.
Well, that's the design, right? The design goes on it.
And what surface will the design be on?
Everything. It would always be 3D. If it's in reality, it would be 3D.
On paper, 2D. Computer screen, 2D. On your map, 2D. Unless you got a pop-up map.
In reality, 3D.
Yes, sir. I've been trying to tell them this shit for decades. They don't listen.
No, I know. They can't because they've got a model that dictates that they have to say certain things, right? I mean, they think we don't understand their model, but we do. We understand it so well that we know that all the pitfalls they have to fall into.
No, that's correct.
Misunderstand it.
That's correct, Bev. Yeah.
I don't think you misunderstand it, Bev. I think you deliberately wander off into weird word games because you do.
What the difference between 2D and 3D? Whereas I know that 2D is a concept and not existing in reality. Whereas 3D does actually exist in reality. Yeah.
You don't understand.
Always.
And he's showing you the fine line between the two. Unlike you guys want to conflate reality with a model that doesn't exist anywhere with arbitrary measurements or equations or it just doesn't. They're actually not measurements at all, really. They're just calculations.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they've got. It's calculations that they add on different calculations and they pretend they're measurements and even angles that they pretend they're measuring. They've not even measured them. They've just calculated them as well. It's calculations on top of calculations and it's all fantasy.
Right. That's why I say, can we touch the angle? Can we go to that angle? Can we go to that line that you're calling your angle? Can we go to that spot? You can't. So.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Upset the party. Bringing a bit of reality.
I think that you don't understand thing is gonna change to you purposely are playing with words to deceive or whatever is that he said right now.
I don't think that's everybody, but I certainly think Bev gets stuck in the playing word games on purpose.
Wow. Go on then.
Word games, really?
Which word games? Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Great demo. Which word games? Go on. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
So you think clarifying yourself is a word game?
No, I want to know what word games we're playing because he's obviously just made a claim. Which are the word games that we're playing? Come on, Eggshells, please.
Yeah, this kind of thing where you pick a phrase and then you go on.
You were the one that claimed I was playing word games.
Yeah, this, and then you interrupt to pick a sort of bit out of it, or the other one you quite often do, where somebody goes like isometric or barometric pressure, or they say a word, you go barometric pressure.
Well, wait a minute.
Eggshell, you're rumbling away.
No, hang on a second, though. How do you say somebody's playing word games when the person you're claiming is playing word games stops to ask the person to clarify? That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, and then the person making the claim, and then the person making the claim is wandering off on, on other things. like you're doing right now,
What
Excel.
other things? I was describing the way in which Bev plays word games.
I didn't catch that.
That
Can
sound
you
like-
go again?
I'm so confused. You want me to say again the thing I said? Bev plays word games.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Explain
Excel,
the word games, please. They
Yeah,
all
yeah.
want to know.
It takes a variety of forms. Deliberately misunderstanding people, I think, is one of them.
Can I
Give
get
us
an
give us an
example?
example.
That's divining
Can we-
thoughts.
Can we get an example of what you're talking about, Excel?
Well, I mean, it sounded like the conversation I came in that he was having with Left Lane involved him saying that a 2D drawing is not 3D. Left Lane, could I check in with you? Were you confused that a 2D drawing was 3D before that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Is that
did it
playing
sound
with-
to you?
with
Did
words?
it sound to you like Bev was deliberately misunderstanding your position?
Well, in the description that I posted of sphere, I think because that description had the words 3D in the phrase in the description, that he tried to twist that description into saying.
Why do you
when
think
clearly
it has
says-
that particularity, Left Lane? Why do you think that is in there? Just for the shits and giggles, or what?
Well, I don't know. Read the description, the definition, and see
Yes.
what you get out.
Yeah. Why do you think the description or definition has 3D in it?
It was describing, what a sphere was with relation to the ball. A ball is 3D, but the surface of the
A
ball.
circle is 2D. It says that.
A circle is 3D.
Let's say that. Here y'all go. The surface of the ball is 2D.
No.
Doesn't say that
That's
at
what
all.
it says. That's what it says.
No, it doesn't. It says sphere from Greek is a geometrical object in 3-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball.
No, that isn't
Full
what it says.
stop.
In three-dimensional
Like a
space.
circle in
That
a
is the rest of it.
2-dimensional space. That's what you
What is-
posted. You posted it.
Yeah, I understand what it says.
You're reading something that isn't there into it.
Yeah,
The whole
projection.
thing that makes the thing.
Let me ask you, Left Lane. If
Circle.
we can conflate these two things, why they have two different definitions for them?
What do you mean, two different definitions?
Yeah, why a circle has a definition and a sphere has a definition? Because they're not the same, right? That's why they have different definitions, right? It's really simple. Yes or no? Yes, right? All right. Then
Yeah,
why
a
are you
sphere
conflating one with the
round,
other?
but it's not necessarily a circle. A sphere represents the surface of a three-dimensional ball.
All right, whatever. See?
It's by definition. I mean, that's what it is.
We talked about this earlier. When you take on board certain information and that's what you hold as what you accept, you're going to have a problem looking at things objectively.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this yesterday, right, Buster?
We
What's
talked
that?
about it earlier.
Yeah, last night
we talked
hit
about
on
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Would
all
you be able to tell?
all the reactions is gonna come out of the previous information or the dogma that they already have. That's why they cannot see where the problem is, right? Because they're not thinking critically.
It's
So
a
we-
simple
so-
geometry, Silent. It's not dogma.
There you go. Perfect. It's simple geometry. You just said it. So don't conflate a sphere with circle. Please don't do that. Simple geometry.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. That was a big help. Might be a penny drop moment in there for you. A circle is 2D. It's a 2-dimensional shape. So a surface of a sphere is not a circle. It's different. different because of
What you were
that extra
saying,
dimension.
Left Lane, it doesn't sound like it to me. Are you
No.
saying the surface of
I
a
hadn't
sphere
quite
is a
finished,
circle?
but
Because
don't worry
it
about
didn't
it.
sound like that. Oh,
2D,
yeah, you were
he
in the
said,
middle of
didn't he?
misrepresenting someone.
I did not say that at all. That's
Yeah,
just
it's
what happened.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, he
It's kind of
did.
like
The
word
only
games. It's like
2D
he's
that
like
he posted.
hijacking what you're saying and turning it into a different thing to then
Right, and
ridicule.
you're
Said that
over-talking
he
him.
is saying he's saying the surface of a sphere and the surface of a circle are both 2D.
That ain't what I said.
There you go. I'll post it back in there, exactly what Howard posted. Go back to it. Check his actual post that he posted. It says a sphere is 3D and in 3-dimensional space. And then it says like a circle in 2-dimensional space.
No, it doesn't say that the sphere is 3-dimensional. Read it word for word.
It says the sphere is in 3-dimensional space, like the surface of it is also in 3-dimensional space.
That's not word for word.
Yeah, he's not reading the word for word.
This is perfect. This is a perfect explanation of when you've taken on information that you can only accept things with that information you've accepted, and you can't see what you've just put down objectively.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, but I would wonder what would be a good indication of which side was doing that, because that's obviously what both sides of this debate think the other is doing. I mean, I think a good indication of who's doing what would be that the
we're
person
talking
who's
about
changing the words.
reality
I
and
just got muted. I just got muted for being overtalked.
Silent.
Percentage.
Yeah, carry on.
To me, a good indicator of who's unable to get out of that paradigm and unable to see clearly and take on new information is somebody who, when encouraged to read a quote word for word, declines to do so, is either unable or unwilling to do so.
Well, could I respond to that? We just spent like the first hour and a half going step by step through Euclid, which builds up to Book 11, which is solid geometry. Now, if you want to say that asking questions about misconceptions is word games when we've went step by step through a logical process, and then somebody wants to post a sentence like that and say that we're misunderstanding it, I think that's wild.
I don't think that asking questions is word games, and if I had meant to say that, I would have said that, but I didn't. What I think is playing word games is when somebody posts something and then they post it again and are encouraged to read it, and then they change one of those words to make it sound wrong. That is word games. That's what I mean when I say word games.
Well, what about if I read it?
Yeah,
what about if I read it?
Let's find out what he's talking about first, because he's making claims again that he's talking about people being deceitful and changing words. Right, so please
give us an example,
explain what you're talking about, Eggshells, please.
Yeah, Eggshells, give us a precise example of what word is Bev playing with, or we are playing with.
It sounded to me, I'm struggling because I didn't have the quote in front of me right when Bev was saying it, but it sounded to me, Left Lane, you'll correct me, that he was fine up until surface of a ball, and then he added like it is a circle of a two-dimensional in a two-dimensional space.
So you just made a claim that Bev spoke a word in there, and you weren't even looking at it. So you made a wild accusation without even looking at the quote.
Have a read of it. It's in there. It's in Livestream too. I've just copied and pasted exactly what Howard posted.
Left Lane,
you read it for us, please.
Did I get it wrong? Did I misquote Bev's misquoting then?
Yes, you did.
No, that's correct.
Have a read. It's in the chat now. Please tell us which bit.
I just did. I'm not able to help you anymore. I mean, Left Lane agrees with me.
Left Lane agrees with you. What? What did you say? Please just point to the bit that where you think we were misguided.
Eggshells.
Where you think Howard was.
Eggshells, you really need to do this, or we're gonna exit you out of this conversation.
What the fuck? I just did.
No, he's asking you to read it and point out where he was.
I just did.
You didn't read it.
No, we didn't hear you. We didn't hear you.
Just did.
We didn't hear you.
Brandon,
Angel.
do it again.
Don't get mad,
I'm going to
brother.
exit you
Brother,
from the
don't get mad.
conversation unless you
don't get
jump
mad.
through my hoops. That's
Okay.
ridiculous.
Okay.
All right, don't get mad. Just read it
that you're
again
getting
if you don't
upset.
mind.
Just read it.
The bit that sounded like it was wrong to me.
No,
started
read
from-
it. Are you a
Get
child?
fucked.
Read
No,
it.
get fucked. Get fucked.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
thought.
what I can do.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
Bye, fuckers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
I
I'm
try
not-
and
What the fuck, guys?
I'm muted.
Why does
Let
he
it
have
be
to
known that
actually
I
read it
muted
out
him.
loud for you guys? Come on.
Percentage. I'll tell you what.
Please,
you're-
can you keep
Rakia, I
out
feel
of
like
it
you're
too?
overstepping, man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Percentage, please. Don't
Wait a
start
minute.
this.
Sorry, but wait a minute. He made a claim that Bev misrepresented the quote and said he wasn't even looking at it.
And he misquoted
I'm
that
with
too.
you. I'm with you. But to make him physically read it out loud for you or mute
He
him.
made a claim. He needs to
What is the
say
problem
what
with
he
making it
specific-
written?
I wouldn't do it. If you guys tried
Well,
to
it's
make me
not
read
about-
something, just
Yeah, who cares what you would do?
imagine if you guys
I'm
were in
not
that
really
position.
bothered about what
you
you're
don't-
going on about
We
either.
don't care what you would do. You didn't interrupt him and say you're misquoting Bev
Anyways.
or that Bev's
That was
not
the
doing
second
that.
time that
He
he
didn't
had-
even.
I voiced
wasn't
my
even
dissent. We can move forward.
He
Wait,
wasn't
but
even
hold on,
looking
guys. That's
at
a
the
power
quote.
move, though. All right, that's a power move. That's
I'll wait
that's
for my
no-no
turn.
in
Is
the-
it more of a power move than saying you misquoted what Left Lane posted and
So
then
let's
say,
move
well,
on.
I wasn't looking at it, but he did misquote it.
And
No,
not
I was-
giving an example both times that he was accusing Bev of either misrepresenting somebody or taking words and twisting them, and still couldn't figure out how to point to it exactly.
That's right. That's why
May I
he's
say
muted, and
something,
that's
guys?
why he's out of this conversation. I don't care who
May I say
disagrees with
something?
that.
We need to be holding people more accountable to what they say in these chats, to be honest, because I mean it's tiresome to be talking, the same subjects and not moving at all, because people like right now, I'm sorry, eggshells, but you did messed up right now by making claims that Bev was doing something, playing with the words or whatever, and then when you are put to the task, you got mad and you didn't answer anything, you didn't say anything. I mean, I think you did wrong, though. It's not a power move or anything. You were on the wrong here.
Let's move on. But he was given plenty of chances to do it and to show how Bev was misleading or whatever. He chose not to. Repeatedly said that he had already done it, so he's not going to do it again. He was asked very clearly that maybe we didn't understand him or didn't hear it, to do it again, and he refused. So I warned him that he would be taken out of the conversation if he didn't do it again. He chose not to, so he's out of the conversation. Very simple. Let's move on.
And can I also add that I'm live hosting this? My little tick's on the thing, so my show, guys. Don't get butthurt. Don't come down here, start talking a shit over it, and then get all butthurt that you're being muted. Because I'm live hosting this. Like, I don't know if there's any special rules. I think there is, actually, for people that are live hosting things.
Well, you make the rules for your show, I guess, Beb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one of the rules that I'm going to have is that you don't come on the show that I'm having and make a claim against me and then not back that fucking claim up and try and get out of it with little shitty word games. So, yeah, I completely advocate him being muted. I'd have done it myself. It's not nice. Somebody coming on, making false claims, and then not being able to back them up.
The funny part is that at the start he didn't even know the quote, right? He's making claims and he didn't even knew the quote.
Yeah, we've experienced a lot of this sort of really strange behavior, I call it. Anyway.
Well, I would go back to the point we were talking about before that, was that when you have certain information you accept and then you're presented with all this other information and you only see things through what you accept as, the truth.
Buster, that's where the bias comes from, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna try and he has an issue with how you read the quote. I think you said it like it is it of a circle? Again, I don't, and I'm like, okay, well, if maybe he just saw the quote and then was reading. So what? Trying to get what did he say that was? And it was just that you put a word in here or there. So I don't.
Yeah, he put the quote there, like you say, like it is a circle of a sphere. And Bev never said that. And why would he say that? Because that's not what the quote says, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
If I can can I paraphrase the thing that he posted? Like a sphere and a surface is to 3-dimensional space what a circle is to 2-dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very paraphrased one, but yeah, that's I think is the point of the quote, which you cannot conflate the two.
Oh,
and that wasn't done by.
Kosho posted something that says, "Here's the next paragraph after the part Bev read." Oh, I don't know if you want to read it or I don't know. Well, the first phrase he says, "While outside mathematics." Okay.
Yeah, that's a
land
going in. Yeah.
There's a difference between a sphere and a ball. A ball's in reality, obviously, because you can physicalize that. You know what they're talking about when they're talking about a ball. When they're talking about a sphere, then they're talking about a mathematical concept that they can do anything with. Right? Some people can even imagine that the surface of the sphere is just the surface. They can even imagine that just the surface of a sphere is 2D. And a lot of them do.
But this is, I mean, this is geometry, though. I mean, are you denying
That's the
like
concept? Well, yeah, but it's
That would
not.
make it- that would
You're
make it
talking.
flat.
No, wait a minute, because this is where a lot of these concepts come in, right? This is the fallacy of stolen concept. A 2-dimensional surface is a plane surface. Everyone knows that.
No, that's
Yes.
one. Well, okay.
What?
Yes, that is a plane surface.
No,
Now,
a plane surface is
No,
2-dimensional, but
please.
2-dimensional surface is not a plane surface. It's
yeah,
one is
both.
the other.
They're both the same. Don't say one is that and then that is not the other, because that's not the way it works. We're dealing with logic night tonight. Don't come in trying to inject not logic, right? We're keeping on pure logic, right? So,
well, it is logic. You have
2-dimensional surface is defined. We've just gone over it in geometry, right? Whereas a 2 points, any 2 points on that surface, right? You can't take all of the geometry involving that 2-dimensional plane and then get to the bit where a sphere comes in solid geometry. And this is what a sphere is. You can't then take that sphere and bring it back to the beginning of the Euclidean geometry. Where would you fit it in? You fit it in at the point where they're redefining, or you would define the surface, right?
Wait, say that again.
Have you ever done Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
Were you there a bit earlier when we went over definitions? Beginning.
I was not, unfortunately. No.
Okay, right. So when you went over the definitions of Euclidean geometry, whenever you did that, where would you fit in the 2-dimensional surface when it says a surface is that which has length and breadth?
Oh, I mean, if you're strictly speaking Euclidean, yeah, I guess. But I mean, 2 dimensions isn't defined by just Euclid, though. If you're looking at the actual definition of 2 dimensions,
where is it defined?
Well, it depends. I mean, like for example, if I know you hate this, but spherical geometry would be, example where you can have that.
Where would spherical geometry? Where would the definitions for a surface within spherical geometry be? Have you got them?
Sorry, say that again. I'm trying to read the chat and listen to you. I'm sorry.
The definitions for spherical geometry. Have you got them? See
on
how
me
fast
right now?
the team can work. Yeah. What have you got?
I could pull it up.
Okay, Go on, because we've just worked through the definitions of Euclidean geometry, and then the postulates, and then the axioms. That's as far as we managed to get to. After doing a bit of work earlier about the logic of reality, and vertical and horizontal, perpendicular and all of that, and then related that to Euclidean geometry, right? That's what we did earlier. Now you're going to come in and say spherical geometry.
Yeah.
Do you know what spherical geometry is?
I have a decent understanding of it, and I pulled up one of the definitions or one of the descriptions of it. Do you want me to read that?
You want to read it?
Yeah,
the
description.
Of what?
Of spherical geometry.
Oh, okay. You're just going to define the actual spherical geometry.
Well, a definition I found. Okay, so one of the definitions I'm getting here is that spherical geometry is the geometry of a two-dimensional surface of a sphere. In this context, the word sphere refers to only the two-dimensional surface, and other terms like ball or solid sphere are used for the surface together with its three-dimensional interior.
Yeah. Right, now, within what you've just read there, have you got any logical alarm bells going off just yet?
No, because you got to define two dimensions first. All right. If you define two dimensions as strictly Euclidean, then I mean, I guess yeah. But I mean, you got to define two dimensions, and two dimensions isn't strictly just length and breadth. You know.
So are you allowing the sphere to define the two dimensions then?
No, I'm letting two dimensions define
what
two
is
dimensions.
defining the two dimensions to you then?
Well, we could look it up right now. So I'll look up two dimensions. All right, so two-dimensional space is a geometric setting in which two values are required to determine the position of an element. All right, so that's just, it's two values where you can determine a position of an element, and that can be on a sphere, all right, where you have latitude and longitude. That's two dimensions. I mean, that's two values.
Whoa.
Was I talking too fast? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've just gone the surface of a sphere, the two-dimensional surface of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've gone to what?
Two dimensions. I was defining two dimensions.
Yeah, and then it said what? Needing
it's saying two values.
Yeah,
it says two values.
Like an X and a Y.
Yeah, but you could also, for example, on a sphere, you could use latitude and longitude. That's two values.
No, you can't.
I mean, I'm just going based on the definition. If you want to argue against it, go ahead. But this is these are the definitions that I'm going with.
Latitude and longitude.
Those are examples, yes.
Okay, so two dimensions.
You added.
That's what you've done. You've just added two dimensions, right? So in you saying those two dimensions, latitude, longitude, you're going to completely imagine that two dimensions actually means a sphere.
It means two values. It's two values.
Okay, like X and Y.
Yeah, or latitude and longitude. I mean,
or whatever you want to call them. Let's call latitude X and longitude Y, right? So let's just say, to keep it simple for everybody listening, you're going to say that because you can have two values, X and Y, that you're then going to assume that means sphere.
No, I'm assuming two values.
Yep.
Not X and Y.
But it doesn't matter. X and Y doesn't really mean anything, does it? Other than X and Y, right? Yeah. Latitude, longitude are the same, aren't they? As X and Y, they're just two words that you're going to use.
Yeah,
to describe a coordinate system.
Yeah, but I mean, when we use X and Y, we think Euclid and we think like width and height. So I mean, that's why I'm saying no.
Yeah, because you don't like length and breadth, X
and Y.
I don't
not like
That's
it.
I'm just good. You want to use two different words to imagine something different, right?
No, I'm just.
So it's still a two-dimensional coordinate system, right? I like that. And so 2D. Have you got anything else that can maybe help you within your spherical surface of 2D?
Wait, hold on.
In the definition of 2D.
Wait, hold on. Why is Stark Otter pinging me? I mean,
yeah. Oh, you're gonna fall into a trap here. Watch out.
Hold on, and a surface is what I like to a plane surface is any which line's done, the straight line on itself. Well, yeah, tell
That
that
should
to
ring a
Bev,
bell
not
right
me.
there. That should ring a bell right there, buddy. That they're sending you messages.
Well, they send me and Bev, so I mean, that doesn't really give us anything.
I think it's just supporting you.
Oh, okay, thank you. If you're supporting me,
You think that supports you by saying that 2D is
well, it says a surface is anything which is anything which is.
Yeah, notice it's book 1. It's in plane geometry. Have you heard of plane geometry?
What? Plane geometry. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but plane geometry wouldn't that just be? I mean, in a way, that would be also Euclidean, though, right? It's,
Yeah,
it's
it is. It's a 2-dimensional plane geometry.
Well, yeah, if we're doing plane geometry, but I mean,
that's what he's
that's not
giving
the
you
only
the
geometry.
definition of there. You don't seriously think it means there's a definition of something that isn't plane geometry in plane geometry, do you? I mean, he's not really helping you there that much.
Yeah,
Come
a
on,
plane is a
you've
special
got to
kind of
realise
surface
that.
line between 80 points. Yeah, that is actually. Hold on, Stark. Why did you send that? That's only plane geometry. What? Like, why would you?
Yeah, you're
I'm
following.
not arguing. I'm not arguing
Nano
against it.
casters.
I'm not arguing against plane geometry. I know that's a thing, but I mean, to say that's the only geometry. I mean, I don't get what this argument is leading to. I mean, we have other geometries defined. I mean, why are you arguing against it? Like, why are you saying this doesn't
you have
exist?
a go at defining these other geometries? That's what we were asking you for. Give us a definition of what you require today in your geometry. Give us a definition of 2-dimensional surface within spherical geometry. Go on.
Yeah, I already gave you the definition of spherical geometry. So what do you want me to do now?
I want you to give us, because I can give you the Euclidean definition. In fact, he has of a surface. Yeah. Right. So can you give us the definition within spherical geometry of
surface?
A surface, please.
Spherical geometry surface.
Yeah, definition of within spherical geometry. Any real geometry would have all of the definitions built in with it, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to define the terms you're going to use within your geometry to make up. You'd imagine there would be, wouldn't you?
Let me see.
Do you understand what he's asking, Arma?
A little bit.
He's asking you within your paradigm, which is the spherical geometry, to find a definition of surface within your geometry or spherical geometry. That's the task right now. Just so that you have it clear.
Mm-hmm.
I guess surface would just be then. Let me see. Because I mean, okay, so the surface of a sphere is the spherical geometry that we're dealing with, and I'd imagine then any surface on that would just be just space that's being occupied on that surface. That's weird. I would have to let me real fast. I'm not sure if I. So you want me to define surface within spherical geometry?
No,
we don't want you to define nothing. We want you to find a definition within your paradigm of a spherical geometry.
Is it going to be defining it?
No. Well, you say you want me to define, right? I don't want you to define anything. I want you to bring or post what you're using from where you're getting your information about surfaces on a spherical geometry.
Okay, so I'll have the definition define itself. All right, let me see.
Yeah, I know, like Euclidean geometry is an axiomatic to the true geometry, right? So therefore, it has definitions and postulates and axioms, and then it goes into the propositions and the proofs, right? Because that's only because it is a true geometry. So you might have problems, but I've just posted in the chat for you how it's laid out with the definitions of a surface within Euclidean geometry.
Okay. Well, I mean, it may take me a while to find this look, I'm not arguing that Euclid. I mean, I know Euclid is pretty legit. We use that, and that's more or less reality. But I'm just saying that these other ones exist. I don't really plan on taking this too far. I mean, all I know is that they exist, and I use them sometimes in game design or whatnot. So that's all I was really arguing. So I mean, I don't really. I think it's kind of, I don't know, pointless to try to convince you. Although, like I said, I will be looking for it.
We were talking about surfaces being 2D or 3D. Now, if you take on the concept of geometry, 2D isn't achievable, right? It isn't reality at all.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what. None of this is. I mean, this is all geometry. I mean, I don't know why this is an argument.
3D solid geometry is definitely real.
Yeah. So I mean, so then the argument should be that not. So then, okay, hold on. So if 3D is the only thing that's real, and 2D is, in a sense, imaginary, then why are we even? Yeah. So why are we even arguing whether the surface of a sphere is 2D or not? Since it's conceptual, no matter what.
We're not. It's 3D. That's what we say. A surface of a sphere, in reality, being a ball, it's 3D.
So, is there anything in reality that has a 2D surface?
No.
There you go. Then I mean, this is a silly argument. I mean, it's all conceptual. I mean, if
wait until you find out what your model dictates.
So you agree it'd be silly to argue that the surface of a sphere is 2D?
No, well, if
Euclid argues that, it's when Euclid's definitions. It's right in front of our face.
Wow,
look,
nice
you guys,
jumping. He does. Yeah, Euclid doesn't do that at all.
Book 1, definition 5. Book 11, definition 2. That's all you have to read, and it tells you right there.
The redefinition of a surface. That's what we showed you earlier. You add an extra dimension to make it 3D. You have to redefine the surface, which is what he does.
Redefining the surface. He's describing what the surface is.
That's a dimension.
He wouldn't need to redefine it if it didn't need redefining.
It's not redefined.
It is. Why is it there?
Because he's describing what the surface is. I mean, what the surface is of a 3D object. He's saying that the
3D.
outside boundary of that 3D object is the surface. But he told you earlier that what a surface has breadth and width.
Real fast, I don't mean to interrupt, but Kosha, take over because I got to make food, right? So you take over, okay?
Oh wow, he was doing much better than you, Kosha.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes, but I gotta make some food.
He knows when to
That's
tap
why
out.
it's hilarious. It says it in Euclid's Elements.
He's just said it would be ridiculous to argue that the surface of a sphere was 2D. That's why he's had to go and have his tea. He's gone.
But did I really say that though?
No, yes.
I mean, not really. I'm saying it's pointless arguing against
Take a mulligan. Go on.
Well, because I'm saying it's ridiculous to, or pointless to argue against your definition because you have such a strict definition for these things. So I think it's
3D. There's one extra dimension. It's not a strict definition,
and it's not that definition either.
Yeah, Arma, you said if 2D is just conceptual, then it would be ridiculous to argue that a 3D object would have a 2D surface because it's conceptual.
What I was trying to say is because it's concept. I can't even say it right now. Conceptual. Yeah, I don't know. I just had a brain fart. Anyway, because it's that, right? Like, then for example, the surface of a sphere is also conceptual, and I mean, like the whole thing is. How can you argue against that? I mean, those are the rules, that are.
It's not the rules. The surface of a sphere, in reality, a solid sphere.
And the
is
surface
3D, right?
And the surface of a table is also 3D, right?
Yep.
So then, I mean, there you go. Then I mean, somewhere in geometry, at least spherical, surfaces are, they're 2D. All right, that's just I don't see why I should take this any further.
Yep. I know it's brilliant. I'm glad you're with us. That 2D isn't really. It's not worth talking about, except for when you want to gain your proofs from in Euclid for the reality geometry that you're going to deal with in solid geometry, right? You can't just go to solid geometry without building up on all of the foundations that go before that. And that's what Euclid does. It just starts from the beginning with nothing, lays out the definitions and the axioms, and then there's a load of propositions. And that's what we're going to be going over to teach people logic. That's what we're doing here. Trying to take it step by step, nice and slow.
All right. Well, anyway, Kosho, whoever, take over. Like I said, I gotta make food. I'll be back, obviously, like in 10 minutes or so. But I can't keep the conversation going right now, though. Okay, so
We don't need you to keep the conversation going. We're fine without you. You go and have your tea.
I still don't feel like I've gotten the answer to my question about why would I need to invoke spherical geometry ever?
Mm-hmm. Especially if the surface of a sphere in reality is 3D.
Yeah.
We know that. That's
I mean,
obvious.
I used to play soccer for 10 years. Like, I know what a ball is.
Yeah.
I'm also actually just gonna have to leave y'all here. It's been a good night, everyone. And,
yeah, thanks a lot.
take care, everyone, and stay safe and all this stuff.
Shutting it down soon anyway. It's been pretty good. It went on for a hell of a lot longer than usual, but I mean, I guess we could do this every Tuesday. Seems
time flew away from me.
I know. Could do
Again,
it every
babe,
night, really.
do you notice that every time, we said it earlier, right? Every time you bring the conversation into logic and reason, no ballers like the ballers like Kosha will always be on any other conversation except this one's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if like eggshells, there are in other conversations, but when we have to deal with logic and reason, they just tend to get angry or leave or whatever. I don't know for what reason. That's weird to me.
Eggshells is the guy who got muted, and I was the guy who just explained to Bev that the book that he's reading from shows exactly that surfaces are described as two-dimensional. That's how Euclid describes it.
In
we're
the
not
first
backing
bit,
away
yes,
from the conversation.
I
We're
won't disagree with you, Kosho. In plane geometry, the surface, superficies, is described as having length and breadth, which they're the two dimensions of the, obviously, plane geometry. But when we get to solid geometry, it gets redefined as that which bounds the solid. Well, if the solid's 3D, then that which bounds it must also be 3D. I mean,
so that takes it out of the 2D. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
everywhere that you read online, including all of the thousands of posts that I've showed you, it tells you that a surface is a two-dimensional
doesn't
boundary of a
logically
three-dimensional
fit.
shape.
I don't care what you
It does
say.
Yeah, you
Hundreds
can't
of
just
people say.
force that definition from the first part of the book into the rest of the book. Even you'll say, well, there's the scientific definition, it's context. It's context. Yeah, it's context. When you're talking about a circle, you want to convey to somebody the surface of the circle, you would use surface or superficies, or in the case of a 3D object, you can still use surface. It doesn't, just because you're using that word doesn't make it 2D. Come on, that's just semantical.
But the thing is, every definition that you can find anywhere you want to look, the entire world disagrees.
That's what I was going to say. That's the funny part about it.
That's a bold claim.
Everybody in the world's wrong.
Doesn't say what they disagree with. What is it they're disagreeing with?
The surface of a sphere being 3D.
Well, everybody knows that the 2D is conceptual. So how can I touch something that's conceptual?
Right. So what has that got to do with the price of grapes?
It means the surface is obviously 3D.
No,
obviously.
It doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Can you touch it?
Hell. Yeah, you can touch the surface. Sure can. You can drive across. I'm driving across.
Can you touch the conceptual surface?
Right.
How are you saying that the surface of a 3D ball is 2D?
And there are two numbers.
Come on, man.
There are two numbers clicking off on my GPS that are changing.
That doesn't make
Bro, just because your GPS gives you two numbers, that doesn't make the surface of a 3D object 2D. Come on, man.
Right, not at all. Because I'm on a hill or in a valley. How is that? What would that be?
Wait a minute. If I like to use the same analogy because it works. If I take a measurement of a room, 2 measurements in 3D space, then conceptually run some numbers to get the square footage. That's 2D. That'd be like me saying that square footage measurement is somehow real. You can touch it.
It is. It absolutely is. If you
You
put something
can't
on your
touch
floor,
the 2D concept of a calculation.
if you place something on your floor, and someone says, "Give me the coordinates of the position of that object," you can give them the coordinates of that position in 2 dimensions because they know that they're talking about the surface of your floor. Yeah, this is what's meant by describing the surface in 2 dimensions. You can do the same thing with a ball. You can describe the surface of the ball using 2 dimensions.
But we understand that 2D is a conceptual thing, right? Kosho? 2D is definitely conceptual.
Yeah. Say all of
geometry is math is all conceptual. Yeah, it's a language that you use to describe things in reality. That's right.
But things in reality aren't conceptual, are they? And you can't just sort of get something from reality and then surround that with conceptual. Like if it's there in reality, it's actually there in reality. Therefore, not conceptual. Right, guys?
This is where the root of the problem becomes for you. I mean, it starts for you, Kosho, and and the Glovers.
So here's
some
some P
the
and Q.
model that does this.
Model
Here's
to
a
reality, and it's so bad though. They shouldn't be doing that.
Got some logic.
What's the problem? I only just got.
Wait a minute. It's just a minute, Brenda. We've got some logic. I think somebody said they had a P and Q.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
What's the problem?
How long?
Well, if math is conceptual, P, then no, that's not it. I got to think about it some more.
Okay. Brenda, you do not want to get involved with this, Brenda. You definitely don't want to come and get involved in this. Not at the minute, anyway.
Why? Why?
Well, because I'm hosting a logic thing, and I'm about to shut it down. Actually,
you don't know anything about logic, though.
But we're going on about the 2D, 3D.
You're starting with the wrong foot, Brenda.
Yeah.
What's the problem with concepts?
Well, we already know that you have 2D balls.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can make your little passive aggressive sexual comment.
I'll answer you, Brenda.
That's all we've been talking about already, Brenda. I was just saying.
Yeah,
which
I know.
team you're on.
I know you're sexualizing, right? And you need to do that because how you feel.
No, that's you, Brenda. We've been talking about it all night. Don't come in here with that.
Don't that's been muted. Left lane wants to say something.
Rakia, come on, bro. Let the host do that decision, bro.
I'm here on behalf of the host. If he wants to unmute her, he can.
Well, it's
left
like
lane.
I'm gonna close this down if you just let us. If everybody wants to have like final remarks or whatever, I think I will be coming back next time. So, let us do this, and then we can end it, and then put a link out for everyone, and they can come in, and we'll do the free for all 2D balls, slapping them on the table. Let's go.
I'll give you a remark. I don't think we have a problem with concepts. The problem that at least I have is when you try to conflate a model to reality. That's for me.
Anyone else want to?
Did Left Lane was speaking?
Yeah, I was trying to formulate a P and Q. I'm going to say, if mathematical concepts have utility, P, we can use them to describe reality, Q.
I like that one.
It doesn't follow though.
Oh?
No,
Anyway,
it doesn't
that's my
because yeah. All right.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, we'll have to go over that.
Well, you can take it apart right away. He said mathematical concepts, right?
Well, like
a
geometry.
concept. Yeah, a concept cannot make something real. So
I think
there
he
goes
said
out the
it would
window.
be used to describe reality.
He said describe, and that's not. I don't think that's wrong.
No, it's
Oh.
okay. I think he could get away with that. Fantasy formulas and stuff like that, you'd have a problem with, but I mean, I don't think you'd be able to do it with numbers. You'd have to have a lot more backing than that.
Bev, I love the work you're doing. Keep it up. Every time I come in, I don't always get a chance to speak, but I always get a chance to hear the globe being dismantled, and it's really, really nice.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? And then I'll close this off because I don't know. We might end up not being allowed on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to close it down. I've put the link to this Discord server in the chat on the YouTube, so come on over, and it will be live too. Have you got we got this live stream link?
Where you posting it,
put
Bev?
it in. I'll put the live stream link in the chat on the YouTube before I close it down, Gio. Then they can come and listen to this. Where do we get that from? Does anyone know where the link for this live stream is? And then I'll drop it in the.
Oh, there is.
Okay, cool.
Oh, but that's for the awakening. Where? How do I get your link for your Discord, Bev?
For the Discord? No, we're here. I've dropped a link for this Discord.
Ah, I thought you were saying go to your Discord. Okay, no.
No. Copy link. All right, I'll just drop this in. So if anybody's listening and they want to listen some more and don't actually want to come into the Discord, quite welcome to come into the Discord. But you want to keep on listening, and we'll be back definitely next week. But we may do some more of these.
Oh, Bev, y'all leaving for the night?
No, I'm just closing down the YouTube. Then we can unleash Brenda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna go one-on-one with Brenda, Bev, right now.
Oh my God.
No, we've
That
already.
She was a phenomenon. Who's gonna go one-on-one with her?
We've already done all sorts of stuff and
Jesus
elements and
Christ.
2D balls.
So, do you understand that there's a distinction to be made between noumena and phenomena, right?
A noumena, did you say? Noumena.
I'm gonna go back to sleep.
What is the difference, Brenda?
This is from Immanuel Kant, right? The distinction between noumena and phenomena. Noumena is a thing in itself, and phenomena.
Howard gets offended. He call him names.
And phenomena is our experience of that thing.
I studied Kant in college. He was my philosopher. Most difficult reading son of a bitch ever wrote a word.
Yes. And concepts are just ideas and that we use to describe reality.
Mm-hmm. So is 2D, 3D concepts, or is just 2D a concept? 3D reality.
The capacity of the human mind is presupposed by the degree to which it is utilized.
2D and 3D are both abstract ideas. Both of them are.
Right. Well, what would you call reality then?
Reality is just what is.
Like 3D Euclidean space.
That would be a concept, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't think so. I think that's what we're actually living in. Reality.
It's a model.
There's a distinction between the words that we use to describe things and the thing itself.
Yeah, well, that's why there's the concepts of 2D and then the reality of 3D.
There's a concept of 3D and the concept of 2D. Both of them.
What's reality then?
Reality is just whatever it is.
Oh, right. How do you describe reality?
With concepts.
Oh. Is there anything real?
Yeah.
What's that?
Whatever doesn't go away when you ignore it.
And you define that with concepts.
So you know the train is real if when you ignore it, it runs over you. That's how you know it's real.
Wow.
Yeah, when things that are mind independent of what I would call real, objective, things that are mind dependent, I would call subjective, and they're not really real. They don't have an independent objective existence.
Would the ball be objective then? And the sphere be subjective?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Is a ball real, an object? Could you objectify a ball in reality?
The word ball is a concept that would refer, say, for instance, to a baseball.
Yeah, a ball, a 3D object in reality.
A baseball would be a particular instance of the concept of a ball, right? It would be how we would describe that particular thing.
As a baseball, yeah, and everyone would know what it would be because they know what a baseball is and they could put it in their mind that they've held a baseball. You could be holding a ball right now and you wouldn't need to imagine it as a concept because it's a physical ball. It's an object.
Yeah, I would have ideas about it though, because I would look at it, feel it. It would have texture, weight, color.
Yep.
Does it have a surface?
Those are all concepts that would apply to the baseball.
Does the baseball have a surface?
Of course it does.
Well, if I put that baseball in water, would that surface displace the water?
The volume of the baseball displaces the water.
And what surrounds the volume? Bit you touch.
Is this like new ideas to you, that it is the volume of an object that displaces an equal volume of water? Is this like new to you?
If a surface is fully submerged into a liquid, then the volume of the displaced liquid will be equivalent to the volume contained by the submerged surface.
I think Brenda's saying that even the physical reality is all in your mind. It's all a concept.
I think so. I think that's where she's trying to go, yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite of that.
Really? So
Yeah.
it is real then. You can objectify a ball and it is 3D. It's all real.
I don't know what you mean by objectify. It just is.
Yeah.
I don't have to objectify anything. A baseball, a softball,
Is an
basketball,
object.
they just exist.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
an
have to do
object.
anything to them to make them exist.
It's an object. Yeah, we know. I know. We know you're saying it's an object in reality. Wow. You're trying to talk over me there, Mike. Your speaker up loud.
I haven't said anything.
So the baseball is definitely an object. And being an object, it would have to be 3D. Therefore, cannot be 2D. It can't be wrapped in 2D. It can't be 3D wrapped in 2D, can it? That doesn't make...
I don't think that being an object necessarily means that something has to be 3D. It could be 4D.
Show me a 2D object.
That's just a description of the surface of a volume, right? Of an object.
Sorry, the surface of a volume.
It's just a concept.
What's a concept? A volume's not a concept. That's in reality, right?
Yeah, so the photo is a 2D representation of your reality.
2D there. So sorry, my finger slips off of the push to talk. I apologize.
So we're agreed then, right? A 3D object in reality is 3D. It's like an object that actually exists and it's actually there in reality. And if we have something like that, then the surface of it would be the surface of it. So if it's 3D, then the surface must be 3D. I mean, basic logic. I mean, we have been going over some really simple logic tonight. But that's beautifully well put, that, Brenda. I love it.
Tautology. No, so I didn't say any of that. That's your saying. And what you said is that if an object is 3D, it's 3D, right? That's what you said, and that's just gibberish.
Really?
Yeah, you're just saying nothing. You're saying it's a tautology.
Oh. And tautologies are rubbish?
You don't know what a tautology is, do you?
Isn't it a self-defining statement that is true in every regard?
No, it's just like if you say A equals A.
Yeah, which that would be a self-defining statement which is true in every regard, right? Because A is actually A.
It's uninformative, though.
What to say that something is? I mean, you must have missed us going over the axioms of Euclid at the beginning, or what we call common notations.
Right. So tautologies are uninformative. They don't say anything.
So if a tree fell in the forest, and because you didn't observe it, so how do you know it fell?
See it on the floor.
I would go over there, and if I looked and it fell, had fallen.
If it wasn't standing up,
I could decide that it had fallen, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty bad example.
It's not the one usually people say. They usually say, like, freshmen or high school philosophy people would say, if a tree falls in a forest, it doesn't make a sound. That's a question.
Yeah, that's not a tautology, though, is it? Tautology would be something like
you're really on top of
all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. That would be like a tautology type statement, wouldn't it? Or I've even heard somebody who said that, well, I don't want to upset you.
Yeah.
plenty of tautologies, though, right? There's people that think you saying that water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference is a tautology, i.e., it doesn't get you anywhere, right? Because it's such an obvious statement that it's not even worth arguing about.
What was that again?
Just about tautologies.
I'm not sure what you said was what.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because it was somebody else that said it, and you obviously wouldn't go against them because they're debate experts.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, ELO points. You wouldn't know, would you? Or might you? Might you know?
What would I know?
You wouldn't know about the ELO point system for Debate Club. I don't know. It was just that those were the guys that said that it was a tautology to say that a water level was horizontal.
No, that's not a tautology.
Well, no, that's what they said. So
That's right.
I just said it's a statement that I can prove. And
The
they
only
said, why would you need to prove it? It's a tautology. And I said, okay. Ooh, wow.
ELO, the only ELO I know is ELO orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
Electric Light
Orchestra. Jeff Lynne. Do you know the drummer?
No.
It was called Bev.
You've been holding out on me. I need a drummer.
Yeah, not me.
What music do you play? Is it jazz or?
Oh, it's all of the music Bev uses for his videos.
Yeah, Buster plays my music. He does it. I just play his music. So anything you've heard, but you probably wouldn't have heard. Buster does all of that. It's really good. I'm going to have to get working on that thumbnail tomorrow. It needs to go out. You don't understand. Have you heard his new one? No. Not heard it. I'll put it in the air. Right down at the bottom. You heard it for a bit. I just did the video. Livestream 2 text. Loading. There's no rumpus or anything in this one. This is just the music. There you go. I'm going to listen to it.
So what were you guys talking about while I was gone? What you guys do?
Just listening to Buster's new jam.
And Brenda was saying that reality, 3D reality, is only a concept and it's only in your mind.
Yeah, I never said that at all.
That's what you meant.
No, that's not what I meant.
Because you said we can't, you meant that we can't measure reality.
No, I never said that.
Well, anyway, this is going nowhere, so I guess I'll just
Pretty quiet.
Okay.
There was some activity earlier, but I think they got all tuckered out. Time for them to hit nappies.
Definitely your best one yet. Music. I still
Thank
like
you. I like
it.
the.
I still like
Yeah, I
music.
like the. I like the video. That I tried to.
Yeah.
I try to do my own little videos of my stuff, but it just I can't. I don't have the software to get super fancy.
What's that for, Brenda? You're warning us about rumpus. People like that.
So you guys like still listening to the music or something, or what?
I finished it. Finished listening to it. Have you listened to it?
Some of it. The thing you linked, right? The you don't understand thing.
Yeah.
Some of it. Yeah.
Do you
Listen
reckon?
to. Well, I didn't. Well, you know what? Let me listen to it all the way so I can give you an actual, comment.
Cool. Just put it on in the background. What's everyone think about what's up? Going to do a debate with fight the flat Earth.
When is that?
Saturday.
On Modern Day Debate?
No, on Fight the Flat Earth channel, I think.
Would you ever go on Modern Day Debate to debate somebody?
Me? Yeah, he won't have me though, I don't.
You won't?
What do you think a debate would be? Would you want to have a go at debating?
No, I'm just curious. But why? And now I'm curious about why he wouldn't have you.
Because he doesn't think it'd be worthwhile.
There have been several flat earthers on the show lately.
I'm not a flat earther though, Brenda. I can only embarrass the Globers that I go on with.
You are, you are. I see, now I get it. Oh yeah, that's why. Because you're a lying sack of shit.
Oh, that's why he won't have me on, right?
Because you are extremely dishonest.
Because I would embarrass all the Globers I was on with.
No, because you are dishonest.
What would you have a go at debating me with,
flat
Brenda?
So are you a flat earther or a
2D,
blower?
3D?
Are you a flat earth? You're not a flat earther, right?
I'm not a flat earther because the Earth is not flat, Brenda.
Therefore,
those are the only two
I
options.
know it upsets.
We only get two options, right? It's like there's no.
Yeah, there's only
That's
two.
it? Yeah.
Well, you think it's a cube?
Or could it like there's a
Must be
ton of
some
shapes
sort
that
of
are
shape,
not flat
right?
but aren't a ball. Just
Think
because
it's
it's
a
not
pyramid?
flat doesn't make it a ball. Or just because it's not flat doesn't make it a pyramid.
What do you think the shape is then?
Okay, well now you're getting into philosophy.
That's not philosophy. It's just a simple question.
What shape is a tree and grass? Right? You tell me.
What shape is a mountain?
So, Bev, what shape is the Earth?
Measured. There you go.
The dirt? I think it means the dirt. You're
been
talking
measured.
about the dirt.
This is why you will never be allowed.
What shape is grass?
Aren't capable.
That's just how stupid your question is. What shape is grass? All of it. Not just that patch over there. All of it.
Good question. What shape is the Earth?
If you got somebody telling you what to say there, Brenda, it sounds like you've got somebody in the background shouting over your shoulder, telling you what to say.
I'm on my phone using push to talk.
Sounds like if you got your speaker on loud. Do you turn it up when the hand comes on? Do I like him?
When you talk, I lift my finger. Maybe there's some overlap there. Maybe that's what you're hearing.
It sounds like there's somebody, or is that somebody else got an open mic? It sounds like you've got somebody in the background telling you what to say.
I'm not.
Yeah, we know. Team effort. I mean, got to join.
There's no. There's no team. What are you talking about?
All right, I listened to it. Yeah, this was pretty good. I think I would appreciate a bridge though, to the song, because
Nah, that's
I don't
you
know,
don't
I'm just like a
understand,
real
bro.
There was a bridge.
type of person. I know where the
You weren't
I
paying
have the volume low. Fuck.
You weren't paying attention. There was a bridge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it wasn't like a bridge that really stood out. Like I'm like that.
It wasn't
enough.
Well, if the bridge was too big and it stood out, Globers jump off of it. So we got to be very delicate.
Okay. Anyway, it was good though. But yeah, like I said, because I mean, whenever I'm like making music,
next time, right? Don't put the but there at the end. Like just
the but.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because I mean, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's just like
it's
when
okay.
when I'm making music. Granted, it's not like this. It's like for video games, so it's it's more whatever. But whenever I'm making music, I like to make like a really cool like bridge that's just like it kind of like takes it to a different like place, but not it's not too crazy though to where it's a different
drums?
song. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I did with the I did that with the tag. You can't do that with every song with the bridge. I did it with the tag.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just type of music that I really like. But it's good though. I do like it though. It's just.
Do you play?
I mean, not like professional. Like I said, I do like video game music, so it's like it's all like digital instruments and shit. So I'm not. No,
so
I'm not.
You don't play
I'm not
guitar or anything like that.
Chip tunes? You do chip tunes?
I want to though, and I probably will in the future. But no.
I did all of the instruments except for the drums.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really freaking good then. Damn.
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, if wow, okay.
Does that make it better?
Well, the fact that he did, I mean,
He
that's
actually
pretty
did
fucking
it.
impressive.
It's real music.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking impressive. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. People that live on computers and inside computers really appreciate reality until you actually tell them it's reality.
Okay, hold on. What are you trying to say now? I want to. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to get at?
You didn't think it was that good until you actually heard that it was actual instruments.
Well, I mean, I knew it was actual instruments. I just didn't think
changed your mind then.
He did it all himself, though, right? Like he was like a one man band, dude, man.
Yeah, I don't think he does it at the same time, right? He's
Of course, obviously not, yeah. But I mean, the fact that he didn't have, I think it's pretty cool though, that he actually did it all,
It sounds like a pretty good compliment to me.
Yeah, I said thank you. I'm not dogging what he's saying at all.
I'm just counting on Bev to turn it into something negative.
I wouldn't say anything negative. Just saying how well it changed his mind. Like it went up.
Hold on. So who did the singing?
Me.
Also you. Wow. Okay. So this is. Oh wow. Okay. Look at that. Okay. Nice. Oh, awesome. Okay. Jeez. I got to give you credit. That's pretty crazy. I mean,
I get it. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Not bad. I mean, you guys are still wrong with the shape of the earth, by the way.
Hey guys,
I take it back now.
We're talking about music. I just dropped a video in chat. This is one of my best friend's sons, and he's actually touring as the drummer for Queen currently over in Europe. Y'all check him out.
Ooh, yeah, you got talented people. Crazy.
That's kind of a long video, but it's got a lot of good music on it. It shows his talents. He plays all the instrumentation.
Yeah, I want to, because so I mean, sort of on topic but sort of off topic. The open mic thing, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. I want to do something for that, but at the same time, I'm not really good, playing anything. So I think I'm just gonna skip out. I did ask.
Look, you gotta just do it. Like my first song that I put out, I wasn't crazy about it, but if you don't do it, you'll never do it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I mean,
can you mix? Like I think I know what you're getting at with what you're doing. Can you mix stuff live?
A little bit. Yeah. I haven't, but
you got it set up where you can stream it.
I believe so. Yeah. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
But I'll think about it though. Because I was the other day I was saying, hey, could I also, instead of doing like something audio related, can I do something else? But then I realized it's open mic. It's meant to be an audio thing, so I'm gonna skip out on the visual thing that I had planned because that's just sort of defeating the purpose of it. So I don't know. I'll either play something, musically, if I got anything, or I'll just skip out and listen to the talent that that we have in this server.
I want to do it, but I think it's too early for me. I won't be home until after it's over. Hopefully he'll do a different time slot next time, I'm hoping.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone watched the Ranty video?
I've not. What's it about?
I don't know. Probably something about some maths genius. Some crazy flat earth. You know what Ranty's like. It'll be another one of his comedy ones. If nobody's seen it, that's usual. He must have
Oh, I've
bought
seen
all
it.
of his views again. You've seen it?
Of course I've seen it.
Right. Is it worth me watching it?
Yes, you should watch it. Why wouldn't you watch it? It's about you.
It's about me. Ranty's making videos about me. No way.
Here, I'll drop it in the chat. You can take a look.
Is he looking for drama? You think? Misrepresenting shit. Looking for drama. Stirring up shit. Telling his lies.
It's actually mostly Ruhip. It's not really Ranty. It's mostly Ruhip that did all the work.
He loves that measuring rod, right? Do you reckon he's ever going to see one? That's why he likes it so much. Can't get enough of me, can he? Is it because we went out on Saturday and did some demonstrations of what it looks like looking through an auto level? Free ball. Or is it about, has he been telling you all that he developed this new calculated side opposite the calculated mind angle at the eye of the observer / calculator theorem that he's going to be able to prove the globe? It's genius, you must have seen it. Take a picture, draw a line on the picture, and claim globe. His globe. You love it. Has he taught you that magic trick yet, B-Ball?
Just like a couple minutes in, I wouldn't watch it.
He's probably just wants a bit of drama, right? He needs.
Well, at first he says, "We asked for predictions." Sneaky little Bev went out, got a picture, and didn't give any of the metadata.
What?
Yeah, sneaky little bit went out. Yeah.
I wouldn't watch it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Say, go subscribe to Ruhiv channel. Wow.
But what's his name? He says that Ruhif he did figure out where you were.
Yeah, because we told everyone.
Yeah.
People that were in the chat, like, obviously heard.
Yeah. Sneaky little Bev.
Yeah.
All the Bevtards.
Went to 3 different positions. I said I'd do it. Looking at Blackpool Tower from 3 different elevations and 3 different distances. And then everyone can predict from those 3 what would happen if you go another 4.5 miles further away and another 800 feet higher. We just want Ranty to go and get up that hill.
Well, it's just wild to me that you say you're going to do something. You ask for predictions, and somebody puts out a photo that, hey, what this is what you can see here. Guess what you're going to see higher up and further away. But then they turn it into something else.
It's a sneaky photo.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
So there's my prediction with a bit of help from Chad.
Smaller and lower.
Yeah, Blackpool Tower would be smaller and that horizon would be lower and obviously more curved because it's at the bottom. I mean, it might not even be in picture. Imagine that. If Blackpool Tower was that small and that low, it wasn't even there in the picture. But that would still be me being correct. It would still be smaller than that one and lower than that one. That's my prediction. Sneaky.
No, don't give a prediction. Yeah, no,
sneaky, dishonest.
Yeah, Bev, don't give a prediction. Just be sneaky. Yeah.
And I see the way I put an angle on there. 0.04-ish. I think that was Armour that told us about that.
Bev. 0.04 is about 2 minutes, I want to say. 2 minutes of
24 seconds.
Because a minute is 60th of a degree. So 1 divided by 60 is about 0.018, I want to say. This is roughly 0.02. So 0.04 would be like 2 of them.
It's just an angle. They wanted an angle, so I give them an angle. It's an auto level, so you can't measure angles, but they want an angle, so I gave them an angle.
Close enough.
Yeah. And the resolution of the human eye.
About a minute of vision.
Yeah. Over how far?
Up to 3 miles anyway for a 6-foot observer.
Do you know what that is, though? Have you got any idea what a minute is?
A minute's 1 divided by 60 of a degree.
Yeah.
1 divided by 60 is about 0.018.
That's an angle. Have you got any idea what that would be as something in the distance? so people can visualize what it actually means.
You
What does the
basically make a circle of about 3 miles in diameter, 6 miles in diameter, 3 miles in radius.
no. That angle you were saying, the minute over 3 miles, what does that equate to with an object?
With an object at 3 miles, you take that 3 mile straight line and go 360 degrees around the observer to make a full circle.
No.
And you take
not
1 divided
azimuthal
by
angle.
60 of 1 degree.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's basically what it amounts to.
No. Your vision, if you're saying 1 arc minute at 3 miles, what does that equate to as an object
Can't
at 3
tell
miles away?
what it is at 3
To
miles.
get
I can tell you what it is
360
at a
degrees
kilometer.
at a 3 mile radius, you take 3 times 2 pi, or just multiply the diameter of 6 miles times pi. Pi is roughly 3, so that's 6 times 3 or 18 miles of a circle.
Lemon,
So
you're not understanding the
18.
question.
Then let's take it one step at a time.
History of numbers.
Take the 3 mile straight line and rotate it around you to make a 360 degree circle. And that circle should be roughly 18 miles in circumference.
That's not the question, Lemon.
Yeah.
That's what you need to answer the question.
No, it isn't.
No, it's
That's
not.
not what he's saying at all.
Once that step is taken care of, you can get the rest.
Try it with me, Buster. Ask me what 1 minute is over 1.
Okay, all right, Bev. If I told you I'm looking at something that has an angular size of 1 arc minute over 3 miles, what does that equate to?
I couldn't tell you over 3 miles, but I could say that a football, average football, about 30 centimeters in size, over 1 kilometer, that's 1,000 meters, is an arc minute. So that means that if you were to carry a football away from somebody and you were to get a kilometer away, the eye shouldn't be able to resolve that football at about a kilometer. That's when it would start disappearing, as though it's not there.
Yeah, it'll be too small. I agree.
That's what the arc minute means. It's an angular measurement from the observer.
It's about 5.5 feet to 3 miles.
I got 4.4. You take the 18 miles of circumference roughly and divide by 360 to get how many miles you have per degree. And then you divide it again by 60 to get how many minutes you have per degree. And that gives you roughly 4.4 feet. Roughly.
Yeah, I got 5.5, but I like what you did.
Well, what are we talking about here now? What are we
Out to
talking
2 places or whatever with 3.14 or whatever. I stopped it at 3 for a rough estimation,
I got
just to illustrate the general process without getting too complicated.
No, I like it. I like the way you did.
So 3 miles away times 2 pi gives you the circumference of the circle, or roughly 18 miles. When you divide that by 360 degrees and divide that by another 60 degrees, you get roughly 4.4 feet.
Okay, so that's what you can't see over 3, right?
You can't discern anything smaller than that.
Over 3 miles. So would that
So
work?
a 6 foot tall man, a 6 foot tall man,
vertical
would be hard
linear
to see.
attenuation of 4 foot. You wouldn't be able to get anywhere near that 4 foot. So any drop that you would imagine to be able to get over that 3 mile thing, you wouldn't be able to measure it because you'd lose 4 foot, right? Into the vertical attenuation coefficient of extinction of light. 4.
Roughly, yes.
Around
you
4
wouldn't be able to
feet.
tell what's going on below 4.4 feet.
So that would be 4.4 feet to an apparent position of inaccuracy.
You'd have to measure something that's bigger than that. Have to keep in mind that 4.4 feet has already been lost and is unresolvable.
Okay, so but that's what you'd be measuring to, especially if you were doing any measurement to the horizon, right? you would be losing 4.5 feet every time, at least.
Yes.
So that's not very accurate at all, is it? That's terrible.
I think the most accurate theodolites are up to, I think, 2 minutes, 2 seconds?
Whoa.
Something like that.
Depends, isn't that depending on what you can look at, sight? And if you've
It
just said
depends
you're like 4 minutes off,
It
4
depends
meters,
on
so
how
no,
high
4 feet. What was it? 4 feet or 4 meters?
for 3 miles, yeah.
Do you think they actually use theodolites over 3 miles?
They do try to use them for up to 7-10 miles, I think, for some of the long distance observations.
Wow,
To
they
show
try
something
to.
dipping down.
Do they actually achieve using it, or do they just try?
Basically, just do it to show that the horizons drop below the theodolite crosshair.
No
and by
way.
implication, shows the globe.
Surveyors use it to show the drop of the horizon, do they?
Just the laymen that are using the theodolite. I think
Just
a
the
couple
laymen?
have gotten in on it too. But they basically use it to show the drop
The
of
layman, I've never heard of that.
theodolite.
For a layman, how many layman surveyors have you talked to?
Just the ones on YouTube. Haven't talked to them personally.
They're not real surveyors, are they?
That's the way that people show their pictures. They show the theodolite crosshair and the horizon
They're
dropping
not
below
real
the
surveyors
theodolite
because
crosshair.
looking over the horizon, inspiration, not even for the layman surveyor. It's something you don't do.
Yeah, it's like using a gun scope and lining it up right at your target, and then you just keep missing because you don't know what you're doing, right? You're not using the tool like it's supposed to be used, so you're not going to get proper results.
It's like not attaching a gun to a gun and then go pow pow.
Yeah, if you
wondering
keep
why
missing, you
things
need
aren't
to
falling.
resight your scope.
Well, the horizon will rise toward the eye level of the observer. The assumption is that the theodolite crosshair is lining up perfectly with the eye level of the observer. That's good enough, but you have ground that's below your feet that won't rise
what did you
perfectly
just
toward
say?
the level of the eyes.
Did you just say them? Did you just say that it lines up perfectly with the eye level of the observer?
No, that's the assumption, though.
Assumption
And
by
that's what they
whom?
try to use to argue by implication for
Who?
the
Who
Earth
tries to argue?
curving down and away from the theodolite crosshair, aka the eye level of the observer.
Who tries to argue that?
Your questions are unending, and it doesn't seem like you're getting any understanding.
No, you're just
Let me
stated that
make it
they
clear
try and
before
argue
we go further,
something. I want to know who is
before we
this
go any
they?
further, Bev, I'm not answering any more of your questions because your questions are not helping you understand, and we're not really communicating. So if you want to go rhetorical and ask it to the audience, I don't care, but I'm not answering your questions anymore.
Well,
I feel like you're making the ballers' arguments for them, right? Like that's what I think the point is like don't make an argument for a group of people just so that you can have this argument going. Like who just
you can steel man
what they
another
think.
person's position
There is
without
no
necessarily
they.
agreeing with
I've
them.
never heard anybody that says that the horizon rises to eye level. The only person I've heard says that is George Nutsack, and he says it
I
goes
say that the
above
horizon rises toward the level of the eyes, but they argue that the horizon either rises perfectly at the level of the eyes over an infinite extended flat plane, or it dips away from the eye level of the observer. That appears to be the steelman argument that they're making by implication.
Who's they?
Who indeed?
Just somebody in your imagination, right?
Is this what you're going to do? Just endlessly ask questions that go nowhere and
You
don't
keep
help anybody achieve
saying
any
that
understanding?
they do something,
Not
but you
interested
can't
in that.
name they, and it's ridiculous.
That's irrelevant. That is a
Well, why are
general
you saying
synopsis of
they
their
do it?
position. Because
But
it's a
hey,
general
how could
synopsis of their position that helps you accurately understand the other side and what you have to argue for or against to get any additional clarity on the subject.
I don't need to argue for or anything against anything. I can just show you what happens in reality. I don't need to argue it.
You have to work on a person's understanding if they're interpreting this the situation incorrectly when it comes to the flat Earth argument or whatever. You have to jump inside their head just temporarily to try to sort things out before you jump back out and make your arguments.
Yeah, Levin's pretty damn slick. I have to give him that.
Yeah, that you do not jump inside somebody's head, jump and out again. That's
try to
not.
steel
Nobody
man
can
their arguments.
actually do that.
You try to steel man their arguments. That's what I'm trying to say. And they'll
Whose
still
arguments?
They
Don't even
I'm
know
following.
who they are.
I'm following you, Lemon.
Yeah, me too.
I don't mind doing the question game with you or anybody as long as it leads somewhere. If we're just going to keep on asking interminable questions that go nowhere, I'm not signing up for that.
Well, I'll point out at the minute, Lemon, you've got Kosho and Howard sticking up for you.
But they're
Yeah,
global.
Is
I'm
that not a warning sign
So I guess
at all?
people can come to an agreement of the minds in principle about certain things, and even if they don't agree on everything.
Sounds
you're
like you're
creating
making
their-
their argument for them.
Exactly.
Well, they're going to sit back and go, "Well done, Lemon. Keep going. Brilliant." You're
As
doing
long as
really
I
well."
steel man their argument properly, they may or may not agree, but they'll be like, that's basically my argument. I may not agree, but that's basically my argument.
Why?
Because we're having an intellectual discussion.
But
we're
their
supposed to
arguments are
clearly
not
state
intellectual.
sides' arguments in a way that leads to clarity and a clear decision, aren't we?
The ball model is not intellectual, right? That's why we don't bring it into conversation. If I wanted to talk about upside down people and like the ground spinning, I wouldn't be here having a logical discussion. I'd be in Never Never Land.
If you're going to sort out the flaws in logic, you're going to need to clearly state what the issue is. Steel manning both sides' positions helps with that.
No, you just have logic, and then everything else is not logic, right? It's like
Can't
hot
point
dog,
out the
not a hot
flaws in
dog.
logic. You can't point out the flaws in logic unless the positions, right or wrong, are clearly stated.
Which is stating the good logic and not entertaining bad logic, which is what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring in their logic and entertain it, which is bad logic. I'm not going to entertain bad logic. That's why I don't debate ball earth, because it's bad logic. I'm not trying to steel man bad logic. That's retarded.
Well, the flaw in logic has been exposed that we're assuming the theodolite crosshair is pointing perfectly at the eye level of the observer. Number one, that may not be the case. And number two, he pointed out the second flaw in their logic, that they forgot about the diffraction limit and the lost visual information over long distance observations. We have clarity and we can go forward in a better direction.
I just wanted to say, Lemon, I like you and appreciate you and think your logic is sound.
Thank you, God Scalpel. You're very
You're welcome.
logical as well.
Thank you.
Hashtag we can do this.
Yeah, I don't think we need to entertain their nonsense. That's like participating in the delusion.
But if we want them to participate in stuff that they think is nonsense on our side, namely the flat earth, it helps to model the behavior that we would like to see from the other side. If we entertain them, perhaps they'll entertain us, perhaps not. They might go hypocritical or whatever, but we can at least model the behavior that we would like to see, entertaining each other's side and hopefully coming to the right decision, between them.
There's not an us and a them. There's the truth. This is the problem. You're breaking everything up into us and you want to take their side and compare it against your side. No, it's just the truth. That's all there is.
The truth will remain the truth, even with, comparing positions. Truth fears no scrutiny. The problem is the interpretation of the truth. Sometimes people aren't thinking clearly enough to interpret the truth properly. And that's where working out the logic helps.
They are the devil worshippers too, though, right, Lemon?
I don't worship no devil.
Well, not that you know of.
Double negative. He worships the devil.
Yeah. See?
I do not worship no devil.
See? There you go.
Again, nicely.
Hold on, I don't not worship no devil.
Yep.
That's triple negative.
Does that bring you back to a positive?
I think. I would
I think.
If I know that the horizon never rises to eye level, then do I have to entertain somebody who says that they say the horizon does rise to eye level? Is that worth entertaining logically?
Someone's hot micing. James Mays. Oh, maybe I should have called him out. Anyway.
So is it worth entertaining something you know not to be even an argument spoken by somebody that says that they're speaking it for other people? I don't consider that a worthwhile time pursuit, personally. Particularly like when I don't imagine many people have actually set a level up to look at what the horizontal looks like through a crosser when they do look at the horizon. I mean, I don't imagine that many people have done that at all. Right, I'm going to go. See you tomorrow. I want some submissions for shit that we don't understand, and I'll start trying to get that thumbnail sorted. Just message us with them. Shit you don't understand. Shit that I don't understand. B-boy, you can get a few of them together. Right. Catch you later.
What up, guys? How we doing? All right, good talk. What's the deal? How was Bev's presentation? Or I missed it.
No, I missed it too. What was he doing? You have any idea what he's talking about?
Well, I caught it for a minute. They were talking about the surface of a sphere.
Oh, let me look at your profile here.
Why? You were
Oh,
in it.
you're
Weren't you talking to him? Or was that somebody else?
I was
I didn't see
chilling. I'm not paying attention to anything right now. Oh, I'm a globe guy. So
No
Bev
doubt.
to me is usually like a minstrel show to me. It's kind of just entertainment. I think he's an interesting guy. He's just has things to say, but I just generally don't agree with him. I think he doesn't grasp kind of the globe stuff. The whole water is level thing, it's like I think water is level, but I think water is level to the surface of the globe. So I think level to the surface. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
he
definitely.
wouldn't agree with that.
We all agree on both sides that it's level. That's why I don't even use that word anymore. Using the word level in this arena is just gonna end up as an argument. What's up, Bry?
Gonna trigger the normies.
I mean, normal people know that level's horizontal. It's only you weirdos that think it's curved. No offense. I mean, seriously, you are the only people that think level's curved, because there's this very small amount of globers that we deal with.
Level's curved.
What's up?
Yeah, to me, it's just kind of like a low stakes kind of argument. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I agree with the principles of surveying and stuff like that. And that's that. But to me, the world is curved, and
yeah, no, I
the
hear
whole
you.
water stuff, it's kind of small stakes in the big picture. I'm not sure we're gonna throw away the whole globe thing because water, you know, we're not gonna get rid of the space program, and we're not
You're
gonna.
not going to let physics and reality come in the way of this globe model. I understand.
No, I get it. It's like, I mean,
bro, if we have picture a horizontal, you have a horizontal pipe, right? It's open.
Yep.
It's like a half pipe. It's open, and you just pour water in it, and you just keep pouring water in it. Eventually, it's going to flow out of both sides, right? If it's horizontal.
Right.
Right. Now, what's going to happen if you tilt it the teeny tiniest degree
I've
towards
heard
one
this
side
before.
now? Yeah.
Water moves.
It's gonna go off horizontal, because why? Because if water's not horizontal,
well, water's
it's
finding
gonna
its
go
lowest.
down to find it.
Yeah, it's gonna pour. It's gonna pour in a direction. Yeah, I hear that. What do you make of water kind of sometimes being looking curved, you know, like droplets and stuff like that? Bubbles and droplets and
Yeah, you got
waves, water.
spherical air bubbles, and spherical shaped droplets.
Yeah, what do you make of that? Is that just a curiosity, or?
No, I think we all know what that is. It's surface tension.
Right.
It don't have anything to do with gravity forming spheres or anything.
So there can't be tension at a bigger scale. Can't have that.
That's just non sequitur, red herring nonsense. That's not the claim to be what's holding the Earth. You think surface tension is what holds the water on Earth? On a spherical Earth?
I think the water
Crazy,
just
bro.
kind of exists on the sphere. It's just kind of there.
Yeah, but
you're there.
surface tension. Yes, but surface tension has nothing to do with that in the globe model, though. That's just like some weird red herring you guys have been talking about for years. I don't know why.
It's just I'm not sure. I'm not sure water is. I'm sure. I think water is level. If you're just talking about water being level, just in a laboratory, sure.
You think it's curving? I know. Yeah, no, I know. You think it's curving? Yeah, it's understandable. I did. A few years ago, I thought water was curving. Not, never in that manner of thinking, but with the spherical Earth and all that, and the curved water, yeah, I inadvertently thought it was curving.
Right. Until you saw Bev, and did he convince you? Or was it
No,
something
until
else?
I just realized what water does. I didn't even hear Bev until about a year. Up until like a year and a half ago, maybe, I didn't even hear about Bev. Maybe 2 years.
Right. You never really like thought about it, kind of, right?
Well, I thought about it before that. I mean, I was a flat earther for about a year, maybe 2 years before I met Bev.
Oh shit! Really? Okay. Was your thing like all the Eric Dubay stuff? Like
That was the first video I watched. Yeah. No, that was the first video I watched. I was
whatever he's got. What does he have now? Like 5,000 proofs? Be up to that?
probably 5,000-10,000. Yeah. I mean, I was in a conspiracy bit.
100,000. 100,000
I mean, a lot of them are redundant. A lot of his proofs are redundant.
Right. Like, how come butterflies can fly? How come dragonflies can fly? How come mosquitoes can fly?
He's got like 30 lighthouses. Each one's a different proof. Or some shit. So, I mean.
Different lighthouse. Yeah, lighthouses and the Toronto Tower.
Yeah, just all kinds,
all
kinds of shit we see too far, basically. For the globe model.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think on the globe you can see like 7 miles across the ocean.
I mean, you know when this all started,
land,
right?
I think you can see like land. You can see like maybe closer to 20 miles, stuff like that.
I mean, let me ask you: do you think NASA's always told us the truth?
No, I mean they do their thing. You know, they kind of they do their thing.
Is that a nice way of saying no? I don't think they're always telling me the truth.
I mean, the thing is that they sometimes have bad PR. So I don't know. They might be doing it. They might be doing some real stuff, but sometimes they're just bad at like saying what they're doing.
I mean, just going off some of the video I've seen alone, it's a no-brainer. They're not telling us, not giving us an accurate representation of what's happening.
We're talking about like photography or like videos, spacewalks.
Video. Sure, the video. Yeah, video. I don't really do pictures. Picture. You know, if a picture says 1,000 words, what's a video do for you? Like 1,000,000,000,000 words?
So you think they fake like entire like mission?
What
you
mission?
think they fake like an entire like space station? The whole space station's fake? Or do you think that's like a high altitude plane or something?
They might have something up there. For all I know, there could even be fucking people in it. Who knows? It's unlikely, but I mean, there is definitely something up there. There's definitely an ISS-shaped object up there because you get a transit of it. I mean, I guess maybe it could be a hologram. Who knows what technology they got? See, now you're just guessing on what technology do these people have now. You can believe what they tell you. The technology.
You got solar power, and if you got nuclear power, you can stay up there forever.
I mean, who knows? It depends on what the medium is. It could be a medium where you don't even need nothing fuck crazy.
What do you mean by medium?
Quantum locked? You get quantum locked up there and probably maybe do whatever the fuck you want. Who knows? The medium that it's in.
You mean like I don't know what you mean. Medium, like
most of your arguments are based on the presupposition of what the medium is in the sky.
Oh, okay, like air.
Like a lot of your arguments, what the medium's doing, what the medium is. Like almost all your arguments are based on this.
Basic periodic table of elements. You got certain gases, certain altitudes.
I mean, I think it's safe. I think we can know up.
Nitrogen, helium.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be safe to say we know what's like 100, 120,000 feet, 130,000 feet, however high we can independently send balloons up to. But once you get past that, now you're relying on NASA, the people that you say have bad PR and they do their thing, which I think is a nice, I don't know, whatever you want to take by that, but
I think it gets easier the farther you get out.
It gets
Kind of
easier.
more. Yeah, it gets easier.
What's that? What's that
That's
even mean? It
bullshit.
gets easier.
Well, you leave Earth's gravity field. You don't need propulsion systems much.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
You don't need as much navigation. It's all just space.
Gotta be way harder to navigate up there. Maybe not.
And if you want to go back home, you just aim for the big blue thing. That's all you gotta do.
It might be a little more complicated than that, but clearly you didn't see the Space Camp NASA movie from the 1980s.
No, they should send me up there in a rocket. Just be like, how do we get back home? Aim for the big blue thing. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, do that. Aim for the big blue thing. What do we breathe? What do we breathe out here? There's no atmosphere. Oh, the frickin' go to the oxygen tank. There you go. Right there. Put your face right up next to that tank. Don't fly towards the sun. You'll burn up. You'll burn up, Scotty. Fly through like a frickin' fly through an asteroid field, like in the frickin' Star Wars movie. Fly around those.
I used to love Star
big
Wars.
rocks.
Star Wars, Star Trek, Aliens, all the space movies.
Oh, really? I watched Star Wars. There's a couple Star Trek movies I watched. I was never big into Star Trek because I don't know what
It was pretty big when I was a kid. Not the old one, but like Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and they had a couple movies. The recent movies are pretty good though.
Yeah, I've heard, and I think those deep space shows. I think I didn't get those channels on my TV, so I never got into it. But I saw Star Wars. Star Trek is kind of interesting, but you think space is fake, right? Like it's not possible to have Star Trek. It's
I mean,
impossible.
obviously there's something. I mean, there's something up there. Yo, it could all be the way you guys say it. It could all be exactly the way you guys say it is. You can't prove that
Just
it is.
open space, galaxies.
Like you can't prove that it is. There's honestly it's the people that are supposed to be in this area have lied to us so much. I feel like I can't prove that either. There's no shadow of a doubt why that. I mean, some of the shit's pretty fucking obvious, but you know, you can deny anything. I've had the Globers over at Gems tell me that I couldn't prove water exists, even if I had a cup of it or a bath of it right to their face. So yeah, you guys can deny anything. Very good at it.
What do you think Glover's denies the most?
I don't know, so many things, dude. It's just delusional shit. A lot of delusional shit.
Really?
Yeah, like what if I told you?
Everything is delusional. Okay, go ahead.
What if I told you? What do you think about if I gave you an average? An average of degrees. Would you consider that to be a measurement?
An average of degrees.
Of angles.
Average of angles.
If I had 90.89, 90.92, 90.95, a whole bunch of angles.
Yeah, I would consider that like a data set.
Yeah, you wouldn't ever think that's a measurement, right? It'd be
No, it's not really a measurement
no,
per se.
no. So if I asked you for a measurement and you came to me with that, you think I would be? It would be fair that I would be displeased and angry.
Sure. Yeah, you might take out your measuring tape and throw it at me.
Well, I don't know if I'd do that, but I would definitely be. I would definitely ask you, like, hey, no, you said you had a measurement, right? And then you come at me with an average. That'd be ridiculous.
I said over easy.
You know, all the NASA shit they deny, that they see, things they see. I've had Globers see things. We've made a light disappear by using refraction, right? A light, and the Globers just deny that happened. Just tons of stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, which light was this? What's that?
I think Sky Free did it, but I know Pebbles in the Pond definitely did it.
A light disappeared.
Yeah, bro, we can make lights set. We can make lights set, bro, on a flat surface.
Really? So the light's up in the sky, and you move it, and it disappears.
The light is above a flat surface, and we can make it disappear. Yeah.
So you're moving
seen
the
them.
light in a circular path, right?
We're not moving the light; it's just there.
It's just sitting there.
It's just sitting there. Yeah. I mean, we got it close to the ground. That's where you would see the sun over a horizontal plane. So if Earth's flat and the sun's going along, eventually the sun would get so far away from you that it would get really close to the ground, anyways.
Well, I was saying that you got to move the light in a circular path, right? That's how the sun moves. You got to move
I
it
don't know.
circular over the surface.
No,
You can just move it in a straight line.
I mean,
Right.
for what? We weren't moving the light.
You're trying to mimic the path of the sun over the Earth, right?
No, we were just seeing if we can get a light to disappear without blocking it.
Mm-hmm.
So
what does that prove?
Well, I mean, for years, the Globers were saying, you know, how do you explain a sunset on a flat Earth? We showed them with Rob Skiba years ago with the magnifying lens. We got a sun descent over a flat surface, not an actual light, but a picture of a sun. So that wasn't good enough. They said, oh, you can't do it with light. We've done it with light. Like, now what?
Yeah, well, I know I said it earlier, but you gotta have the object move in a circular path. You gotta
you
gotta do it to scale, like a to-scale experiment.
Are you trolling me right now?
I'm serious, right? Because the sun moves over, like, let's say the flat Earth is true, right? The sun moves in a circle, right, over your head.
It might not. It might not,
Well,
bro.
I mean, it doesn't move in a straight line.
Looks like it does. It definitely looks like it's curving.
How does the sun come back to you in the morning?
All right. Have you ever heard of the game Pac-Man?
No, we're not doing this Pac-Man sun thing. We're not doing it. I've heard that before.
Well, I'm just letting you know, man. This is where you guys fall off. You think you know how the sky works. So you're under an assumption. You're under massive amounts of assumptions right off the jump from this knowing how the sky works thing that you got going on.
You think it's magic?
No, you guys think it's fucking magic. Don't get me fired up, bro. It's late here. I can't get rowdy. But you guys think it's magic.
Well, you can't get loud because you'd wake people up or something.
Yeah, it's late here, but seriously though, we say we don't know what the sky, how the sky works. At least I do. Some people claim to know some distances and shit, but I think they're bugging personally. But
Well, saying it could disappear at like one end of the Pac-Man screen.
Brenda,
Yeah.
why do you sound? Are you okay?
I was this guy who pushed the talk button.
Brenda is Brandon's wife.
I think Brandon is a globe earther now.
Your mic sounds crazy, Brenda.
I think Brandon is a globe earther.
No, I heard you, but
Maybe.
why would you even think that?
Because he abandoned his channel.
He didn't abandon it. He's got a lot of personal issues going on right now. He'll be back. He put it out there.
He's transitioning.
So that's what I would say too if I was leaving Flat Earth.
Whatever, if Brandon does come back as a Glober, you think that's going to change anything? And listen, I know Brandon. There's no fucking way. He would have messaged it to me and been like, "Oh, yo, by the way, I'm a Glober, and here's what changed my mind." Because that's what we're looking for.
You're not looking for anything.
I've been looking for. I'm on a manhunt. I got a bolo on this shit.
To go back, saying
Be on the lookout.
saying that the sun disappears in one place and then magically reappears in the other. That's literally magic. There's no magic in the heliocentric system.
There's magic, Brenda. There's tons of magic. Listen, what's wrong with your mic? Why do you sound different?
I'm on my phone using push to talk.
Why don't you turn push to talk off?
It's
Who
easier
does
if you
push to
don't.
talk? Who does
It's
that?
easier if you don't use push to talk and you just use the mic.
You mean the mic on the phone?
No, you manually open and close the mic.
That would mean having to get up and go to the other room.
How are you doing push to talk without having the thing?
Well, if it's really bothering, so I apologize for that.
No, it's not bothering me. It's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to get you sorted out here.
Is your other phone
what were you
better?
saying? What were you saying, Brenda?
Your other phone's like a brand new iPhone. It works better.
What other phone?
Oh, desktop in the other room.
This guy's got to be. I think this guy's trolling us, Brenda. Ball.
That's just being funny. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about your Pac-Man son thing. I know flat earthers
or
were
it could
into
go in
that.
a circle.
Like,
or it could go into a circle, bro. The point is, I could give you 10 different things. It doesn't matter. Neither one of us can prove it. I couldn't prove. I could say unicorns pull the sun. I can't prove it. You can't prove none of this shit you guys claim either. If you could, we wouldn't be here right now.
okay, well, I mean, I like the pictures of the Earth that NASA's made. We've got pictures
I
of
can get
Earth
you a
and
picture
other
of anything.
planets.
I feel you. I can get you a picture of anything. What do you want a picture of? Some name of something magical.
How about the flat Earth? You have that?
Every picture ever taken of Earth is flat Earth. Is a picture of the flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about from miles and miles away. The edge of the Earth, the ice wall, the flat Earth, all that shit.
How high up can you get? From the height we can get, we can't. You can only get a certain amount of space.
You gotta try harder.
What about map? A map would be a good thing.
Map of the flat Earth. I mean, if you get a picture of the ice wall, get a picture of the Earth, the flat Earth, get something.
The thing is, Roby, we don't. When you think this is what we got to do, we don't got to do shit because every single day, every single one of us experience flat, stationary Earth. So we don't got to do anything. You're the ones who got to do shit, improve shit, because your shit doesn't comport with what we experience every day.
I feel the Earth
Aren't you
spinning.
just a building to intuitions?
Say what?
Isn't he just a building to intuitions?
Sure. Yeah, I think the Earth. I think I feel like the Earth's spinning.
No, you don't. That's bullshit. None of us do. None of us feel the Earth spinning. We look up and we see the sky move. We feel very stationary, unless you've had too many beers. And that is your reality. Now, if you want to fucking convince yourself of something other than that as your day-to-day reality, well, that's on you, bro. But that is what you experience every
Your
morning when you
audio
wake up.
is unintelligible to me.
It's all right. It's kind of, I don't know. I've heard worse. I've heard worse out here. I've heard all kinds of stuff. I mean, I wake up, I see the sun rise. 24 hours later, the sun rise again. Kind of, it's like the Earth's a ball. The sun came up, Earth rotated, sun came back around. Makes sense.
If there's any reason you think it's a ball, it's because somebody told you it's a ball. That's the only reason. If you lived out some rainforest in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't wake up thinking, "Oh, Earth's a ball." You wouldn't know what the sky was. You just know the sun appeared every morning. You wouldn't know where it came from, and you would experience flat stationary Earth.
I was talking in the Discord earlier, somebody else, and we were talking about how I was reading the accounts of Christopher Columbus from years ago, and he was describing the sun. He was describing the oceans as actually being, as the Earth as being on a ball-shaped thing. Like Christopher Columbus was experiencing that when he was navigating. So it's not true. Some people can navigate, move around the world great distances, and report spherical type shape. So, I mean, maybe your experience, you think it's flat, but some people have different, mostly people who have traveled long distances and seen what's going on.
Like I said before, nobody in this chat here right now has ever experienced a drop, dip, pump, or anything. You just stay flat, you don't move. The sky seems to move, which I don't know what's moving, I don't know what the sky is doing. Happy to live in that place where I don't know everything to think about.
Your mic is just god awful, sir. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, no, man, I know. I'm out on the highway, my phone's got a shitty one. I do apologize.
Yeah, when I'm in my car and I got the Bluetooth headset, it's kind of strange. It's like the Bluetooth, your fighting the car and the movement, other cars and their connections, electronics everywhere. Too much
Yeah,
interference.
I'm out on the highway. There's a lot of road noise. I'm in a truck, and yeah, so I'll just listen. Sorry, guys.
When you got a bad microphone, it kind of gives it a more down to earth sound, but it gets old. We like the grittiness, we like the authenticity, but it has its time, has its place. Sometimes DMOC's mic is like fucking crazy. It's picking up like just kids screaming and women yelling in the background. It picks up men being tortured, dogs being run over by cars, all kinds of sounds. It's like a foxhole.
Oh, where were we? I had to do something for a second.
Where were we?
I'm about to get a job being a mod in a room in Telegram.
Moderator.
Yeah,
How much does that pay?
not much. I don't know what it entails though. I messaged the guy. He's in my group.
Seems
Sent him a
legit.
message. Yeah, it's a crypto room, so there's already money involved.
So you'll get some fractions of a.
My boy told me it's $100 a
coin.
week. Well, my boy told me it's $100. I haven't sent me BNB or USDT or whatever, but my boy said it's $100 a week. But I got to see what that entails. Like, if that's more than like 20 hours, I don't know. I'll check it a few times a day and shit, or maybe spend
20
a few
hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Spend a few
20
hours a
hours.
day in there, but yeah.
Spend 20 hours a week on Telegram.
Yeah, I already modded a different chat for free, so like my boy owns an NFT.
What's your main crypto holding you got?
Right now, I got a lot of this, got a lot of this Jaws and Fins token. I'm pretty spread out though.
Which coin?
Jaws.
Jaws. JAWS.
Yeah, and I got this Fins. It's on the same platform. It's on AutoShark. It's on the Binance Smart Chain. Right? It's on AutoShark. I just rearranged some shit in there. I'm getting $19 a day off of $2,800. Off of $2,800, and that's not. I got more shit on their website than that.
So what do you mean? You just day trade that every day?
No, I don't trade.
So it's just okay. So it's appreciating that much?
No, it's passive. It's yield. It's like staking. You know what staking is?
Okay. No, not really. I've heard the word. I just haven't looked into it.
Yeah, it's passive income. It just ticks in.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good, right?
Yeah, I get like $75 a day passively altogether. Probably more now that I just did that. I just made a little power move tonight. I've been slacking the past couple days.
So what do? You just sign up for Binance and then just do staking?
I would get MetaMask, or you could get SafePal. SafePal already has the Binance chain on it.
SafePal. Okay.
Yeah, those are two wallets that you can do the Binance Smart Chain on. There's other ones too. But yeah, you want to go to if you get MetaMask, you gotta add the Binance chain. But SafePal already has it on there. But once you get SafePal or whatever, get all set up on MetaMask, you gotta go to changenow.io, and then you can send some other type of crypto to them, and they'll send you Binance Smart Chain tokens, and then you're in it.
I might look into that.
And then spend a month just educating yourself on crypto. Otherwise, you'll lose all your fucking money.
Oh yeah, you're gonna lose it all.
Wait, how are you going to lose all your money? How does that happen?
It's super risky, bro. Super risky.
It's the Wild West, brother.
Yeah, it's the Wild West. Seriously.
But it's awesome.
You feel pretty confident that the stuff you got is all right.
Oh yeah, I've been in it for a minute, so I'm pretty good. It's still it's still a little uneasy for me because it's still risky.
Right. Seems all right. I mean,
My whole income's riding on this $75 a day. That's like 2 G's a month. That's like 2 G's a month, bro. That's not a great income, but that's all I was making at my job. I was bringing home 2 G's a month at my old job. So what? I'm trying to get this extra $100 a week off of this dude for this modding gig. I'll put a bunch of hours in it. Like, I'm not scared. I'll put 20 hours into it for $100. Right. I'll put even more than that. I'd probably put like 30 or 40 into it because I'm just here anyways. Like, I'm already looking at my computer screen. It doesn't matter if I'm looking at this chat and the other one or I could do another chat. I can mod like 4 of these shits and this fucking room right here.
You're trying to be a professional crypto guy.
Well, I already am. Did I just tell you my whole income comes off that shit?
I know, right? But I mean, like, even more money, even more professional.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, when is enough money gonna be enough? You know?
Right.
What if I was making $1,000 a day? I'd probably try to go for, $1,500.
Probably end up dead in a ditch with some hookers.
I'm a family man.
Okay.
Al Bundy shit.
Okay. I don't know who Al Bundy is, but okay.
Seriously?
Is that from that TV show, Al Bundy?
Yes. Yes, a
All
TV
in the
show.
Family?
Just stop. Just stop, bro. You Married with Children. You never heard of that show before? How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm
You must be one of
65.
them young. No, you're obviously super young.
Yeah, I'm 65.
You're like 20. You're like 20, son, bro. You were born.
An old soul.
Say it again, Effie. Say it again.
I said we're talking to kids here if they don't know who Al Bundy is.
I know. He's 20, son. This guy's a huge troll right here. I can already tell. He's been fucking with me all night.
Come on, man. You're the one that says it's fat. You're the troll.
Yeah, the irony, right?
Right. Sure. Okay.
How'd you get in it?
Crypto man.
When'd you come around, bro? I haven't heard you before this.
I've been in the server. I forget how long has the server been here.
Oh, not this server. How long you been in the Flat Earth arena?
I think the first time I joined a Discord server was 2019.
No
Flat
doubt.
Earth Discord.
Did you ever go to Gen?
24/7.
Oh, you were in 24/7? No doubt.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that.
I can't imagine why.
Bunch of bitches. No, I was telling them that Flat Earth was an op. It's mostly a thing to waste people's time. They
Think
got
it's a
mad about
psyop to see how stupid people are.
Well, the original Flat Earth Society was run by a guy that worked for the CIA, so.
Well, that's controlled opposition because if there's some kind of opposition that's going against you, what do you think the best thing to do is? Come at them straight on, or to control it?
Right.
Yeah, you'd want to control the opposition, right? So what do?
I
You
mean,
make a flat Earth group. You get a whole bunch of internet army people, squadrons on it to fucking bump it up. Get it the number one listing on Google. You know what I mean? Like there's things you can do. You have influence, so you can make shit happen. You can make it be the number one search result on Google or whatever. You know, you can get the website bumping up with tons of posts if you're just paying people to do it.
and then Kiwi.
Who?
Kiwi, Kiwi and Nathan Oakley.
No, I never heard of them dudes.
Quantum Eraser.
I never heard of them. The experiment, the double slit.
Oh, Quantum Eraser is is a YouTuber.
Oh, I
He's
don't
a
know.
surf.
Is he?
Yeah. And so I was in his Discord since like January. He's got a Discord channel. He's always got like a few people in the voice chat.
Wait,
They
is
have
he the
more
guy that
people
does those numpty? Is he
right
the guy
now.
that does the numpty clips?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, numpty brotards, blah, blah.
I heard. Do you listen to those?
Yeah, I've listened to a few of them. He was big into not into what I call the black dick, which is the black swan. He talked a lot about the black swan.
You've seen a lot of those. You've seen a lot of those videos though. A lot of the numpty clips.
Yeah, a few of them.
Oh, just a few of them.
Yeah, he does a lot of streams. He won't shut up for like 3 hours. So I listen to him. I'm not paying attention.
Is he your favorite flat earther?
Maybe. He's alright. I like Jeranism. I actually listen to Jeranism a lot.
Oh, Jeranism's great. Yeah, Jeranism.
And he's got Alex Stein, right? And or David Weiss, Alex Stein. Jeranism. Jeranism used to talk to Russian vids. He's brought on other guys.
I never heard of any of these.
Russian vids. He's He's one of the original
Vids used
Flat
to
Earth
be-
people.
Yeah, he did some good stuff. I heard.
Russian vids has
He did
been doing
some good
Flat Earth
stuff.
videos for maybe 7 years now. He's like a big Christ cuck. He does the whole like Christ and Satan, numerology. That's his big thing. It's all conspiracy man. That's what he does, like numerology, gematria.
Yeah,
He
there's
does
something
the
weird going on. I don't get into that whole gematria thing, but there's something weird going on with the number 273.
Oh really? Okay. I haven't heard that.
Oh, it's big time, bro. Big time. And it has a lot to do with the stuff that we talk about here. Like,
It's a pyramid number.
I don't have the whole list of shit it does. There's like 20 things on the list. A couple of them are redundant, but like the sidereal, the moon, a lunar sidereal orbit is 27.3 days.
273 is a 0 Kelvin number. Yeah.
A Kelvin. It's when you compress gases. It's 273rd something. If you square a circle, like if you draw a square, I can never remember which one it is. It's either if you draw a square and then put a circle inside of it, or draw a circle and put a square inside of it. The empty space that's left is 27.3%. There's tons of them, bro. I can't even remember them all.
It's pretty esoteric. Very esoteric. So you think
there's
that
a couple
number like
of them.
predicts things and stuff?
No, I'm just saying it's pretty
How about
crazy.
this? Tomorrow is October 27th. What do you think of that? How
What's that?
crazy is that? You're talking about the 273, and tomorrow's the 27th.
Yeah.
Or at least where I live. I mean, I'm in like the Eastern time zone, so 27th. Watch out tomorrow at 3:00. Watch out.
I can't find this page with the whole list of stuff on this. You should have seen this list, man. It was fucking awesome.
take the prime factors of 273. I think it's 3, 7, and 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. I think I found it. I found it. Ready? Ready? There's 27.32. There's 27.32 days in a sidereal period of the moon. Okay. No, hold on. Let me start from the top. Hold on. This is in a weird order. Hold on. All right. The ratio of the Earth diameter to the moon diameter is 0.273. All right. There's 27.3 Earth days in a sidereal period of the moon. 27.32 is the freezing point of water on the Kelvin scale. The average human gestation is 273 days. 2,730,000 is the circumference of the sun in miles. Negative 273.2 degrees Celsius is the temperature of absolute zero. Gases expand by 1/273rd of their volume with every degree on the Celsius centigrade scale. What else? Hold on. Oh, the circle. If you were to draw a circle inside a square with the circle's diameter the same as the square's length, the area left over that the circle does not cover is 27.32% of the total area of the square.
What's the one about the moon diameter and the Earth diameter again?
The ratio of Earth diameter to moon diameter is 0.273 degrees.
The ratio is the answer is a degree. What?
It just says 0.273. 0.273. Did I say degrees?
Yeah, you did. But anyway, it's not correct, man. It's not the right answer. That's not right.
The moon's a quarter the size of Earth.
Wow.
The moon's not a quarter the size of Earth?
Actually, that's not bad.
Yeah. Bro,
No, I know.
don't
I
fuck
did it
around
before.
with
I did it. No, I did it before, man. I just did it, and then it gave me a different number.
it. You don't know what you're doing. You don't even know how math works.
Yeah, you're right.
27.32 Earth days in a sidereal period of the moon. 27.32 freezing point of water on the Kelvin scale. Like, yo, this is too much stuff to. That can't be a coincidence with 273. Come
Wait,
on,
no,
dude.
hold
That's
on.
mad.
Hold on. No, that ratio's not. That ratio's not right.
There's even more stuff than this. This is a short list. You've seen that list I posted before.
Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, okay.
We need to find more 273s.
There's a huge list that I cannot find right now. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it.
I'm gonna check Wikipedia.
Oh, here we go. It takes the sun. Ready? It takes the sun an average of 27.3 days to rotate around its own axis. The acceleration of the sun is 273 meters per second squared. The acceleration of the moon along its path around the Earth is 0.273 centimeters per second squared, right? So add that on to the last few.
Wait, you said 0.273. Okay.
The reciprocal,
Okay.
you know what the reciprocal value of a leap year is?
273.
It's 1/366. How did the reciprocal
Just giving you the
value
fractions. Yeah, just giving you the
of a
fraction.
leap year? Well, that equals 0.002732 days. Yo, why do they only have one page on that?
Because the Illuminati took the other page.
Yo, there was a ton of these, bro. These are all like short lists. I had a list that had like 20 something things on it. That actually had some new shit that I never seen on it before.
The reciprocal leap year thing is wrong. So
Wouldn't it be 364?
no, it's 360. Well, if you use 366, you get the right answer. But if you use the correct number of days in a year, like 365.242, it gives you the wrong answer. So it's kind of
Why'd
like
they use
arbitrary.
366?
Just because it fits.
I scratched that
Trying to
one.
even number
Scratch
that
that. I never liked that one from the beginning.
Dude, a bunch
I
of
just
them are
found
like
that
that,
one.
dude.
No, they're not. Okay, how about the acceleration of the moon along its path around the Earth? That's 0.273 centimeters per second squared.
Well, why are they using centimeters?
Who cares? Is that the right number or what?
I don't know.
Why they using centimeters? Don't worry about why they're using centimeters. Because maybe they like centimeters. The next one we're using meters, and then we're using
I
miles
know
after that.
I think the lunar cycle's 655 hours, and I think it moves like 2,000 miles an hour or something. So let's see. Let's assume it's right.
What'd you say?
So yeah, maybe it's right. It might be right.
Might be right? About the speed, we got this. We got the acceleration of the sun going at 27.3 meters per second squared.
Is it?
I don't fucking know, dude. That's what the list says. There's too many 273s for it to be a fuck coincidence, bro. This is ridiculous.
I got news for you, man. That doesn't sound correct. You
That the
feel that?
acceleration of the sun is 273 meters per second squared?
Yeah, dude, we feel that.
Feel what? Which direction of
200.
acceleration are they talking about?
That's a mat, dude. That's like 20 G's.
Are they talking
20
about
G-force.
Are they talking about the acceleration as the sun spins on its axis?
They're probably talking about the sun's
Which
movement around the
acceleration?
galaxy.
And you're
This
saying there's
movement
no
around
way
the
because
galaxy.
we would feel it's above that threshold that you're always talking about?
Yeah, far above it. 1 G, you know you would feel. 20 G's, pretty neck-breaking acceleration.
Well, maybe they're wrong on that one. Like I said, this is a new list. The one I had before, you guys tried to pick the pieces too on some little nitpicky shit. Granted, sometimes they are trying to force it or whatever, but like the average period for human gestation, you know, they got that at 273 days. I mean, seriously, like, it's probably close. None of them are the same.
Yeah, no, but it's average.
Probably maybe on average, maybe not. Depends on where you're getting your numbers from or whatever. But
That's 9 months, dude.
Jeremy, I posted a link. It's a huge list of all the things.
Of the 273 thing?
Yeah.
Yo,
Imagine you
that shit
did
is
all
awesome
this.
as fuck.
Imagine talking about 273 and then tomorrow's pick 3 numbers in the lotto were 273 and you didn't pick it.
That really wouldn't matter, bro. I'm sure you could, if you stretch it and start doing goofy shit like Hosho tried to do earlier, where you multiply this and add that, you can get 273 all over the place. The thing is, these are like, well, supposedly real life numbers, you know? The speed of the moon, the acceleration of the moon, and all that shit. Earth's
Did you
first
see,
diameter, moon to the moon's diameter.
Did you see Bev's presentation earlier?
I caught a piece of it. I had
Dude, you
to
missed
stay
the
here and
part.
mod this. There was people in here. I had to stay because it was fucking It was Zane. I don't know who was in here, but I couldn't leave the people that were in here alone. People need adult supervision, so that's where I come in.
You're the protector.
I'm
Hey,
the fucking adult here.
You're fucking adult. Well, dude, did you hear Bev? He was reading Euclid or whatever. He basically inadvertently. He basically showed where Euclid himself is defining
I heard you say that part. Well,
surfaces as 2D.
you
Yeah.
jumped in crazy and said chapter 5, verse 11 or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, he's the one who said them. He pulled them up separately, but you read them together, and that's exactly what it says. But book 1, definition 5, it says surfaces are two-dimensional. Then book 11, definition 2, says the boundary of a solid or 3D shape is a surface. So it's saying the boundary, the surfaces on a 3D shape are two-dimensional.
Surfaces on a 2D, on a what?
It says surfaces on 3D shapes. So the surface that's on a 3D object is two-dimensional.
Well,
and that makes
sometimes,
sense.
definitely not a sphere though, because we know that a sphere is a non-compressible, or not. Sorry, a non. What's the name for it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, I got to know the name now.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Non-developable.
Yeah.
Developable.
You fucking asshole. I was trying to fucking think of it first.
What are you talking about? Compressible.
I was trying to think of it first, you fucking... Anyways. Yeah, you're right. But you're wrong, though. Because,
no.
yeah, you're right about spheres being non-developable, but it doesn't...
In order for something to be 2D, Kosho, in order for something to be 2D, it has to be on the plane. If something comes up off the plane, if it comes up off the plane, you got the extra dimension. That is an absolute fact of life.
No, in order for something to be on a plane, it has to be developable. But if it's non-developable, it has to be distorted in order to put on a plane. But regardless if it's on a plane or not,
if you distort it, that's where you don't have the surface of a sphere anymore.
Yeah,
you got the
but
surface of some other shit.
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a plane to be two-dimensional. That's the problem.
Yes, it does. If it comes up off the plane, you have a third dimension. You are a maniac.
It exists in 3 dimensions, but the surface itself is not described by 3 dimensions. You're right that the points
you realize
on
if
it.
something's on a plane, and it's taking up 2 dimensions on the plane, and then it comes up off the plane, it now has a third dimension to it, right?
Yeah, if you're talking about something that's off that plane, yeah, but that's
so
the thing.
The surface of a sphere has to be off that plane because it's non-developable. You can't put it on the plane.
Whenever we read the definition earlier for 2D, and the person who read it, he said specifically something as described as described using only 2 values. Okay, that means that it's got 2 degrees of freedom. It takes two values to describe it. What's this? Anyways, it takes 2 values to describe it. 2 degrees of freedom. That's a 2-dimensional whatever. So surfaces themselves are indeed 2-dimensional on 3-dimensional objects, and you can think of.
So listen,
ahead,
in your mind, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have an emergency statement to make. In your mind, you think we can have a 2D plane, have something on the plane taking up width and length, and also have height to it, and it's still 2D?
The thing on the plane is definitely 3D. The plane can exist in 3 dimensions, but the plane itself is a 2-dimensional construct. It's described using only 2 dimensions.
So say we try to put something. So say we try to put something on the plane, right? And we have width and length, right? That's 2 dimensions. And if we have something come up off the plane, even a little teeny tiny bit, it now has a third dimension.
Yeah, sure. After you take it off the plane, but like I'm saying, a cube.
That's what the sphere
Very
does.
simple. Hold on.
That's what the. All right, go ahead.
A cube is a 3-dimensional object. No argument. But it's bounded by 6 square surfaces. The surface of a cube is 6 square, whatever.
And a cube is a developable surface that you could consider 2D because you can take it apart, put it on the plane without having. Yes, it does. Kosho, if you can't put something on a plane, it's not 2D. If something comes up off the plane, it now has 3D to it.
Yeah, that's not true. Planes are not the only
So
2D. That's Euclidean geometry. Non-Euclidean geometry is one that defines those other objects that are non-developable, but they're still 2D. They're just not planes. But anyways, Euclid even says
You're out of your mind.
the surface is bounded. The surface bounds the 3D object. Then it says that 2D object that you know have the surface. It's bounded by lines, 1D lines. Lines are bounded by 0-dimension points, and you know that these are 3D, 2D, and 1D because on a 3D object, or here on a 0D object, you can't move at all. On a dot, you can't move at all. On a line, you can move forward and back. That's 1 dimension. On any line, you move forward and back. That's all you can move, no matter what shape it is. And on a surface, you can move forward, back, and left and right. You can't move anywhere else. 2 dimensions. And on a 3-dimensional object, you can move forward, back, left and right, and up and down. That's 3 dimensions. And that's how those are defined.
So in reality, if something has 2D, it has length and width. Once it has height, it has 3D. I don't care what geometry you're using or what kind of bullshit you want to make up. That's how it works.
Yeah,
right.
a surface is
height.
a surface
Go ahead,
is it's a mathematical construct. The concept of a surface, because you can't just have a surface. You need a surface of something in reality.
Yeah, you're right.
Is that what I'm saying?
Everything in geometry is mathematical constructs. I mean, that's what geometry is, just describing things in reality, and it's using math to describe them. And so you're right, but that doesn't make it not the case. Like, whenever we keep saying you have a surface, but if you have a height, blah blah, or if you have a surface but you move off the surface, then blah blah. Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right. If you have a height, then you're not describing the surface anymore. And if you have if you're moving off the surface, then you're definitely not describing the surface anymore. But when describing the surface is described as 2D. It's just the way it is.
I agree with that.
There you go, sir.
Most surfaces can be described as 2D. Most surfaces, not all of them, because in order for the surface to be considered 2D, you have to put it on a plane. In order to put it on a plane, it has to be developable. Okay, if it's not developable, it's not going to fit on the plane. Because it has Gaussian curvature. Yes, a sphere has... Listen, bro, you cannot... If it has 3 dimensions, it's coming up off the plane. There's no other thing to say about it. Like, you're getting crazy.
Well, I'm asking you, are you sure what you said about that? If it's 2-dimensional, it has to be on a plane.
Yes, you have to be able to put it on a plane. If something's 2-dimensional, you have to be able to put it on a plane. It has to be a compressible surface. Like a cube. A cube's developable. A cube is developable. You can take it apart. You don't have to twist it, contort it, stretch it, shrink it in anywhere like you would have to do with a sphere.
Well,
even a cone's developable. Not a sphere, though. You know why? Because you don't know about Gaussian curvature.
Actually, I do, my man. Actually, I do, sir. Hold on. I'm trying to put plastic for you. Hold on.
I hope I get this job as a mod. That'd be fucking awesome. $100 a week.
I'll write you a review.
What's up?
I'll write you a review.
Yo, where's that link of all the fucking 273s?
It's in Livestream 2 text.
Livestream 2?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Nice. Good looking. These are unbelievable fucking coincidences right here. Unbelievable. Like, there's no fucking way this would happen on accident. Oh, wow. They go in on this shit. Even the math and everything. This site's fucking dope, bro.
It makes you think that everything has been constructed to kind of fit some kind of reality. Like
But I don't even
separate
believe
from...
in half of these numbers, honestly. Like this, the diameter of the moon and the diameter of the Earth. Like that's not.
That's what I'm
not even
saying.
something I believe. Yeah, they made this shit up because if it had some mathematical pattern to it or something, or they could use this mathematical pattern to start creating reality.
Right.
Like
And
how
when you...
does zero Kelvin, absolute zero is negative 273 degrees.
Right. It's just
So like
made up.
what? Why did they decide to set zero where they did? That it just happened to fall, absolute zero just happened to fall at that, at that number.
It's a boiling water, dude. It's a freezing point of water. 0 and 100. 0 Celsius is the freezing point of water. 100 Celsius is the boiling point of water.
Yes.
But that doesn't like appear in nature. Like those numbers have to be, made up. Like 0 in Celsius is 32 in Fahrenheit, and it's something different in Kelvin. Like all these numbers are just constructs.
Well, you can't make up absolute zero, so that's the absolute coldest temperature you can get to. And you can't, it's not like it was invented, the boiling point and freezing point of water. They set 0 as Celsius as the freezing point of water because that's what water freezes as. And so there's 273 degrees below that is Kelvin. I mean, it's absolute zero. So you can't really make that up. Some other stuff, I guess, you could make up.
I'm just saying this is either the biggest fucking coincidence in the history of coincidences or something.
Well, I would say that there's a difference between counting like something and like degrees, because when you're just looking at like a temperature gauge go, up and down, you're just looking at something go up and down, and then you're just putting numbers on it. But like actually counting something, like you can't count a degree because there's no degrees in nature. Like you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you mark 0 as freezing point and 100 as a boiling point, then 100 of that is 1 degree, and then you see that minus 273 of those from boiling point or from the freezing point of water is the absolute coldest temperature. Anyways, my head's hurting. I'll
Osho ran away. No, I was playing.
But yeah, the 273 is also the number on the room in The Shining where Danny goes into and he gets all like beat up and stuff. And
Yeah,
they
and
say,
Kubrick knew, and Kubrick knew what he was doing too. So
yeah,
that movie was full of fucking shit.
Yeah, it was peppered with information for references to the Apollo missions. Yeah, fantastic movie, that one. I actually went to see that movie when I was 19 years of age. I was the only motorcyclist, and my friends went there by cars and buses. We went to a place called Hampstead Odeon to watch it, yeah, and it was all hyped up. So we thought we was going to get a nice horror movie. We came out and we said, "What a beep 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 movie! Let's go to McDonald's." Okay, so we went to McDonald's, had something to eat right next door to the Odeon Cinema, and we just totally slagged off the movie because it was not what we were expecting. It was crap as far as we were concerned. Now we fast forward to 2005, 6. I'm discovering The Shining Code 2 accidentally as I'm doing a research on the moon landings. I watched it and it was like the whole understanding of each scene. And the movie I watched was called The Shining Code 2. All right. The other one I think is Room 3 something something or other. I can't remember the number, but I didn't. It's the same thing, same movie. Really good, really good. Yeah, it's covered from start to finish with references to the Apollo missions. And Stanley Kubrick, at the time of making that film, felt he had to confess to the world that the moon landings were a hoax because it didn't sit well with him being a perfectionist. Okay, it didn't sit well with him being the best film director and he's a film director slash film cameraman. Okay, so those two titles were given to him as being the best, and it didn't sit with him, did it? So he had to tell the world in the end, and that's what he did. He used The Shining as a movie to confess to the world that he did the moon landings. In fear for his life, he couldn't just come out and say it blatantly.
Oh yeah, they would have killed him.
Yeah, they would have killed him. Yeah.
He would have died, in some kind of freak accident, and they would have said he was a crackpot if he had came out and said anything. They would have been like, "Well, he lost it. He had dementia or something." Like they would have done something. I'm sure they have plans in place.
You're right.
They probably monitor these. They probably monitor these people. Go ahead, Jen.
That's right. That's why he moved. He left the United States and went to St. Albans. Okay. Now, St. Albans is not a million miles away from Elstree Studios, which is where we claim that to be NASA 2, or NASA 2, because of all the paraphernalia and stuff that was left in the studio whilst he was doing all the shoots. Okay. Yeah, he moved because of fear of being killed. He left. That's why he left the US and moved to St. Albans, a really beautiful place in Hertfordshire. Beautiful place. Very, very English. If you were to go there and have a look, beautiful place. My dad used to take me and my brother and sister there picnicking occasionally in the summer. So yeah, it was a nice place to visit. I won't forget that. Yeah, Hertfordshire, St. Albans. I've been there many times. I've been to Elstree Studio many times as well. So, yeah. He tried to tell us the truth, didn't he? He tried in the end. Left a good clue, massive clue. Definitely him. No doubt about it. The Shining. Stephen King's didn't like the film because it said it didn't have anything to do with his book. I laugh because it's true though, isn't it? It had nothing to do with the book. But everything to do with Apollo. The Shining. 2001, A Space Odyssey, voted as the best science fiction film of all time. My biggest shock was to see the iPad in there. They got an iPad in the movie. So I thought that's where Steve Jobs got his idea from then. And there is some resemblance to the moon landings and to 2001. Another surprising thing is that the 2001 movie seems to be like ageless, because all the technology they have there still kind of like represents today's kind of technology in a way. Everything, the coloring, the color of all the furniture, everything looks futuristic. It's ageless. I don't know how you managed to do that. That was clever. I'm trying to say is it doesn't look out of date. So it might be a good idea to watch that one again, guys. Great film. And then The Shining, and then The Shining Code 2. And then Capricorn 1. Just to cap it off. Yeah, man. 2001 Space Odyssey, The Shining Code 2, and then Capricorn 1. You watch those 4 movies, you'll know that the moon landings were a complete hoax.
Didn't they just come out with another Shining like documentary thing or something called Room something, some number?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I believe that's the same. It's the same documentary, just retitled, I think. Because I've seen that as well. Is it Room 237 or something like that? 327. I can't remember the actual. It's actually the distance.
Probably 273. We've just been talking about 273.
Okay, yeah. Well, in 273, then that's it. Then that's the distance to the moon. Using a special type of measurement to do that.
Bro, that's more than just the distance to the moon. You just missed. You would have loved the conversation we just had. Check the live stream 2 text.
Okay.
Jerry posted a link with all the number 273 numbers. The moon accelerates at 27 at point. The moon accelerates at 0.273 centimeters per second or something. The size of the Earth compared to the moon compared to the Earth is 27.3%. There's tons of 273s, bro.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, and I remember Generism was asking a couple of years back, maybe in 2017, why hasn't NASA put a camera on the moon? At that time, they were getting $53 million a day, sorry. $53 million a day, and they haven't been able to put a camera on the moon, but yet they've got satellites like the Cassini going through the asteroid belts, sending back images. Himawari and the Voyagers. So why is it that they didn't put a camera on the moon? Why hasn't China done it even? Yeah. So we can see Earth moving in real time, spinning in real time. We can get a real live stream of the eclipse when they happen. See? These were the things he was mentioning. And I thought, yeah, that's right. Why wouldn't you put a camera on the moon by now? Come on.
You know how much money they can make with a camera on the moon? If somebody had a camera on the moon, you'd make a shit ton of money on it.
That's exactly what he said. Advertising would go through the roof.
Oh my God! When a lunar eclipse happens, it'd be like Super Bowl commercials you could charge for. Fucking $1 million or something.
Yeah. People would want to advertise their product. Just think
you
of
put
the
a little Mountain Dew logo. Just have a little Mountain Dew logo or Pepsi logo in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen or something.
That's right. Not to mention all those companies that are called Eclipse anyway. You know, even motorcycle companies and parts and bike parts are called Eclipse. You know, lights and stuff. You know, they'd want their product associated with that event, so they'd probably be advertising. Yeah, no, it'd be the most watched stream in all time, wouldn't it? Forever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you. Anyways, we know why there's not a camera anymore. I mean, they could fake one, even if they did it by now. They could
I'm gonna
fake
tell
it. You could just take images from weather balloons or something, or high altitude balloons, and just put the whole image together. You could do that within seconds, and then make it look like it's live streamed. So even if something happened, like a forest fire or something, it would still look like the real events in real time and shit.
I'm gonna tell you why they don't do it. They cannot do it live, Jeremy, because today we have technology like on lasers strong enough to the point where we probably can point to the moon, and you know, if the feed is live, you're gonna be able to see, you know, your laser pointing at the camera.
Yeah, but they could stitch a whole bunch of weather balloon, high altitude balloon images together and give you the same result.
I don't agree with that.
If I was taking video from multiple locations at once above Earth, you can make it so that all the cameras overlapped each other. You could shrink it down. You could put it all into one image, shrink it down. Like I don't think this is
No, you can't.
You can't do that.
Well, because if you did, the perspective is going to be off. Because you got to remember how perspective works is that the closer you are to something, right, the more warpy it looks, right. But the farther it is, the more flat it looks. And so, if you were to do that, like you would kind of notice, be like, okay, something's off. It just doesn't, you know, the perspective just wouldn't be right, you know. Like,
so that's beyond our human capabilities to fake this.
The way you're explaining it, I mean, you could do it, but it wouldn't look right. If you, but
how do you think they fake it then? How do you think they fake it?
Fake what?
Fake what?
Well, no, I mean, I actually need to know what you're talking about. Though, fake what though? What exactly? Just like
they don't have this, so whatever. I don't know. Images from the ISS. We know they use wide angle lenses and.
Image. That's probably an airplane.
Well, I'm saying, have you ever seen the thing Brandon does side by side when he's got the Phil's satellites dropping from higher than the ISS, and then he has Mage 2's photo, which is at like 100,000 feet or something. And the Mage 2 photo looks like it's way farther away than the fucking satellite one that's supposed to be higher than the ISS.
Can I see those?
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can dig it out of me and Brandon's DMs. Hold on a second. Yeah, Phil, Dr. Phil. What's the guy Phil's name? Goes on Brandon sometimes. He's a pussy. Oh, that's my bad. I shouldn't add him. He's not even here. My bad. Let me just see if I can dig it up out of Let me see if I can dig it up out of me and Brandon. Shit, we DM so much. I don't know.
Hey,
I'll be
Arma.
able to find it.
Yeah.
How old are you, bro?
20 something. Well, I don't want to tell you specifically why.
Why not? Well, what is the problem?
Yeah, your age is your age. It doesn't matter. No, you know.
Stop behaving like a woman, buddy.
All right, 24. Yeah. What about it?
There you go. I'm just because you do sound young though.
Yeah, I know.
That's no, don't worry. Don't worry with me, Arma. No nefarious motives with me, man.
No,
I'm not a piece of shit, bro.
We don't play that game here, man. You know, it's just.
Oh no. I mean, I have shown my face. I don't have a problem. With people, man.
That's
People.
You know who I am. I'm not worried at all. That's the last thing I'm worried about. I've got nothing to hide, man. Stop that. I don't play those games.
I found it. I found it. Hold on. Here we go.
When they want to sell you all kinds of manner stuff to protect your
Look at this shit right here.
Protect. You can get hacked. You end up wasting all your money.
Are we in live stream too?
You just posted right.
Livestream 2 text. I got you.
Let's check this out.
Are you gonna post it right now or?
I'm posting it right now, bro. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Let me see. Oh, it's kind of small. I have to zoom in. Never mind. We got mage to 38,000
Yeah, which
meters, and then okay. Well, I mean that's.
I told Brandon to delete the numbers on top so I could show people without the thing and ask them which one's farther away. Because I mean, it's fucking obvious which one's farther away.
Well, hold on now. All right. So I mean, you understand. I mean, well, the ones that are right. I mean, that the field of view is tiny. I mean, we're not seeing everything, right? I mean, clearly there's more to it, but we're just really zoomed in on the clouds.
Bro, look at the details we're not zoomed in. The thing on the right is in focus. That's attached to the ship. That thing on the right.
Yeah, but what's the field of view of that? Though we don't know the field of view.
Dude, look at the clouds.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Clouds.
But I mean, it'd be nice if we knew what the specs of these lenses and then the field of view and all that. You know, the cameras.
Are you trying to say it's zoomed in crazy? Because we can see the thing on the side of the ship's not zoomed in crazy.
What is that anyway?
It's something that's attached to the ship, so you're not going to get away with saying, "Oh, it's zoomed in crazy," because if it was, you wouldn't be able to see that much of the thing.
Hold on, let me do some research on this.
Yeah,
ISRO PSLV.
You'll come up with something good. They always do. It's obvious from looking at these pictures which one's farther away. You don't have to do any fucking mental gymnastics.
I mean,
well, he has to. Otherwise he's in trouble.
Well, no, hold on, real fast. I mean, we could literally settle this right here and now if we knew the field of view of each camera. Because if one camera had a smaller field of view, say the right one, then yeah, it's gonna look like it's closer. I mean,
Arma, don't. That's not the point. The point is look at the detail. It doesn't matter what field of view you have. Yeah. The detail is the detail on the picture is what is telling.
Because the lighting is also coming from the side, though. You see how the side of those clouds are light, and then the other side is dark. There's a hard shadow on those. While in the left image, there is no hard shadow. There's just evenly lit. So that's the one.
The Mage 2 photo. Listen to what you're trying to do right now. The Mage 2 photo, you can't see no three-dimensionality.
Because it's daytime in that area, but one to the right looks like it's a sunset or something, or sunrise.
Okay, so you think making it darker or lighter is going to make you see that much dimensionality to those clouds?
Lighting will do that, yeah.
You're telling me if we had Mage up and it was nighttime, we would see
not nighttime, not nighttime. It has to be like a sunset or sunrise where you have a hard shadow on one side.
You think there's a point where we could be in Mage 2 where we would see that much detail from the clouds, in the clouds?
If there's a hard like shadow, and assuming it has good resolution, we can zoom in. Yeah,
bro, it's ridiculous. The other one's not zoomed in. You can see the piece of the ship attached to it. It's not zoomed in.
And like I said, if we knew the field of view of the camera, we could easily debunk this or whatever. We could figure this out. That's why I'm trying to figure out the field of view of that.
There ain't nothing to figure out in my mind. That's your mental gymnastics you do. For me, it's obvious for me. This is obvious, and this is a no-brainer.
Do you know if you have the video of the right one?
Bro, this is a no-brainer. I don't know what you're trying to think about or do with the field of view and the magnification. Look at the picture. Look at the picture, and you can see a piece of the ship still in the picture. So it's not zoomed in crazy. We can see tons of three-dimensionality, if that's even a word, in the clouds on the right. And in Mage 2, you couldn't see any. There's no lighting or any fucking thing that you could possibly do in Mage 2 to see that much detail in the clouds. Because that's not how it works.
If it has a hard lighting, but there's literally no hard lighting, though. It's all evenly lit, so of course you're not going to see any detail. That's what I'm trying to argue with you, but
bro, there's no lighting in Mage. There's no lighting you could do in Mage 2 to get that much detail in those clouds that you see on the right.
Boy.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, bro, you're fucking just making shit up at this point.
I'm not making shit up. I mean, that's literally. Have you seen the difference? Have you seen the difference between objects when they're lit? Like, if you have something that's evenly lit, it looks way different from when it's like hard lit. Like things just look different through lighting.
La, 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 la.
I mean, it's not. Also, I think I found the video. I think I found the
come on,
video.
the Earth is not a globe anyway, as you know. If the Earth was a globe, we would have real images, not photoshopped CGI images. We would have real images. We would have them by now. By now, we would definitely have them by now. Technology, HD, high definition camera technology, we would have it by now. So the very fact-
Imagine how many things we could like research by having infrared cameras on the moon and all this shit looking at the earth, you know? Like,
Oh my God! Yeah, you put a FLIR camera on Earth. You really want to see if the global warming's happening. You put a FLIR camera on Earth. Boom.
Exactly,
Problem
Jeremy.
solved.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking 88 degrees. It'd be like if you had a FLIR camera and you pointed it at a golf ball or something. You'd be like, yeah, the golf ball is definitely cooling down or warming up or something's going on. You know, you'd be able to tell. Same thing with the moon shit. You get the whole fucking Earth in view. You point a FLIR camera. Oh yeah, look, it's getting hotter. It's getting cooler. Whatever.
Yeah.
Let me see some of that.
Don't listen. You're still trying to work your way out of this Mage 2 photo I showed you. Don't even. There's nothing you can say to me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna find some high altitude balloon videos. I'm gonna see if there's any where the sun is like relatively setting. I want to see if there's any hard lighting that we can see in those.
Arma.
Because if I can find
Arma,
that, then you know.
don't let your cognitive dissonance and your bias block you from this, bro.
Come on,
It's not
it's
blocking.
obvious.
It's not doing anything. Hold on,
the
meters.
heliocentric model has nothing going for it at all. Nothing. You haven't.
Once you realize, Arma,
yeah,
you're gonna feel free. Your mind is gonna be free. You're gonna look clearly. Everything, bro.
Yes. Because
right.
I mean, I'm sorry, you have to. He has to admit to himself, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, and he hasn't been able to present one evidence, one.
Oh,
proof.
that's what I'm doing right now. Okay, so let me see. So,
Why is it
so
taking you
38.
this length of time?
So 38,000 meters.
Hang on a second. Had Jeremy not posted this image, you wouldn't even been looking for the proof. Wow. I mean,
because it's not.
Actions,
because it's not.
Your own actions are highlighting your dilemma.
No, because it's not even.
We're trying to assist you.
Oh.
Yo, find something at 38K meters. Find something at 38,000 meters that's not zoomed in crazy. That looks anything like the one on the right. You can't. There's no way, bro. It's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, the reason why he's looking for that now, again, flat earthers motivating you to have a look, because we're saying to you, you haven't got a single thing.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? La 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 la. Ignore, Gene. Ignore what he's saying, even though it's true.
He's got to try, bro. You got to admit we would be trying to if the tables were turned.
You know what I mean? Ignore Jin because he knows it's true. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, this is some no-brainer shit, dude. Seriously, man. Look at the picture.
I literally
picture, bro.
I literally told you what's going on. That's hard lighting, and we didn't get hard lighting in the other example. You're ignoring.
I'm gonna be honest. This hard lighting thing is a new excuse that I haven't heard yet.
What do you mean it's a new excuse? It's literally lighting. Do you not see how?
I've heard all kinds of excuses.
But it's not. If there's any lighting, that's more trickery and fakery.
Oh my god!
Which is all they do. Which is all they do.
No, it's cool. Just get a photo from 38,000 feet where the camera's not zoomed in. Crazy. Because it's clearly not zoomed in on the left and it's not zoomed in on the right. So you can't do it, bro. You're way too high to get detail like that. The clouds are going to look two-dimensional once you're that high above it. You're not going to be able to distinguish the three dimensions. You can't do it on Mage because it's way too high. If you have to be way fucking lower, bro.
Well, no, hold on. Okay, so when I said the whole perspective thing, I don't know if you were there for that, but when I said the whole perspective thing, where the farther you are, the flatter things kind of appear. That's true until you involve lighting. Okay, so for example, the moon, right? The moon is really far away. Let's just go with the globe model for now, right? Because we have to assume that for this argument, right? The moon would appear, flattened because of perspective, because we have the front of the moon the back of the moon relatively the same distance away from us, right? So relative to us, it's going to look all the same. It's going to look relatively flat. But once you add lighting to that, right? So, you have the light on one side of the moon, right? You get like a crescent shape, right? The 3Dness sort of retains itself when you throw in that lighting aspect. But, without that hard lighting, then yeah, it's going to look relatively flat though. So, I mean, that's what's happening here. We have a lighting effect going on here.
It's a lighting effect. Okay. Well, just reproduce it. Yeah, it's fine. Just let's see a different high altitude balloon at 38,000 meters, and we'll see.
Someone messaged
Like I said,
me.
you can't have it zoomed in crazy, bro, because the Mage isn't zoomed in, and neither is the one on the right. I don't care. Well, you can have any kind of lighting, any kind of field of view you want. There's no way you can reproduce that. No fucking way, bro. It's not how it works, dude. We went over this for days. Believe me, you ain't gonna come up. I mean, who knows? Maybe you're some globe genius that's gonna crack this one, but I doubt it.
Photographic genius coming up.
Let me actually look up the field of view for which one is it? I need to find the field of view for that to whatever.
Oh, what about Neil deGrasse Tyson and the neutron star, where a teaspoonful of this neutron material weighs like trillions and trillions of tons. 1 teaspoon, it's so dense.
Hold on, Jen.
Crazy.
Try any field of view. Don't matter what that one is. Try any of them. If you can make that look like that with any field of view, that'd be fucking amazing.
It's not that hard, but okay.
Yeah, fine. That's cool. Let's see it. 30,000 meters. Not zoomed in.
Okay, let me see. Me real fast go do that one guy who does the high altitude balloon videos, because I know that, what's his name? I think he's a flat earther, but he does a lot of high altitude balloon videos, and they're not like fisheye or whatever. But that's besides the point. I'm gonna see if he has any where there's some good hard lighting in it.
No doubt, bro. You'll find something. I'm sure.
It will be natural lighting with any.
You could have hard lighting, soft lighting, whatever field of view you want. I don't give a fuck, bro.
All right.
If you could show me anything even close to that amount of cloud detail, I'd be fucking highly impressed. Highly impressed. Like I said, without it being zoomed in. The one on the right is not zoomed in, so don't show me some zoomed in shit, bro.
Look at the lens.
You don't even know if it's zoomed in or not. You don't know the field of view. Until you find the field of view, you're just talking out of your ass. You need to find the field of view.
Okay, listen, a piece of the spacecraft.
I know you keep telling me that, but I don't care about that. I want to know what the field of view is. That doesn't until you get the field of view. I mean, like I said, you're talking out of your ass because things sometimes appear, different than how you imagine it or whatever. You need to get the field of view. That's certain. That number is certain.
Okay, if you're gonna have it zoomed in, then I want to see something that's attached to the balloon in the frame that it's zoomed in on, because there's no way you could fucking have something attached to the frame, attached to the craft, have it zoomed in like that, and still be able to see the thing on the craft. Like that's a piece of it.
It depends on the distance the distance between that piece of the craft and the camera.
Bro, you can see detail in the piece of the craft. Look at the detail in it. That shit's not zoomed in, bro.
So what? You can see detail? You mean to tell me you can't zoom in and see detail? What is that? What is that? What even argument is that? Like what kind of argument is that?
It's fine. Go ahead. Just go ahead and see if you can replicate this in any way, shape, or form, and we'll go over it.
It's not easy because you got these high altitude balloon videos where they're looking at the horizon, not the ground. So it's not going to be the easiest task.
Yeah. Nah, you're not going to get it, man. Look at the
it's not going to be the easiest
to try and prove their globe with no curvature. Look.
It's not going to be. It's
now,
not going to be the.
If you put this much effort into actually getting some curvature for real, you'd be going a long way. Actually going and get a real photograph of Earth. That's what you should be doing. That should have been done a long time ago for you. Should have been as easy as switching on a light. Here's a photograph, man. One click. Or even 2-3 clicks away. You should have had it by now.
For
Easy.
what? What, the picture that we're talking about?
We're talking about Earth globe real photograph, man. That's what I'm talking about. You know, substantiating your heliocentric model for real. Should have been done easy by you. Should have been done in seconds. But no.
I'm finding images where there is a ton of detail, not in the clouds per se, but there is a ton of detail in some of this land stuff that I'm seeing because there's hard lighting. You want to see that at least?
Sure, let's see it.
Okay, yeah. Real fast. Let me screen share
Hard
this.
lighting.
Yeah, let me check.
I mean, if it's zoomed in, it's
crazy,
not
zoomed
yeah,
in. No, it's not zoomed in. But
right,
check it out though.
What altitude was that?
This is around.
Livestream 2. Livestream 2, bro.
What, I did the wrong one?
Put it right underneath mine.
Yeah, we're in Livestream 2, bro. Now, what's the
okay, let me see. So the altitude here was 64,000. So this is actually half. This is actually okay. It's my bad. So this is actually pretty low actually right now. Let me see if I can find it.
Bro, Livestream 2 text. All right. If that's not the one, then don't bother posting it.
No, I'm streaming. I'm not posting. What?
Oh, you're streaming? Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, let me see if I can go higher than this because right now it is kind of. Let me see. So 80,000, 90,000, 200,000. Okay. I need to hit at least around 100,000 feet for it to get to that sort of height. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
I'll be back, guys.
All right, son.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to find it. There's a little. It's a little hard to. There does seem to be a little bit of detail there. Yeah, I guess if it was zoomed in, you would kind of see the detail. But that's what I'm saying. We need to find out what the field of view is for that camera. Because if the field of view is smaller, then yeah, you have more. You have, you can. It's essentially zoomed in. Essentially, that's what a smaller field of view is because you have less to see, so it's bigger. That's the best way for me to explain it. But there is detail though. It just depends on the lighting. And unfortunately, I can't find exactly a stream for that. Yeah, I'm not really finding. There's like a little bit behind these like numbers and shit. There's like a little bit of like you could kind of see detail, but let me see if I can find another video of his.
Nothing even close, bro. That's nothing even close to what we're seeing in the right side of the right picture that I posted. Not even close, bro. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. We need the field of view for crying out loud. We need to know what the field of view is for that one.
Bro, pick a field of view. It doesn't matter. Use anything.
Yeah, well, you okay? Look, okay, right there. Are you seeing like that hard like lighting right there? Hold on, maybe I can. If the field of view for this camera was smaller, this would look bigger, just like in that one image you showed me right here. Like this, like there is a ton of detail right there. Unfortunately, we can't see it. Once again, the field. Like I said, I don't even know if the stream's picking it up because I'm pretty sure the resolution is kind of low for the stream, so you probably can't see it. But there is detail here, and if the field of view is smaller on this camera,
on the land right there.
Yeah, if this So if the field of view for this camera was smaller, right, this would appear bigger. All this right here would appear bigger. And that's what I'm saying. I want to know what the field of view is for that one camera, for that one, whatever it was. It was like a rocket, right?
I think the resolution on your things, just post a picture, bro. Because the resolution on the camera is kind of...
Okay. Let me do that.
On your stream's kind of shitty.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me real fast, see if I can find me.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Not very good.
I mean, from what I saw, it didn't look anything like the one on the right. That had massive amounts of detail in the cloud.
Let me see if I can find better, just in case.
And it wasn't zoomed in either, is that right?
Yeah, it's not zoomed in, but that's what I'm saying.
There's a piece of the... Well, the one on the right's not zoomed in because there's a piece of the craft in the...
Yeah, but that also depends on... I just want to know what the freaking field of view is for the camera. I don't care about the piece of the fucking craft.
That's fine.
Let me see. I need to find the field of view.
Go ahead, bro.
Like, I will admit, it does seem pretty close in that video, but
If
I still
I
don't know.
showed it to you without the numbers, no question you would have picked the one on the left. Was way farther away by a lot. You would have said the one on the left's probably 10, 20 times as far.
Maybe, possibly, yeah. I'm trying to see. What is the field of, let me see.
I mean, the one on the right looks like it's like plane height.
Yeah. Well, how did you get those numbers exactly? Like the whole, like what is that? 576.
Two globers, bro. Two globers. The one on the left came from a glober, his numbers, his picture. The one on the right came from a glober, his picture, his numbers.
Okay, hold on. Let me see something.
Yeah. The one on the right's from a PhD.
Okay, hold on. So
who works on satellites? He actually showed us the best proof of space fakery in a long time that I've seen. Because those satellites actually go into the clouds.
Okay.
Yeah. You mean
Satellites disappear. Yeah, bro. They drop like rocks, bro. I don't know what kind of orbit you think you're gonna get out of that, but they drop like rocks out of that thing.
Yeah. Saturloons is what he's talking about, folks. Saturloons.
Bro, them shits weren't even staying in the air, dude. They dropped like rocks, bro. They disappeared into the clouds within seconds. You didn't see that video? We went over this shit for days.
No, I missed it. I haven't been here for
Oh,
a few days.
yeah, we went over this in Brandon's months ago. I think it was like a month or two ago. We went over it for days and days. These fucking satellites falling into the
I
clouds.
missed that.
This is the first time I've ever heard this. What kind of lighting did you call it? Lighting?
Hard lighting.
Hard lighting.
Yeah, that's the first. That's the first time I ever heard this one, and we have a lot of globers go up against this. Yeah.
They always come up with something.
But hard lighting, you understand that's an actual thing, though, right? Hard lighting. That's an actual
believe you
term.
I don't even know, but I believe you that it's a real thing. Just letting you know, it's the first time.
Photography, not hard lighting.
This is the first time I've ever heard it used in the excuse for this. I've heard a lot of other stuff.
Well, I'm just
in photography.
Well, I'm just look.
I'm gonna Google it. Hang on a second. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, it's called hard lighting or hard light. Yeah, it's when you have one side like lit really well, and the other side is just fucking, not lit. There's a hard shadow. I mean, that's what's going on here for the most part. You got like one side lit, the other side not. So I mean, that's why I'm explaining here. Like that's the detail. Yeah, I will admit it does look really close. But I don't know the whole story to this, image or this video. I don't know like the lens. I guess it's more of a field of view thing I should really be asking. But I don't know the field of view of the camera. I don't know if when they deployed these, I'd imagine they'd have to be high when they're actually deploying these satellites. But I don't know. There's a lot of context missing here or whatever. So it's just hard for me to really argue this. But the reason why it does look that detailed is the hard lighting. Like,
but you got to admit though, not being able to present any evidence of the globe is quite telling and proving that your globe don't exist. Yeah, it goes a long way, doesn't it? Don't
what
you think?
this specific example?
No, in general, the fact that in general you aren't able to present any evidence for your heliocentric model.
I don't know about that.
Well, you haven't done it. What evidence have you presented?
Me personally? Well, I don't really talk about evidence. I'm really here just to destroy people's arguments because a lot of them are dumb.
Well, okay, you're here to study.
You're doing a bang up job on this one.
Yeah, well,
don't you think that the flat earthers are winning 1,000-0?
No, I don't know about that. They have a lot of not insulting, but there's a lot of dumb arguments on that side. I'm not gonna lie.
On what side? On the flat earther side?
Yeah, the flat earther side.
Give me one. Give me one, please. Without being insulting, give me one.
Am I allowed to bring up like old ones?
Anyone. Give me one.
So I remember when I first came to debate flat earth, there was the one that this one was like, what the hell are they talking about? Like the whole transparent moon thing. All right, remember that whole argument? Transparent moon?
Transparent moon.
Yeah, because it looks transparent in the day.
We're not saying the transparent moon proves flat earth. We're not saying that.
No, I know that. I'm just saying.
That's not an
Flat.
argument, is it? That's not
No,
an
it's an argument that a flat earther told me that it's transparent. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about a flat Earth argument.
Well, then okay. So let me think. Okay, so do you guys even have any proofs? And you guys just say it looks flat, therefore it is flat. That's all you guys really say. I haven't actually heard any arguments from your guys' side.
That is what we observe. That is the whole crunch of the thing. There
Yeah.
is no curvature.
Yeah.
Come
So.
on.
So you guys.
That is not a dumb argument.
So hold on. So you guys don't prove the flat Earth. You guys are just debunking globe. So I'm doing the same exact thing. I'm debunking flat Earth.
We're proving the flat by the very fact that we don't see any curvature. There's your first Achilles heel.
So I could do the same thing and just be like, well, it's round because it's not flat.
Do it,
you know?
do it, please. Do the same thing, please. Do it.
Okay, you got freaking. You got like what do you call it? Like, well, I can't bring that up though because you guys don't like the sky argument, so I'm not bringing that up.
Exactly. You can't.
They won't.
You can't.
They won't let
because
talk about what we.
Yeah, you can't because that doesn't really. It doesn't work, does it? Really? Even you know that
Yes.
for yourself.
Yeah, well, it's a really weird world, if it is flat and those stars are doing what they're doing when we walk around.
No. It is not a weird world. It is a fantastic world. It is a weird
A
world.
nonsensical world.
And you don't realize. You don't realize you're living
One
in
that
a
doesn't
weird
add
world.
up.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the world you're living in. What adds up is what you see. That's the thing. You're in an upside down, topsy-turvy, inside out world. That's why it's weird. Because what actually is true, you don't recognize it because of your indoctrinated.
You guys also need reverse refraction for things to actually hide behind the horizon. You need reverse refraction for that. So that's another weird one.
Yeah, that's a weird one again because it's
perspective with the sun. The sun doesn't shrink; it just stays the same size. So you need some kind of lensing. No, solar. Put it. They don't have solar filters on them.
No, there's quite a lot of videos with
They don't have solar filters though.
Sun shrinking.
With solar filters?
The sun is not with solar filters, no.
Then it's not shrinking. Then it never shrinks. It literally all that's happening is it's going lower. The light is having to go through more atmosphere, and therefore it's getting dimmer and dimmer. So
it's shrinking.
It's not shrinking.
The sun
It's
is
literally
always
just
its size, of course, but it appears to be shrinking, which is known as a optical illusion. But
so why don't you put a solar filter on those? Why can't we observe the sun with the solar filter and then see how it looks? Over the course of a day.
If you want to.
Yeah, and I've seen some, and the sun stays the exact same size. Even then, the sun argument's dumb too because let's say the sun does shrink. What the hell is going on with the moon? The moon doesn't do that.
It's just proving that the sun is moving away. Going to another location.
So what about the moon then? You can't explain that with the moon. What's the argument against? Don't tell me, we got video of the moon doing that because I can tell you right now. All right, I can look at the moon. All right, without blinding myself, and throughout the entire time the moon's in the sky, it stays the exact same size.
No, I've seen the moon at different sizes. Sorry.
What? Because it's at the horizon. It looks bigger at the horizon. That's an optical illusion. It never is actually bigger. Did you measure it?
Yeah, you measured it.
At different sizes.
Did you measure it?
I didn't have to measure it. I could tell by my eyesight.
Yeah, well, your eyes can lie to you. Your eyes can lie.
Well, the eyes can lie, but not in this case.
Hold on, circle
not
size,
in this case.
optical.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me show you.
The moon is changed. It looks different sizes.
Hold on,
it's only one size.
Hold on, I love bringing up.
Illusion,
hold on, here you go. I'm going to show you this because I love bringing this up. Hold on.
Yeah, it has been measured and it stays the same size.
Yeah.
Jin? Here we go, Jin. I love sending this. Okay, which orange circle is bigger?
I can't hear you.
I posted in live stream too. Which orange circle is bigger?
They're both the same size.
Okay, yeah, but which one looks bigger though?
Well, you asked me the question. They're both the same size.
Yeah. Okay, but the whole point is you're right. Fine, but you've probably seen this one. That's probably why you guessed that. Though most people guess the one to the right is bigger.
No. You know what I did? Is that what I did was I didn't look at both of them directly. I looked in between them. You see that? That's how I knew.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Fine. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You won this one.
Ah.
But the one to the right does look bigger, though. All right. It's not, but it looks bigger. All right.
No,
And that's
no. Yeah, I knew it was trickery. I knew
well.
it was trickery.
See, you knew it was tricky. So that's exactly. I mean, the fact you knew it was a trick question. I mean, you kind of knew that there was going to be like, oh, whatever, fair enough, whatever. But
No. I knew it was photographic trickery because I've seen these kind of problems before. It's not the first time.
All right.
Yeah.
So you knew it was trickery, all right. But with that being said, all right. Assuming you didn't know it was trickery, and I was just to show you that, I think.
In order for me to make sure that, in order for me to make sure that both orange circles were indeed the same size, without me using a measuring instrument, I looked in between. I didn't look at them directly. I looked at them directly, and then I looked in between. And then I used my own brain and my vision to ascertain that they were both the same size.
Yes,
Which is what we do when we're looking at things anyway. We're using our eyes to constantly measure. We're always doing that.
Yeah. Okay. So in this example, you had a reference, right? You had an example where one was surrounded by big things, one was surrounded by small things. You have both of them at the same time. But with the moon, though, you don't have two moons in the sky. All right. You only have one at one point at one time. All right. So unfortunately, you don't unless you really measure it. You don't really know if it's bigger or small. You're just saying it kind of looks bigger. It kind of looks smaller. Like if I was to show you these.
No. I know by what I see. Hang on a second. I know by what I see. I've seen a big moon and a small moon. I've seen a moon in different sizes throughout my life.
In the same day, or just because if it's not
I've seen it
in the same day, or different days? Because if it's different
days,
we do get bigger moons because it does get closer at certain points. But I mean, I'm talking about the same day though. The same day doesn't get bigger or smaller.
But when is it bigger? Is it bigger at the horizon or is it bigger overhead?
I've seen it bigger overhead, bigger at the horizon. I've seen it different sizes during the course of my life.
So you've sometimes seen it bigger at the horizon.
But the main point is no curvature to be found on Earth.
Okay,
where are under our feet, which is the main problem.
The whole point of bringing it up in the first place was to talk about perspective, and we kind of went on a tangent, but. Yeah, the whole point was that perspective. Yeah, so I mean, we would assume the moon would get smaller at the horizon, which it doesn't measurably do that. What's your argument against that?
Well, against what exactly? Sorry.
But the moon staying the same size even at the horizon. I mean, we would expect it to shrink if it was going away due to perspective. It would shrink, it would go down, and it would if perspective was a thing.
It's an optical illusion. Basically, that's what that is.
What, like a lensing?
We need to measure the ground under our feet. And when we do so, no curvature to be found whatsoever. And remember, you're busy looking for a photograph of Earth, which you've never found. Don't you think that should speak volumes in itself, that you yourself are unable to present to the world a photograph of the Earth in its entirety and say, yeah, this is it.
Yeah,
video.
I can't.
You can't do it.
Blue Marble or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, do it. That's a 1972. That's a painting, mate.
I don't know about that, man.
That's a painting. That's not a photograph of Earth.
There's the negative.
1972 Apollo 17 mission. Not a photograph.
Yeah, there's a negative that exists to that on film.
There's not even one. There's not even one.
Not the 2000.
One, mate.
No, I'm talking about the Blue Marble, the one that's
not even one, mate. There's
truly
not even one, mate.
Okay.
There's not even one, mate. Like I said, and don't get me wrong. 50 years have gone by. 50 odd years have gone by, and still not one new image. Only those from Robert Simmons. Yeah, photoshopped. Photo composite CGI. Those are the words.
So, Jen, if NASA's planning on going back to the moon in 2024?
No, they're not. They've moved it back. It's not 2024. It's going to be 2028 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's gone. That's not happening. But Elon Musk's supposed to be taking some Japanese artists and other artists around the world in his Starship in 2024. So that's supposed to be happening. It's supposed to be going around the moon. It's called the Dare Moon Project. That's supposed to be happening. Elon Musk. I don't know if that's going to happen. My question is, why isn't Elon Musk going on that rocket? That's my question. It'd be like owning a Ferrari, but you never drive it. Everyone else can drive it, but you don't drive it. And it's yours. Yeah? You know? After all, Jeff Bezos, what's his name's gone up, William Shatner, and various, what's his name? Richard Branson, etc., etc., etc. Need I say more? Now, why isn't Elon Musk going in his rocket to the moon and back? A chance of a lifetime.
He might be scared of heights.
Yeah, I reckon he's scared of not going because we can't go. I wonder how they're going to fake that one. Could it be there could be an accident and they all die? Who knows? He's received monies as well. He's actually received the money. So there you go.
Back for more, Arma. Hey?
Oh, God. I don't even know anymore. Still trying to see if I
Yeah. You've got to face reality, yeah? The reality is very clear and obvious. You have not been able to prove to yourself that you're living on a spinning ball. You haven't been able to do that. That's why you don't know anymore. People like us are trying to tell you the truth. We're never going to waver. Our message is not going to change. We're not going to come off of this truth any degree. We're going to keep coming like an express train. We're going to keep coming like tomorrow is definitely coming tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. As sure as next year is coming is how we're going to be coming, because we're living on a flat earth. For you, you're going to be unsure until you accept that truth. Until you accept first that you are unable to prove it. That's your first step. I can't prove it. The next question, why can't I prove it? Is what they're saying true? Then you're going to go and look. That's when you're going to know. You haven't done that yet. You're still going on with the rest of the world. Everybody else thinks it's a globe, so I think it's a globe. Or I believe it's a globe. That's what you're doing. It's clearly obvious. Cognitive dissonance. If you had any confidence, you would either prove it or say, yeah, right, I can't do it. That's honest. It's just as simple as that. That easy.
It really is.
As easy as drinking water.
Yes, it is. For me, just the sun, just the observation of the sun is enough for me, Jen.
What? That the Earth is a flat plane?
No, that we're on a rotating planet.
Nah, that's crap. That is absolute BS, because looking at the sun does not prove to you that you're on a globe. That's just crap. That's like saying, I look at the sun, I know I'm on a motorbike. I look at the sun, I know I'm in my car.
Did you throw in? You throw in the moon, the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse, the South
Doesn't
Celestial.
prove the ground underneath my foot, my son. It does not prove what I'm walking on. It can never prove that. It can never, ever, ever, ever prove that. Never. Never in a gazillion years.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, it's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact.
No,
because
no,
to say that is to say I'm looking at the sun, I know I'm in my car. And then the next day I'm looking at the sun, the next day I know I'm on a ship. And then the next day after that I'm looking at the sun, I know I'm on my motorbike doing 200 miles an hour. And I'm looking at the sun. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay? That's how ridiculous it is. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's not an opinion, it's a fact. In order to know you're on a globe, you would, first of all, want to see it. If they've gone to space, like they claim they have, NASA and other space agencies, and they've got things flying to Mars at the moment, they've got things orbiting Mars, it stands to reason, logically, that we would have real-time video by now and real photographs. There should be, I shouldn't be arguing with you. There should be no debate here. You should just say, shut up, Gene. Look at this photograph that NASA took the other day. Look,
Yeah, why
there
don't
you
I
go.
say shut up, Janata?
Yeah, I mean, there is that imagery and there is live feed from the ISS.
You haven't got any of that crap.
You just don't accept it.
No, it's all CGI. What you're presenting is clearly, obviously, CGI. There are many reasons and flaws. You have to prove that things can go to space. You haven't done that yet. You haven't presented that. You can't, can you? You cannot prove to all of us here and to the world that rockets go to space and indeed deploy satellites and they indeed orbit Earth. You haven't even proved Earth is a globe. So there's your downfall. Immediately you've stumbled. You haven't been able to prove it on the Earth. See the problem? You're living in a fantasy world, sir. You're not living in reality at all. At all. Because if you were, you would be able to present these pictures in all its beauty, in different definitions, different sizes, all real. You haven't done that. There'd be real videos of Earth spinning. There aren't any. Yeah? And then there would be measurable curvature on the Earth. And then we would be upside down when we go to New Zealand and Australia. We would be upside down without a doubt. No doubt about it.
No, you'd be right side up no matter where you go.
No chance. That's impossible. That is impossible in nature's world. Impossible. It is impossible to be on a ball because the ball would imply that there's some level surface. There is no level surface on a spherical ball. Nowhere is there a level surface on that ball. Nowhere. Water just rolls off because it can never adhere to the exterior of a spherical ball. Why? Because it is not level. That is why.
All right.
It is not level. Water, in order for it to exist and flow, it flows on a level surface when it's contained. When it's not, it rolls off and accumulates on a leveled surface. It's the only way it can accumulate. It can never accumulate on a spherical ball, because a spherical ball has no level surfaces at all. None. Zero. Not 1 degree.
Do you think that? Well, I got something. Do you think that the backwards landing rockets they ever made prototypes like in the form of models before they spent billions on a backwards landing rocket?
Yeah, reverse landing rocket. That's impossible. That can never happen. We know that.
Yeah, where's the model? We should all have drones. We should all have drones in our backyard that we can fly around and land backwards. You know, these rocket drones.
Exactly. No, they can't do that. It's
I
impossible
land
to do.
backwards on the toilet.
Yes. A dick. But most people who believe that, don't understand physics whatsoever, don't understand science, living in a convoluted world of upside down, bizarro, heliocentric.
But Dan, you know there are lots of people that witness these rocket boosters landing when SpaceX sends up a rocket.
Who knows what they're witnessing and from what distance? That's the other
Well, do
thing.
you think that if you saw it with your own eyes, you don't think you would recognize what that is?
I would want to be close up. I don't want to be miles and miles away looking at this thing.
Well, there is.
And then as soon as it's landed, I'm going to go up there and touch the thing. So as soon as it's landed.
Yeah, Left Lane, aren't the Globers the one that say we can't trust your eyes, but you trust your eyes and you think you see a rocket?
Yeah, I would absolutely. That's not what we talk about when you're talking about trusting your eyes. That has to do with measurement and things like that.
Okay.
But yeah, if you see a big old rocket coming down out of the sky and landing, you know what you just saw.
Not necessarily.
Hologram.
I would need to go there and touch that thing immediately. So as soon as it's landed, I want to be right there.
The sonic booms and the noise from the rocket engines, that's all
That
hologram.
can all be projected with technology today. You know,
You got to look at those rockets with a solar filter.
It's just amazing. It's amazing to me.
I mean, they could take a blimp, put a drone in it, put a speaker in it. I mean, I could fake that in a day, bro, just with the
Hey, if you
paycheck.
obviously never been to a rocket launch. I was there as a child. Was on one of the Apollo missions, and I can still to this day remember the vibration, the shock that your body feels from those rockets. It's amazing. It really is.
That might be so, but they never went to the moon. Clearly, that's clearly obvious. The photographics, the photos they brought back show anomalies, and the first anomaly is how comes the pictures are so perfect when there's
Now,
so
if you
much
ever
radiation.
if you actually witnessed it, there you would leave me with no question of what you just saw.
No, not really. No, not with the knowledge I have now. Not with the knowledge I have now. No, that would be impossible. I know too much. I just know too much now. I'm bristling with the knowledge now that I know statedly that we never went to the moon. We're not going today. We're never going to go tomorrow. We're never going to go in a gazillion years. It's not a place we can go to. So that's what I know. So now it's just down to proving how they lie. That's the level I'm at. Proving how they're lying is what I'm at now. Because I already know that they're not going to make it. It's never going to be happening. You see? So I don't believe we're going to go. I know we're not going to go. So what my approach is, let's see how they lie here. Let's break that down. You know, I don't entertain the fact that we can go. Whereas you bought it hook, line, and sinker. You're in there in the deep end of the fantasy. Fine.
Yeah, I've bought reality. What I bought.
No, it's not reality, sir. It's not reality whatsoever. It's not reality. The reality is you can't measure the Earth's curvature on Earth. There's your reality. There are no videos or real pictures of space. There's your reality. There is so much environmental obstacles that would render any human being out there totally dead and any equipment totally useless, would be fried. So that's your reality, sir. Cosmic rays traveling at the speed of light, radiation, debilitating levels, instant death levels. And I could tsunami you with information.
It's elephant hurling.
Talk about the REMs, Jim.
Get into the radiation, yeah. Let's clear that up real quick.
Diarrhea, vomiting.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it.
Yeah, you know it. You know it. Exactly. You know that, don't you? At 70 REMs only, according to the experts, and I can tsunami you that, 70 REMs hitting a human being would render them with partial vision loss, diarrhea, and vomiting.
And vomiting. Yes.
Right. And then 170 REMs would be same as above, but death within 60 days.
60 days.
And that's just 70 REMs, right?
That's true.
But then you've got to contend with the very first radiation belt containing 25,000 REMs. But at the time they went, it was 250,000 REMs. So that was back in the 1960s.
Most of that would have been blocked by the ship.
25,000 REMs now.
Most of that would have been blocked by the ship.
Still mega dangerous now, but can you imagine back then? What should have happened was the rocket should have just exploded going through the first one. Should have just been an awful mighty and
Not how radiation works, Jen.
sparks, right? And that's it. That's what should have happened. As soon as the rocket took off and got up to 247 miles up, there should have been a massive explosion.
True.
250,000 REM of radiation would have just
melt down radioactive blob. Yeah.
Would have just been finished. And then they would have to go through 2 Van Allen radiation belts, each containing 2,500 REMs apiece. Right.
Left lane, all you got is
you've got the 3 days journey, a 3-day journey to the moon, swimming through the cosmic rays, all that radiation spitting up by the sun, because the sun has an 11-year cycle of radiation, yeah, and the missions, all of the missions coincided with this radiation.
Solar
So,
minimum.
wow.
They coincide with the solar minimum.
You can use the word minimum does not come in when you hear 960 rems. That's not the minimum to me. That is maximum danger level for a human being.
Yeah, you'd be having diarrhea, vomit.
Yeah, they would have been dead. They wouldn't have had. Look, if they'd gone through the first one, they wouldn't have even had time to diarrhea. It would have been through their explosion, blah, done. They would have been splattered all over their rocket. It would have been finished. 250,000 rems. Their radio equipment would have just exploded, and then they would have died.
Yeah, and then they would have lied about it.
It's just been a big blob of glowing radiation when it was all over.
That's right. That's right. You would have been dead completely. And don't get me wrong. It's a 7-day journey at least, leaving Earth, going there, mucking about on the few hours and coming back. 7 days. That's 1 week of hell. Right? And then don't forget, then they went again, where they spent a couple of days, 3 days. Now you're going beyond weeks. Going on 12 days. 12 days on the moon. Yeah, right. Sleeping on the moon. Sleeping. Yeah.
With shit in your pants.
Ah, right. Give me a break.
No, they
Give me a
no, they
break.
shit in the pooper. They shit in the pooper. And they throw it out in space.
No, they made coffee. That's what they did. That's what they'll tell you they do in space.
I would.
Turn it into coffee.
Oh, if I went to space, I would have coffee, but it wouldn't be poop coffee.
You'd have Don Pettit coffee, Left Lane. Come on.
Can you imagine that? Trying to change your. Neil, can you give us a hand with my suit, mate? I've got to go for a shit. Can't get my suit on properly.
Just
Help me
eating
out.
protein bars.
No, Buzz, you're on your own there, Buzz. I've got to do
I'd
it
have-
myself. You've got to do it yourself, Buzz.
Have a glass of Tang.
Yeah, how did they put a new diaper on themselves? You know, come on, man. Think about all that.
Disgusting, yeah.
You can't be pooing in the same diaper for 7 days. You're going to have a diaper change. They never spoke about that, did they?
Well, no, that
I
wouldn't
didn't
be
hear anything about it.
something to talk about. You know, those are the unspeakables, right?
Yeah, in 0G, you know, where you got to take all your nappy off. You got to have a nappy wipe, like you wipe a baby, nappy, you know, diaper wipes. Wipe yourself up, clean up, because you can't have water everywhere, but that's going to be hazardous. You've got to wipe your ass up, everything, clean up, wrap that up. Whilst doing 0G.
Why are we talking about this shit?
You know
why? Because it's very important. It's hygiene.
What happens-
It's oral hygiene. This is how did they
Here's
keep
the
themselves
thing.
hygienic for 7
Here's
days?
the thing.
Going,
Here's
leaving
the thing.
Earth, going to the moon
Here's-
and back. That's I want to know. I want to
Here's-
know that. I want to
Here's-
know that.
Here's the thing. They didn't wear spacesuits the whole time. They only wore spacesuits on the spacewalk. So they were able to take a shit before they got in their spacesuits. And as far as the peeing goes, they had what's called a Texas catheter, a sleeve. And then that, when you would pee, it would go into a container. It ain't like they were shitting on themselves.
To be quite honest, that's very arrogant and very arrogant in the statement. They're going to a place they've never been before. There is no way they're not going to have their spacesuits ready. Their suits were on all the time. They were not relaxed.
No, they
The only
weren't.
thing they had to put on was their helmet and glove and boots.
No, when they were in the module, they didn't have to wear their spacesuit in the module.
Well, that's what they tell you.
Still got a poo problem. Still got the poo and the nappy problem.
Yeah, in the
still
bucket.
A problem. Yeah,
And shit in the
it's
bucket.
still a problem, mate. Yeah, and you've got to do
Vomit.
it. You've got to remove your nappy. So you've got to take your nappy off. Got to remove that diaper, right? And that's not an easy thing to do in 0G, supposedly. Floating around. You can't do it yourself. You're going to need assistance. So you're going to need one of your buddies to help you out here. You've got to strip down naked and then put your next one on.
And forget about using baby powder. That shit'll go all over the place.
Yeah.
That clog up your.
Exactly. Well said. That
Those
man.
spaceships should be like a
Yeah.
complete mess, man. That like.
Yeah, it would have stunk to high. It would have
Like complete
stunk to
filth.
high heaven in there.
Yes, exactly. Well said, young man.
That'd be stunk to high heaven in there. Exactly. I mean, look at it now. Now they in the ISS, supposedly, if it's up there, the toilet was originally $19 million, right? But it broke down last year, and then September of this it broke down the year before last, 2019. So last year they received a $23 million toilet, 23 million. And if you look at the thing, it looks like an old-fashioned vacuum cleaner turned upside down. It's exactly what it looks like. $23 million it cost. And it's a square hole. It's a square plate with a hole in it. And then you've got a couple of little platforms where you place your feet with Velcro, so you strap yourself in.
I do like that vacuum idea, though, Jen. That was a nice touch.
Yeah.
Very convenient.
Suck it out your butt.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why it makes very interesting talking, because how did they do that? Yeah. And then when they finished, they've got to make sure they put another bag in for the next person to come up. So there's always a bag in there ready to go.
3 astronauts, 1 vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. Toilet.
I got the joke. I got the joke.
And then they have the gall to drink coffee. And then Pettit made a plastic cup, and he was proud about his plastic cup invention. Give me a break.
You know, made from recycled urine.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And they call Pete Shea nuts for drinking his own urine.
Right.
Get these guys out of here.
At least Pete does it on Earth.
Oh, come on now. You gotta admit drinking piss is not right.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
You know, they've got a machine that purifies.
I'm not going to give my opinion. I don't know.
Influencers are not quite on board.
I was thinking about giving but I couldn't. But that's real science.
No judgment.
Lane. That's real science. That Pete's. He practices what he preaches.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's what makes him Pete, right?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want Pete any other way. That guy is a legend. Diamond in the rough.
Yeah. Wasn't he up there with his brother, wasn't he?
Pete?
Pete Shea.
He probably was. I don't know.
A legend, you said, St. Cleanser?
Oh, absolutely. Who would you put up against Pete? So we got Pete on our side, flat Earth.
D-Muck.
Yeah. See, that's we need a flat Earth debate team where we put our best guys up front. We need to stand and support our boys.
Yeah, put me in there, man. I'll destroy.
Yeah, Jin. Yeah, we'll put Jin on there too. Why not?
Put me there. I'll just talk about the toilet, and that'll just destroy them. Just the toilet.
No, because
the toilet one.
Jin doesn't say crazy stuff, bro. Jin is just like the problem that you have, Jin, is that you won't stop talking sometimes, but you don't say nonsense things. And I mean, Pete and D-Muck, they say a lot of nonsense stuff.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're good at that.
Well, with them, it's more of like a probability. 9 times out of 10, I don't know if I'm on board. But that one time,
if I'm gonna be doing that, St. Cleanser, I'll stick with the ball then. Since they have more suppositions. So if we're gonna fall into the same thing of just presupposing things without experimentation, observation, testing, then I'll just stick with the ball. That's why personally, I prefer to say I don't know on a lot of things, sort of making nonsense.
Yeah, that's what I'm about as well. I just say I don't know because What's the point of trying to make things up? I'm not going to understand that. Not now, anyway.
Yeah, that's the problem with Globers. They have no problem lying to you, unfortunately. Like, there's things I know that they don't know, but they'll tell you as if they were up in space themselves. It's like, come on, man. It just concede a little bit, right? Meet me halfway or something.
Yeah, one earthbound human to another.
I said, one earthbound human to another. Yes. Science has become a religion now.
Yes, it has. Absolutely.
Did you hear about that guy dying? The guy from Friends. Any of you recognize the guy I'm talking about?
Which one?
The one that was, they called him the seventh friend. Gunther? Is it Gunther or Gunter?
I don't know who that was.
He died today or yesterday of prostate cancer, age 59.
Jibby died, Jin.
No.
Yes. I found out yesterday.
Which Jibby? Jibby Jedi, Jibby?
Jibby Jedi.
No. What happened?
Yeah.
Nah, he's not.
Yeah. He's gone. He's gone, mate.
Nah,
Yeah.
he's not
Checked
gone.
out.
Rob Skibber went.
Yeah,
not Jibby
Jibby
Jedi.
Jedi. Jibby Jedi too, mate.
What happened?
He had complications.
What complications?
And
From what? From what?
antibiotics. And because of everything that was happening, he probably should have gone to hospital, but he didn't.
What happened to him?
He had
What
some gum
complications did he have?
disease. Yeah.
It's like his system shut down. Let's put it that way.
Fucking hell. Jibby
Yeah.
Jedi?
Yeah, I know. It's a shock, isn't it? Because that's one of the crew, right?
Hang on, you got Rob Skibber. Rob Skibber went the other day, yeah? And now Jedi?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking going on, man. Oh, that's not good.
I think it is for Jibby. Jibby was sort of done for a while, you know what I mean?
Jibby, no, he just got his new property, man.
Yeah, I know. This is what everyone's been. You get the mix, like everything was going well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not the only one that said that, Merle, that he was kind of ready to go.
Yeah.
What do you mean by he was ready to go? Because he was always shouting out loud and he didn't give a shit about anything, but he did give a shit. That's why he spoke the way he spoke, because he did give a shit.
Yeah, he totally gave a shit, and
yeah.
But Jibby also had another side that he was, he wasn't a happy chap on the old Earth plane, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know he used to be. He used to drink a lot.
Struggled a lot with it. Yeah.
He slowed down in his drinking a bit. I think I'm glad that because he was always drunk when I met him first time. He was always like pissed out of his head, right? And that obviously takes a toll on your liver and other organs. But I thought he was over that now, sort of thing. Got his property. He was looking to enjoy life, regardless of what was going on. No, that's wrong, man. Something's happened there.
Didn't I read somewhere where he had sepsis, like infection?
Yep. I'm hearing it through the grapevine, through people who knew him.
Yeah.
But a lot of us are in sort of shock because.
Fucking hell, man. Bad news, man. There's 2 people that I like has gone already. This month.
Talk to him. I've been talking to him.
Yeah. That's just disappointing, that is.
Good on you, Jin. That's a healthy reaction, mate.
Yeah. It
You
is because,
spend time with him, so you know what I mean.
yeah, yeah.
You came, you know, onto the
Yeah,
hangouts, and there he was, you know,
yeah,
baptism of
that's right.
fire.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Shame, man.
trained in the
That is a
PPC.
shame. What happened, man? I thought he was, got his property sorted out. He was well and truly on his way. Occasionally coming in a little bit half cut, but that's fine, Wasn't as bad as
No.
He ended up in hospital. Did he end up in hospital?
No. Died at
No.
home.
He died at home. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, at least that's a good thing. At least he died at home rather than bloody hospital. Was he on? Say, if he was on medication, then there's the problem.
Mm. He was
Right,
experimenting on himself, Jim.
Yeah, this guy who died in Friends. Okay, he's 59, prostate cancer. So I thought, okay, so he dies of prostate cancer. My first question is, how long have they been diagnosing this prostate cancer? Because when I looked it up just generally, it said it was the most common cancer that takes men, that kills men. Okay, how long has this thing been going on? Because I don't believe that. I believe whatever I hear in the medical world anymore now. So I had a little look, and it turns out 1853, James Adams was the man who first kind of like highlighted this disease, this problem. Okay?
Right.
Okay. And
Yeah,
in the last 150 years, more and more men have died. The next anomaly that I find is it affects black people more than anybody else. And that's bullshit. We have children all over the place in Africa, overpopulated in certain places. I've never heard of any black man dying of prostate cancer unless it's in a modern time. So I can't believe that statement again. It's the same thing with the COVID. Black people are more susceptible to the COVID. Excuse the expression, I shouldn't have said that. But that's what they said, okay? That we are more susceptible. So I can't believe that as well. That's something I cannot believe. So, yeah. I don't know. I just reckon they're ripping us off with that. They're diagnosing it, giving you the medication, and you're wiping out. And I reckon that's what happened to him. He fell for it. You got prostate cancer, mate. It's spreading all over your body. We can treat it, but it's not going to be a cure. And then of course he's gone 59. 2 years ago he was diagnosed. 2 years. Whew. It's just mad. All I'm going to say to you guys is look after your health. The likelihood of you getting that is slim, as long as you stay healthy. Don't partake in all the temptations that are out there. Drugs, alcohol, tobacco, excessive coffee drinking, junk food.
I haven't been sick for 40 years.
That's me. I haven't been sick in 40 years. That's me. I haven't had a single problem, and I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. So yeah, just be sure to look after your health, folks. If you look after your health, you don't need to go to the doctor for any kind of diagnosis. You just
The real
keep
wealth.
living.
It's the real wealth, right, Jim?
Yeah, that's it. The real wealth is knowing your health, yourself. Don't go to the white jackets with the stethoscope around their necks for them to tell you. No, you do it yourself. Check your heart rate. And if your
That's a
heart rate
powerful
is,
message.
if you're doing a good exercise and you can bring your heart rate down to 60 beats per minute, well, that's good. The standard is 78. That's the standard. So anything below that, you're in good stead for a good health. Anything below that. Okay, 78 per minute.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because
78 beats. Yeah.
we can trust
Mine
a
is 16.
mechanic, right?
Mine has gone down to 52 at times. 52 I've had. in a minute.
But
52.
you know, like with your car, like a mechanic, you know, you take your car, they can fix your car, right?
Yeah.
Well, it should be the same with the white coat, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just a mechanic, just a different kind of mechanic.
That's correct. That's correct. That's why I say to people, you can do it yourself. But if you're born in the Americas, you're under a lot of stress because you've got all that medication. You've got to be taking all your vaccines. This nonsense that you get. I'm glad I was born in the UK in that respect because, you know, we don't have that kind of serious medical intervention coming in. And as I made my mind up at the age of 19, going to be 60 this year, at 19, I said, I'm going to live a healthy life where I don't need to go to the doctor. That was the thing that I said to my, and the reason why I said that was famous people were dying of cancer back then. And I thought, flipping hell, man, what is this cancer, man? You know? And then I discover in like 2004, around about that time, that there are cancer cures. Sorry, 2006, that there are cancer cures in the end. I found out 2006 that there are cancer cures. All right. And one of them I introduced to the flat earthers, Latril, vitamin B17, which you can find in the peach nut or apricot kernels. You eat those, you're going to be killing the cancerous cells in your body. And Lord knows we need it, the amount of chemicals that are in the atmosphere and in everything we touch. Another thing to try and do is reduce your contact with chemicals as best you can. Bathroom, toiletries, you know, all that kind of stuff. You can reduce it to one product, then you're going to live well. I'm lucky. I don't use fabric. I don't use conditioner on my hair because I keep my hair short. So I don't use shampoo. I haven't bought shampoo in over 20 years, maybe 30 years. I haven't bought shampoo. I only use body shop and body wash. That's what I use.
Jin, my hair is, you know, relatively long, and I don't use shampoo or conditioner. Haven't in like 5 years.
Well done. We'll carry on like that then. Then you'll be able to say 30, 40 years not using. Good. That's it. You don't really need that stuff on you. It's all chemicals, really. And you don't
Yeah,
need
it's
to wash your hair
completely
every single day of the
unnecessary.
week.
No, I wash my hair every day, but like just
You don't,
water only.
you don't. Water, yeah, that's good enough. You don't really need to wash your hair every day. The fact that you're not using any shampoo and stuff, if you're just using water, then you're not washing away the essential oils that's coated on your hair. So that's cool in that sense. Yeah. Yeah. And dandruff, which is known as exfoliation, is a normal thing. The scalp will dry and then you will flake off. So there's no need to worry about that. They'll sell you a product to try and dissolve that. Just wash it out and grin and bear it.
I don't know about that. I don't get dandruff. I don't have dandruff. But I don't know if it's something that like you know, not do anything for.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like more herbal type of remedies, you know, that you could, you know, lemon juice or some other sort of thing, you know, that could get rid of it.
Yeah, if I do get it, I just wash because my scalp does dry, even though I get it every day and water it every day. When it does dry, I use a brush, so soft brush on my scalp because my hair is always low, and it comes out nice, feeling fresh. Yeah. So yeah, the likelihood of you getting prostate cancer very slim. Slim to none. Although it has increased in men over the years. I think what I saw was 180,000 a year, of which 31,000 die. That was the last year's numbers, I think that was. So yeah, you know, There, the guy from Friends died. Jedi's died. Wow. Rob Skibber's gone.
It's a different Jedi, not the 24/7 Jedi.
No, no, this is a Jedi that I know. The one from the Hangouts. Really nice guy. Really nice guy. Was enjoying freedom of owning his own property, which is a good thing, you know. Just getting himself on the ladder, and he's just making waves, you know.
Like owning it outright?
Well, no, he was paying it off on the loan, yeah. But it was his property, yeah, you know. After years of trying to get it and struggling and getting bad deals, you know, he finally landed it beautifully. He's been enjoying it for 2 years, mind you, 2-3 years.
I see.
Yeah. Real shame. You know, man. Yeah. Well, the lessons to be learned there, and that is to look after your health and try to stay sane in this thing. Don't let what's going on turn you into a turmoil where you begin to devalue yourself and your family and the things you hold dear. No, got to stand up. Because you end up, you know, doing the wrong things, you know, doing drugs or drinking too much, and then you're just hurting yourself. And they're winning, you're losing. You're smoking more than usual, eating the wrong foods, eating more than you should. Don't do any of that, man.
Jane, you're a boss, man. You knew at 19 that you want to like change your life and be healthy and never need to go to a doctor and stuff.
Yeah, 19. Yeah, I made that mind up. Yeah.
You're a rare one, that's for sure.
Yeah. You know why? Because I was fascinated with the human body. You know, I couldn't believe how my body transformed after I started doing weight training, gymnastics. So it all started from school. I was fascinated with the human body from school. My dad said, "You're going to be a doctor," because he knew I was fascinated with the human body. So I became a PE instructor. That was in the late 90s, or what should I say, mid-90s. And of course, I was doing karate at the time as well. So prior to that, 19, yeah, I said, after hearing so many famous people dying of cancer as I was growing up, this cancer thing, because when I was born in the 60s, it was 1 in 20, okay, 1 in 20 would die of cancer. I was born in 61. So, you know, 18, 19 years later, you know, I've heard about cancer well and truly by stuff. But still not so bad, but people were dying of cancer. And I couldn't understand what it was. What is cancer? Still didn't understand. So I made up my mind to live a healthy lifestyle so that I wouldn't need to go to the doctors, is what I said. I shouldn't need to go to the doctor. I'm going to try and live like early man. That's what I was thinking back then, yeah? That was my mental intellect was, I'm going to try and behave like early man because they lived a long time. So I should be able to live a long time if I do everything right. Yeah. Still exercising today. I exercise on my birthday. I exercise every day, almost every day, 4 times a week, should I say. And if I'm not exercising, I'm doing something physical, working. So, you know. But yeah, that was a conscious decision I made. And hopefully it will steer me in good stead, hopefully. I do have a drink of wine with my meal, but that's like, you know, a bottle or 2 a month. That's nothing, is it, guys?
It depends on the size of the bottle. I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, it's a 330 milliliter bowl. So it's 2 of those. So 660 milliliters of wine, red wine a month.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You know, that's it, really.
As far as wine goes,
So what is
alcohol, I think 0, you know, is the best. But the closer you get to that, the better.
Absolutely. Yeah, 0 is the best. You know, there are times when I have 0. You know, I've gone like, you know, 9 months, a year, no alcohol at all. I've had those during my life as well. I haven't drunk all through my life. No, I haven't done that. That's never happened. I smoked cannabis 19 years on and off. I haven't had a spliff in 21 years. That means no cigarette, no smoking, nothing. I started smoking when I was 19. I stopped when I was 19. I lasted 3 months, and then I moved on to cannabis, which I smoked for 19 years on and off, not continuously. No way. I was training then.
Mic check, mic check. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
What's up? I heard. I don't know how far back in the conversation you were talking about Jibby, but I was a little bit behind, so I was the one I think relaying information to Merle about it. So I could tell you
It's a shame, isn't it?
anything
I'm
else
sad
I
to hear
know.
that. I
Yeah.
heard that just now. I just heard that he's gone.
Yeah, I was gonna jump on and say something, and then Merle said something. So, but yeah, he's a living legend. If anyone doesn't know who he was, I'll put a video in this live stream just so you have an idea. He was kind of a living flat Earth legend for sure. He was back in the old school days. Interviews with Nathan Oakley and stuff like that,
Really nice guy.
and just a really funny guy, like naturally funny. I mean, no one would make you laugh as hard as him. You know, he was just personality beyond this world. Yeah, he didn't really. I mean, he was done. You know, as far as like the whole restrictions and all the stuff that we're about to go through. You know, he kept saying, "I'm done. I'm done with this. You know, I'm gonna take a bunch of people out with me." Basically, they tried to come to my door. You know, that kind of shit. But he had. I don't know if sepsis is definitely the reason. I was kind of speculation. I think I figured out, or I found out. But yeah, they found him. I guess he went to the hospital, and then they sent him home. So I don't know if they said you're okay, or if he's decided to go home, or what. But they found him in his chair, his favorite chair, and he had some digestion problems. He was taking antibiotics for, as well as tooth infection. He was delaying going to the dentist for because of all the restrictions. So it could have been a combination, or you know, I don't know if there's any real determination yet.
Okay. Or could it be just a little bit sinister here? Could he have been targeted? Purpose of being targeted.
Hey man, and nothing's out of the question when we're talking about people that are being targeted by volunteering.
Yeah. This is another reason why we've got to be very careful now, even more.
Yeah. Right. Well, we're not being very careful right now, are we?
Yeah.
This room's kind of like this subject matter is kind of. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's this one's on the table. They allow the flat Earth discussion to happen, and it's just going to go more and more flat Earth's way because ballers have nothing. They had nothing since 2015, or since this whole thing was created. This whole idea was created. They haven't had anything but a couple different things that came along that they started using to prove their conclusion. You know, that their pre-concluded idea of what it is. I don't know how they got away with it, actually.
Yeah.
It's just,
well, I mean,
it's
they
beyond
get away
ridiculous.
with it because they catch us when we're at our youngest, 5, 6,
Right.
7 years
Oh
old.
yeah.
That's it.
Completely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it's reinforced all through your life,
Yep.
all through every facet. You know, cartoons,
Once you
films,
see it,
radio,
like it's just so obvious. There's so many ways that the tactics are just so overt and like not even like smooth, you know. But the whole thing is brilliant, and that it does that on purpose. It's like the design of it psychologically has so many layers that it's just like if you broke it down, and they do stupid things on purpose, so they lower people's standards of what to expect, and then they get people separated, and then someone that wants to believe in it accepts the stupid idea. They have to dig in even deeper and accept everything else that's really stupid. I don't know. I don't know how ballers like don't. You think they'd get mad at NASA for not doing a better job of faking it sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Like you guys were talking about the moon landing earlier, and we were talking with somebody that was like, I forget his name, the guy that's like all about the moon landing, and he was saying that Michael Collins actually orbited the moon for 8 days while those guys were on the moon. 8 days.
It would have been not 8 days, but 6
That's what
days,
he's
wouldn't it?
saying.
Because it's a 3-day journey there. They only stayed there. No, it wasn't 8 days because they went 3 days to get there, and they were only on there for a few hours. Okay, so he would have only been orbiting the moon less than 24 hours and then returned.
Yeah, even if you made it 4 days instead of 6 days, I mean, it's just unbelievable that. And then the way they describe it, if you Google that question, like how many orbits, or how long did Michael Collins orbit the moon, it's so convoluted just in the way it's written up. Like you can't find any clear answers at all about it, because it's almost like they know not to say the direct amount of days, and they list it as like he rested for this period of time, and then he was orbiting on the other side of the moon, as if he went to the dark side of the moon, he didn't have to do anything. I don't know. Just look it up. It's really hard to figure out what they're trying to say.
Yeah, thank
Like
you very much. I'll look into that.
he had times for rest, and then he was still he had to be in the cockpit the whole time, right? Or was it just on
That's right.
auto
He was the
orbit?
one up
Is
there
there
all
an
the time.
auto orbit function for this thing that had no memory whatsoever? Had 8K memory and like 40K of hard drive space. I mean, it was really literally that. And to think that most of that was all like somehow just analog movements that they were doing that first time with the 8 days, and then the rendezvous with the thing that goes up to the and then getting back to the Earth and re-entering the atmosphere, and somehow, oh, we're in the ocean, everybody. It's just so obvious that I can't believe that it's just not like already like laughed at by 90% of the people instead of only maybe 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're at like 50-50 maybe on the moon landing though right now. I think even a lot of the ballers realize that was it, and they get out of that one though, because they can say it was just to win the space race, and then everything they did after that was real, right?
Yeah,
How often do we hear that? They were just trying to beat the Russians, so they had to fake it so they could beat them, and they cheated, but they won, and that's what our pride's based on, and this whole moon landing thing. But then after that, we did everything real, even though there's nothing at all to show for that either. You'd think that they would be like demanding a little bit more of NASA themselves, like, hey, give us a little bit better graphics or better fucking storyline or something, you know? I mean, you don't have to do the stupid shit with the wires and the toilet with the the little pipe hole to shit in. I mean, that's just total gaslighting, you know? And it's making it worse for them. They could have just put a seat in the fucking toilet. People wouldn't have asked so many questions if they at least had a seat. But thinking about hovering over this 3-inch pipe hole is just so funny. And she has the wipes there. She's like, it gets a little messy in here. Things can get out of control. Holding the cone while you're trying to hover over the pipe hole and with the anti-gravity, and it's just silly. It's so laughable and silly that I can't even believe we're like arguing it. It feels silly to point it out to somebody that actually takes it seriously. Like, are you really serious?
No,
You're gonna go with the suction, really?
I said that was not designed for a woman. I'm sorry. It should have been more of a curvaceous cup.
It wasn't designed for anybody.
Yeah. Well,
I challenge any baller that believes that to use that toilet for a day or a week.
Yeah.
Just see what that would be like. And then put like a fan underneath to like simulate the anti-gravity or something.
No, silly. Absolutely ridiculous. That's what I mean. You see, the toilet problem just blows away the whole story. That's why I like to talk about the toilet. Because
See, that's the thing, is that's the layers I'm talking about though. It's deliberate. It's deliberately bad. That's the weird part about it. They're doing that on purpose to cause the conflict, to make us feel like we have a gotcha, because we do. And if they don't, we'll never have one gotcha, but because they'll accept anything that NASA says they do, no matter how ridiculous it seems. Even if they just go up there and play with water and never get anything scientifically done and spend billions of dollars a day, it doesn't even make any sense. But they have to accept it because it is a religion, and that's part of the reason they make it so ridiculous. It seems, even the theoretical stuff. It's so unbelievable that you have to have faith to believe it, which makes it a religion. If it made sense, then it wouldn't be a religion.
That's correct.
It would just be common sense. Yeah, it would just be that's the way it works. It makes sense.
Yeah, it would be fact. It would be fact. That's it. That's what it is. But it's not. It's not.
Right.
It's not fact. It's not clear. It's not clear and done and dusted. No.
It's not even.
Anomalies.
It's intentionally unclear is the layer of it though. That's the hilarious part. That's how brilliant it is. It's like they put a stupid president in charge, right? On purpose, right? So to go around criticizing the stupid president because he's stupid is kind of like, well, yeah, of course they made him stupid, and they made sure he was stupid in some way, like this, character flaw had to be huge so that he would cause the divisiveness and be able to be blamed. And after he gets out of office, we can just move on to the next guy and blame it all on the guy before, right? It's
Well,
brilliant.
yeah. But in the case of NASA, I think the toilet thing was a big mistake on their part because it's impossible. We all know that
That was
no
a
human
duper's
being is
delight.
going to
It's
be able to
super's delight.
do that.
I would argue it's super's delight because it's just they don't have to do it that way. It wasn't a mistake. Why would they mistakenly make it just ridiculous? They could have just put a seat in it. They didn't have to even show us the toilet. In fact, they don't have to even show us any of this space stuff. They don't have to go show us the ISS with the people on harnesses and stuff and all that stuff to show us that it's fake and
They
to
didn't have to do
gaslight
it,
the
but it would
people that
make
want to
it more
believe it.
harder to believe, wouldn't it?
Well, we wouldn't even be thinking about it if they were putting it in our faces. We could have all just assumed they're doing their space stuff, and we would have never asked questions. But they totally lured us in with all this fake shit.
Yeah. I suppose they. You know what? I think they did that to entice interest because remember what happened. Do you remember when they did Apollo 11, and then they did Apollo 12, and by this time the interest had dropped significantly before Apollo 13, significantly to the point where people in America apparently were complaining that the Apollo missions were interrupting I Love Lucy. I mean, that's how much interest there was at the time of the Apollo 12 missions. Okay.
And it's almost like
So
everyone unconsciously knows it was fake, though. I would say that's partly because we all kind of know it's fake. And if it was really happening, like say if there was a rover on Mars right now, and it was really happening, we would all know that that's fucking for real, and we would all be fucking daily fascinated with that if that was really happening. But we all kind of put it in our imagination land, even if we're a baller, hardcore baller. It's still an imagination land for them because the whole structure is an imagination land about the orbiting. They don't sense any of it, so it's automatically in imagination land. Right? There's no
and I
growth
think
between.
people are too busy with their daily lives to be too invested in that big time. Only the nerds are getting into that big time. The nerds will be getting into that. So yeah, I agree with that part of what you just said there. But at the end of the day, the interest was waning. So they created Apollo 13 with its Houston, we got a problem to get everybody back into watching it.
It's kind of like a parade, though. Like the kings and queens of their day would just like spend like useless amounts of money, like just like endless extravagance, and then parade it in front of the people and show how royal they are. But we don't have royalty in this country. So our form of royalty was to create this space monkey thing with like the people up there floating, and it's kind of like an act. And
Well,
it
was a
also
good money maker for them, wasn't it? It was a good money maker.
Well, it
for them.
still is, yeah. It always will be as long as they want it to be. But the whole challenge of it creates interest. Like bad news is good news. Like bad press is good press in a way. They've got everybody watching it, whether they agree with it or not. We're watching it, so that's part of the whole thing because we know they're gonna fuck up in some way and do a cut before the SpaceX rocket comes and lands back down on the landing pad without having any Coriolis effect to deal with or any kind of trajectory
that is
physics
just
to go with
amazing,
it.
isn't it?
How they accept that's another form of gaslighting. Why even show that thing coming back and landing like a pencil? Like doesn't somehow has this like these side jets that we don't see somehow like making it go back.
I'm glad you said that,
that's pushing the
pencil.
limits of
glad you said that.
our disbelief and our belief at the same time.
Pencil because as a child I used to play has a certain balance. Yeah, there's no way that you could throw it and it would land. Reverse. That's just impossible. It's just
that's something I haven't heard brought up on here. Has anyone ever challenged the ballers that think they know all the physics to explain how that would be possible? Have there been ballers like Kosho or anybody defending how that would be possible with the backing up and getting back down to the landing pad thing?
Kosho's, I think Kosho
Xanax backed it up with some kind of jargon that makes it make sense for him.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like it's so silly. It's so silly. It's like, how could they be serious? Why? It's not a mistake. When it's that silly, you can't look at it as a mistake. You look at it as, okay, they're doing this on purpose, creating the division.
In this case.
Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't know why we started talking about that, but yeah, the shitting on the suit. Was there a bathroom at all? Supposedly on the first moon mission?
No, no.
No,
Look, there was
supposed to be like
barely.
just
Listen,
in the
there
bag
was
and out.
barely enough. Hang on, Dave. There was
Barely enough
barely
room over.
enough
Not even enough
room.
room to go over. Yeah.
No, there was barely enough room for two astronauts. It was the size of two
Right.
telephone booths,
That's the whole
right?
other thing about it.
And the other problem with the LEM was the door should never have opened inwards. It should have opened outwards. But because it opened inwards now, they said, where did the other astronaut go when the door was coming in? Because there was nowhere he could go. He couldn't
Right.
hide anywhere to get out of the way of the door. The door could not open fully properly if there's two of them
Right.
in there. You see?
Yeah.
They said they called that a
It's like
schoolboy error.
like the Doctor Who telephone booth. It's bigger on the inside.
Yeah, the TARDIS. Yeah.
Yeah, the TARDIS, right?
Yeah, but that had a folding door anyway.
Right.
That one had a folding door at least. It worked that
And
one
then
out.
it
But
just
this
was
one,
stuff like
this
all the leaks,
whole
like
big
the
round
floppy
door is coming
door,
in.
like the floppy door. That one cut that we always kept seeing, where it was like it looked like a canvas type door that they were
Yeah, I saw that.
flopping with. They didn't need to make that mistake. You didn't have to show it to us. I mean, all this stuff. If they're spending billions of dollars on this kind of stuff, they could at least have like a person do a a quality check on the stuff that's being leaked to or being shown to the public. And these things are done on purpose, right?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Possibly, yeah.
Well, it's either
just
for
mad
two
anyway.
reasons. It's either because they just want to flaunt it. It's part of the flaunting of it. Like you can't do anything about it, so we don't care if you think it's fake. And in fact, if you think it's fake, it's just going to work against you because people will think you're crazy, even though you're just making common sense of the whole thing. It's called crazy making. It's the cult of chaos that we're dealing with here. These people are psychopaths, but then not complete psychopaths, I guess, to a certain degree, because they could just kill us if they wanted to, right? So we're basically an experiment, I guess, more than anything, no matter how you look at it, to some degree.
Well, I mean, if they started to kill us blatantly, I mean, I think they'd lose there then. I think people would wake up quickly and overthrow them.
You would think, but right now there's people being killed blatantly and not even able to have any connection to why they were killed blatantly because they're not allowed to put that down as the reason they were killed blatantly. Seriously,
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
hearing story after
blatantly
story.
hiding behind. They're hiding behind it, aren't they? They're using that as an
That's
excuse.
another brilliant construction. And they're telling us the truth about all that at the same time in the same way. They're giving us the truth and the lie at the same time to cause the division because it's sad to say, probably because there's nothing we can do because it doesn't have anything to do with what we think. The plan is going to, act 2 and act 3 are going to start the same way and end the same way, regardless of what happens in between. I think that's how they think. And maybe they do have that kind of control. I don't know. But I think they can't kill our spirit altogether. That's the one thing we have going for us. Because if they kill our spirit altogether, then they don't have anything to play with, right? They don't have any. We won't give them the energy they need, right? So they have to keep the facade going to some degree without just completely giving us no hope. And that's funny because as conspiracy theorists, we would hope that everyone wakes up, but that would be the thing that would be almost the worst for us possibly, because then they would give up the illusion and not toy with it. Let's just be fucking harsh, Maybe the best we have for is there's enough normies for them to make it worth it their while. Revolution. Sorry to come in and start ranting, but yeah, Jibby was a good friend of ours, one of the core members of our crew.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Definitely, really funny as well.
Yeah, just naturally hilarious.
Yeah,
I wrote down so many things that he said because I had to remember how funny it was. Yeah. And as a Jedi, he's more powerful now, right? Within all of us forever.
That's right.
He went out just at the right time to be the legend that he is, I think.
Shit, man.
Oh yeah, I was going to post a video.
He's up there with Rob Skipper now.
Yeah.
just too much this month
Yeah.
already. Yep, but look after your health, folks. Keep looking after your health, man. That's the key here. The main message. Taking us out.
Yeah, I think that their CGI and their graphics and stuff could get a lot better too. That could be their next move. Like it gave us
Oh
a bunch
yeah,
of like
that is
crap
the
for a
plan.
long
Yeah.
time. Yeah. Now they're gonna put on like they're gonna make it look like Contact. You know, just use like the full on movie set and let people just virtual reality their reality somehow, even when it comes to what it's what's supposed to be real.
Yeah, I remember when it was all coming in, Pixar and all this, no more actors back. They're going to use animation as the, making the movie. I thought, it's going to be boring.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. And they've just kept going with that green screen, blue screen. Wow. What's going on, man?
Because I think that the thing that doesn't get addressed enough is that if we have a toroidal field that makes it kind of an elliptical shape, if we have we almost have, if you looked at just the toroidal field around the dielectric plane, it would look like an oblate spheroid, the whole thing, as a whole, not the Earth, right? So it's kind of they're kind of telling us a half truth there with the oblate spheroid idea. But that got brought up the other day as far as satellite orbits. Satellite orbits. There was an argument about how smooth they would be, and all that kind of stuff. I asked why would it be smooth, a circular smooth path for any satellite if it's an oblate spheroid they have to go around, and then Kosho and a couple other people started adding on that actually it's an elliptical orbit these satellites go through, which I think requires acceleration, right, and change of momentum. So I don't know how that works out. And the fact that there is a plasmosphere and an ionosphere and all that, and the changing temperatures with it having to go around that. And when you see the ISS looking down on the Earth, you don't see any plasmosphere, ionosphere type stuff going on above it or around it. It's just so fake and
Notice
bad.
how the materials don't decay. Nothing's decaying in material-wise. Have you noticed that in the 20 years that it's been up there? Nothing's decaying at the speeds it's supposed to be traveling at.
Yeah, you would
Nothing's
think
wearing out.
Yeah, that's because I think they're using the ionosphere in some of those areas for some perpetual drone type action, that are just circling around up there, maybe. Whether it's balloons or drones that are charged by the etheric energy or whatever it is, seems obvious, right?
Yeah.
Plasma is the key, though. I was just looking up all the stuff on plasma, and they were saying that for the first 500 million years or whatever, everything was plasma from the Big Bang, starting with the Big Bang.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. And then the moon was supposed to be plasma, wasn't it? The moon.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the one guy saying that. Yeah, he said it was plasma. There's the other theories, of course, from the baller side that say it was like planet Tiamat, right, or something that collided with Earth and became the small ball that got caught in our gravitational pull.
Yeah,
That's not really a pull. It started falling perpetually towards the Earth forever. Just the whole thing about falling forever is hilarious.
Yeah. The ISS is actually falling around the Earth.
Yeah, it's just falling perfectly along with all these satellites as we zip through space at millions of miles per hour.
Yeah, we're doing
None of that
622
matters.
miles per second.
Yeah, none of the
1.4
orbits
million
around the
miles an
sun,
hour.
67,000 miles per hour. None of those, because we can reduce that all to one vector, we could just assume that all the satellites just go ahead and go around, but we're just going to show you the the static form of this, because we don't want to show you that going around with all the pictures of the satellites around the Earth have always been ridiculous too. Like just like covering that you can hardly even see the ball Earth when you look at all the satellites, you know, that are supposedly up there. Silly. They're not any one real picture of satellites from space. It's always just these little cartoon things they give you. I mean, they could do it better. I mean, they
22
have,
years
they
ago.
have movies. I mean, movies do a great job of making it look real, and they don't even do that. So why? I mean, 2001: A Space Odyssey was made before the first supposed moon landing, right? So
That's
they could have
correct,
just
yeah.
used that technology to make it look real from the start. So it's
It
been
was
a
made in,
troll
I think it was made in
since it started.
1968, that movie. 1968, 1 year before they went.
Is
That's
Merle
it.
still here? In Merle's
not
movie,
sure.
his last movie he did, he has got some early clips, and they were showing how they were faking the planets. They were like, here's the you know, basically they were using like a projector that was recording the thing and showing how the you know, the planet might turn and all that, and then they were just basically showing you from the very start, here's how we're faking it. You should watch this movie. It's called what's it called? I'll post it since I mentioned it.
Yeah, post it.
It's got some early fake NASA stuff, and it's stuff that we don't think we've been shown through some of the flat Earth videos. Surprisingly.
Hey,
We're live
new
stream too, by the
perspective.
way.
Yo, what's
New
up?
perspective. Have you heard of the Vendée Globe boat race?
Oh yeah.
It sounds familiar.
Well, it's a race that apparently goes around Antarctica, and the
Yeah.
time that it takes, and the route that they take only fits on a glob. And we have a boat enthusiast in here who would probably explain it to you a lot better. His name is Drink of Kool-Aid.
I don't think that Antarctica is an ice wall that surrounds this stuff. I think Antarctica is its own little island, at least. I think that's part of the misinformation that's been injected into the flat Earth lexicon. And then they're going to come out and show this exact thing that you're talking about with the boat going around it. Everyone will know this thing that we call Antarctica, you can actually go around it with the boat, and therefore flat Earth loses.
I don't think
That's
they care
the winning
enough.
argument.
I don't think you guys have enough influence for them to even bother.
Well, no, but they could have that as the back, as like another thing that, you know,
Yeah,
we only have
assuming that
influence
they
because
already
they give us
control every
influence.
government and every corporation, right? They have all this influence. They don't really matter. They've basically
No,
built
I'm not saying they're worried about us. I'm not saying they're worried about us, but I think that that's part of the whole thing. I think this has been constructed. The flat Earth movement's been constructed along with the PSYOP that we are already in. I don't know if they're planning on changing paradigms at some point, and then it wouldn't matter what our influence is because they'll create the influence that'll change the paradigm for the new age and reveal the truth that the Bible talks about and all that kind of stuff. That's where I think they might be headed. But yeah, I think Antarctica is one of those things that people have, you know, not talked enough about, because the idea that Antarctica would be like surrounding us 360 degrees, I think that seems pretty ridiculous. It could be part of the ice wall or a portion of it with an area you can go around, but I don't think that it makes sense that it goes all the way around us, and that's part of the assumption I think that maybe a lot of flat earthers have made without, you know, you shouldn't assume anything is the whole idea, right? Flat Earth is all about, you know, don't make a claim unless you have some way of providing evidence for it.
Well said.
But yeah, there's a guy named E1 that used to hang out with us in the crew, in the Jibby Jedi and Merle and Jen crew that we were doing 24/7 on another place. I used to talk hours and hours with him about some of these things that made him leave the flat Earth scene 2015 to try to figure some shit out, because he was like, this doesn't make any sense. The maps don't work. You know, he doesn't think it's a ball, but he knows that there's some things that were just not even being talked about, like the southern star rotations. There's, you know, a good reason to think that one of the best arguments for flat Earth may be that there's two adjacent star systems in the sky, but they're adjacent. They're above us, both of them, not above and below us. and there's a celestial equator with the Orion's belt going up the middle, and there's all. He was really into studying the stars, and he thought one of the things that was the best argument on our side would be the two sets of stars looking like thermodynamics, one going in one direction and one going in the other, just like you would have like the shavings on a piece of paper with the dipoles show you some of the pattern. And then if you could get out, he thought if you could get out past Tonga on one side far enough, or Easter Island on the other, and actually get a telescope or a camera that was able to show that these stars not only go through the celestial equator, but then separate from each other and go the opposite direction, 360 degrees, and then meet again perfectly on the other side. Two disks, not completely edge to edge all the way around. But it seems like the areas that we've been able to have access to don't really allow us to see that outer area, maybe intentionally, so we'd be confined to not really be able to prove that there's two disks instead of either the ball concept or something else.
But surely you've seen the celestial observations from South America. Chile is one of the best places and has some of the highest grade not satellites, but telescopes in the world. Surely you've seen those images.
Well, yeah. Are you talking about with Sigma Octantis being able to be seen from the tip of South America and all around the supposed edge of where the flat Earth map would have these continents lie?
No, I was talking about satellite antennas like the Satan antenna array in the high mountains of Chile. But Sigma Octantis, we can talk about that too.
What was the proof that you were asking me about? Like, if I knew that there was a satellite somewhere that was, you could see the satellite. Is that what the idea is?
No, you just said there hasn't been any images, and I referenced one of the most well-known satellite imagery arrays in the world that happens to be
I'm not saying
in
images
southern
from
Chile.
satellites. I'm saying images of satellites in space, not images from satellites.
No, actually, this is images of satellites, just not satellites
really?
in this. Yeah, just not
Yeah,
satellites.
like satellites actually in space going around the world, because there's enough of them that they could definitely shoot pictures of each other, right?
That's exactly what this satellite array is detecting and imaging, is satellites going around.
Yeah, detecting doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's them detecting and visualizing the satellite imagery data collected from satellites in foreign solar systems. So
that's the problem, though. It's always detecting and showing that this is where it should be, but there's no. By now, we have all kinds of, like, real images of all this stuff going on.
That's what they're getting.
I would imagine.
That's exactly what they're getting.
No, the actual satellites, going around the world, or the world spinning.
Dude, hold on. We're talking about different satellites. We're talking about different satellites. You're talking about like man-made bullshit that we just kind of stuck around the planet. I'm talking about solar systems and nebula that are imaged from this satellite.
I was talking about the wrong thing. No, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were saying satellites in terms of space objects. Right? I got it. I got you. So what's the proof now? And now I'm on a totally different page. What are you trying to say?
I mean,
I don't get it.
It's one of the most well-known arrays. It's in South America, specifically Chile.
Are you talking about like a nebula in the Milky Way now?
No, the satellite that took the image. It's called the Satan satellite, or Satan satellite imaging array.
So you are talking about a man-made satellite.
That's the name of the telescope.
Okay, so it's a telescope in space.
On Earth, in Chile.
Oh, on Earth. Oh, Jesus.
It's a satellite.
It's the big one, isn't it?
Right.
So what is it? What are you trying to? Are you trying to get me on something like that?
No. You're just saying we have no imagery, and I'm pointing out the most well-known satellite imagery comes from South America.
Oh, I didn't say we didn't have any imagery. I said we have no images of satellites going around the Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like real satellites in space. You know what I'm saying? Not that we
Yeah,
don't
I
have
mean,
any
we
space
don't have
images.
that, do we?
I mean, to equate me
Yeah.
saying we don't have any satellites going around, pictures of actual satellites in space orbiting, to me saying we don't have any space images is kind of a conflation that I didn't really make.
If you're just looking for man-made satellites, there's tons of images of man-made satellites from amateur all the way through professional at any level. What do you want?
From
You want any YouTube video?
No, I want like a real image of a satellite from another satellite that's further away, showing it literally going in the orbits that they say, and with all the other satellites doing what they say. Like, I mean, if we can go to the moon or we can go to Mars, we should be able to turn the camera around and show all these satellites, right? Or something.
So
or something.
basically, you're asking for.
We get cartoon images. That's all we get is cartoon images of satellites.
You're asking for more or less
I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying it should have been done by now, and we would have all known about it. We wouldn't be arguing about it.
a satellite in geostationary orbit watching the orbital satellites.
Yeah. No, I'm not asking for anything, dude. I've given up on expecting anything that's going to make. But I will look at it. I'm not saying I'm just going to not ever look at anything, but I assume by now they would have shown us something that looked halfway real for any of it to ever be real.
Yeah. I know my boats are real. That's why I stick it with boats, because I can prove boats. Hmm?
Are you going to go around Antarctica? Are you going to
I'm not,
get in the
no.
race? Are you going to get involved? Somebody else in here was going to be getting the race. Is that what you're saying?
I applied for one of the races, but I don't think I'll actually get it chosen for crew.
Cool. That'd be awesome if you did.
Yeah. It's
like, can't you see, like, maybe they didn't like set it aside so that would be something that would knock Flat Earth back a rung at some point, but it would work that way if
the race that I applied.
Really
the race I
around.
applied. Yeah, the race I applied for is a recreation of a race that was done 150 years ago, and this year they're attempting to run it a little bit more green and economical, but yeah, it's still a sailboat race around the world.
Around the world?
Yeah.
Like, what's the path around the world going?
From New York, south of, basically down the coast of South America, then they are going to turn east and head against prevailing winds until they reach South America, and when they'll turn north and go back to New York. More or less.
How are the boats? How are the contestants for the race chosen? Is it by country or is it by certain special interest groups, or how does it? Just boaters, like?
Yeah, it depends on the race. So, like, I know if Jerry, every time I show up in a room, he wants me to talk about the Vendée Globe. So let's appease him and do the Vendée Globe. The Vendée Globe and the Golden Globe are both invite only. So you have to actually receive an invitation from the race committee in order to be allowed to participate in the race. In order to get that invitation, you have to be qualified and express your interest. Basically, say, I want to do this. Those two races are not nationally supported, and the national teams more or less stay out of them. There are, circum-Antarctica yacht races that are nationally supported, such as the Antarctic Yacht Race, but these are more just individual sailors. And then the Golden Globe, it's a lot of the high publicity sailors that you've heard of, because at the end of the day, it's run by a newspaper who's hoping to sell newspapers from it.
Oh. So what's the reason he wants you to talk about it?
I don't know. Every time I show up, he always... That's why he was telling you about it.
Say something. What are you talking about?
Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. Okay, Fulster Jerry. What's up?
Yeah.
I thought Jerry was
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I am.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He just really likes hearing me talk about the globe.
Why do they call it the Vendée Globe?
Because it starts and ends in Vendée, France.
Oh, but what globe? You say globe as in
be the one it goes around.
Okay, so that's the reason. So it kind of like it kind of seems like a almost like a globe proof just by mentioning it, right?
No, France. The city in France goes around the globe.
Right. Yep. No, but if you would like, I can. Have you ever seen it?
What, the path that it would take? Yeah.
Right, the path with all of the accurate details with how fast the boats were moving, the water speed, the temperature, the air speed, the temperature.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. If Antarctica is its own little continent that's still down there, you know, and part of this area that eventually comes into this, you know, closure, I don't even think that we're necessarily surrounded by an ice wall 360 degrees. I think there might be areas in the north that lead to all kinds of other land. Who knows?
Yeah, and at that point, there's nothing I can argue. I can't use my race because you're saying we don't know, and I'm saying here's what we do know, and you go, yeah, all that works, and I go, okay. I mean, this is just a proof of the map.
It wouldn't be enough to convince me I'm spinning without sensing it whatsoever.
Oh, this wouldn't have anything to do with rotation of the Earth. It's just a map.
But it's all one package. That's all.
Yeah. Why?
It's like because I know I'm not spinning now, I have to figure out what the other answers are for these things because the spinning kind of goes with the package of the turning and the ball and all that, right?
No.
Well, how does it work without spinning?
Think of
We believe for. No. Forget all that. I mean, you've heard all those a million times.
This is funny because the geocentric ball thing, like the static ball without turning, how does that make sense to anybody? I thought the turning was to keep the gravity and everything stuck to it the way it's supposed to.
No, this rotation actually works against gravity. It's centripetal force, but we can get into that if you want.
No, that's interesting though, because that's a kind of a flat Earth proof almost, right? If the spinning works against gravity, if the spinning works against gravity, how does that work?
It produces centripetal force.
Right. So then gravity is being worked against by the centripetal force. Like what do you mean by that? Like against
they are. Its vector is ends up being almost 180 degrees opposite. Gravity is trying to pull everything down.
But
the centripetal force is trying to force everything out.
But the spinning's important, right? For the ball to be the ball, right?
No.
No? How would it be a ball without spinning?
If everything else was spinning and it was stationary, that could possibly work.
Stationary ball Earth.
Yeah,
Are you
why
a
not?
stationary ball Earther?
No.
Yeah, I know that's one of the things that Tim Osman. You know who he is? The old troll.
I actually don't. But
he used to argue a lot. He said he'd be okay with it being the geocentric Earth, you know, but not a flat Earth, just a ball Earth. And I was like fascinated that you could stop the spinning and still have the ball.
Yeah, why
that
not?
Would make sense to somebody. I don't know. It just floats in space. This ball. What's keeping it floating in space if it's not spinning and orbiting and all that?
God.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so you're a flat Earth ball Earther.
No.
It's basically the same thing. Yeah. But you know what the problem is, though?
I'm an ordained pastor. I'm a religious.
Right.
I'm a religious believer. I also know that science is true and know to the extent that we can know anything, the shape of the planet I find myself on, and I know from personal experience that it is an oblate spheroid.
What was your personal experience?
I sailed around the world when I was in high school.
Yeah, but that works on a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Well, maybe not in your mind, but you know, you didn't physically prove
actually
that it was a ball.
the reason it doesn't work is because the known distances would must be at least in contention, if not outright wrong, yet those distances are confirmed thousands of times every day by every naval vessel out there. These distances are well known, well mapped, and the only place that you can actually get them.
The stuff that you believe in still, though. It's not necessarily a direct experience.
Yeah. No, I have direct experience. I have direct experience navigating those routes.
Okay.
I know those routes are accurate because of my direct experience doing those routes.
Well, what if there was a way that it could be accurate on a flat Earth, and it's just not being displayed right, or it's been hidden?
Yeah. Okay.
Possibility.
I will chalk that one right up there with we could all be in a simulation, because that is an unfalsifiable narrative. If everything looks like it, and if it looks like a duck and smells like a duck, it must be a duck, unless it's computer generated duck that is programmed to be exact same.
Well, yeah. Well, the flat earther could say, well, if it doesn't feel like I'm spinning and it doesn't look like there's curvature, then why would I call it a duck?
Well, curvature is easy. For that, we actually just reverse the time a little bit, and we go back to before the boats were actually boats, and back to the testing area, such as the Bethesda Naval College and their tow tank, where we have a demonstrated drop from vertical based on the unrestrained surface of water and the curved rail that we manufactured with a known curve to match the curvature of the Earth. It's what would happen if the force the line test was actually conducted properly. You would end up with a tow tank like in Bethesda.
Well, let's see some of these things that seem like a lot more practical and maybe direct experience related. At least I could understand maybe that's like a conviction of yours, but when you start some of the examples I was given earlier with the toilet and the ISS and some of the gaslighting, it seems like they're doing with the fake stuff. Tesla car in space for one.
Oh, sure, it's easy.
It's easy to get more believable. Do you think some of that stuff's fake and they're just doing this to keep the? What do you think? Do you think it's all real?
Is it all real? Yes, after publicity. Because
what's the caveat there after publicity?
So when you look at a NASA brief, you're not getting the NASA brief. You're getting the NASA brief after legal and PR have already scrutinized it and done everything, which is what makes me laugh when Jin goes off and posts all his U.S. government documents prove a flat Earth. They never do. They're always a lie. Please don't show me another mathematical diagram of an airplane.
Are you like a secret space program guy? Like they're doing it poorly on purpose so they can hide the real stuff?
No. I'm a sailboat guy. I don't know about planes.
The stuff you were saying you believed about the distances and stuff like that. That has so much less weight when you tell me that you think the Tesla car stuff looked real.
I never said the Tesla car stuff looked real.
Oh, you said it was all real. All the stuff they do out in space.
Yeah.
Well, then the Tesla car was real, right? It went in space.
It was real. It didn't look real, but it was real.
See, it looks so fake. It must be real, right?
Well, that was a stupid comment from a known autist with a poor sense of humor.
I think it was careful. He doesn't say anything that affects people's paradigm so much so that I don't think Elon Musk has free will to say whatever the fuck he wants. So he was told to say that. And it was all part of the script.
That's so cute. Let me guess. The Queen ordered it, right?
Oh.
It all goes back to the Queen. Come on, the Queen's got to be involved somehow.
Ridiculous. Why are you trying to strawman me with some kind of Queen claim?
I don't know, because that's where it always ends up, and I just figured might as well jump it.
Stupid people, then.
Yeah, probably.
Queen? What would the Queen have to do with that?
I don't know. I once had an argument in one of these chats that the Queen still owned the United States of America, so. I don't put anything past it.
There's arguments to be made about all kinds of historical facts, right? That we're supposed to think are unquestionable.
I mean, no.
But I'm much more the type of person that would rather have, questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned.
Right, because it's more fun that way. I get it.
No, it's not about being childlike and wanting to have fun. It's about, having some discernment and not letting yourself just be taken in because you want to believe something. I really wanted to believe it. I was a huge Star Trek fan, huge Star Wars fan, huge Stephen Hawking fan. I used to highlight every other page of his books and got the hardback covers of Universe in a Nutshell. I was loved theoretical physics and theoretical space stuff and the idea of wormholes and Star Trek and all that, the way it fit in with all that. Thought it might be real, but I kind of always thought I was pretending in a weird way my whole life.
Yeah.
I never really thought about spinning. I never thought, oh, I'm spinning right now.
Star Trek was pretend, brother.
I'm not spinning. Absolutely. So is theoretical physics, space physics. It's pretend. It's theoretical.
No,
it doesn't really happen. In my opinion, I would guess. I can't prove that, but I would guess it's fake. Theoretically real, but literally fake as far as what they're actually doing out there.
Right. Let me guess. Is space real? Let me not guess. Let me ask. Is space real?
I don't know what space is. I'm not saying that space is fake.
Is there space?
I'm saying we don't know what space is. What is space?
Space is
I think. Have you ever read King's Dethroned?
No.
Right. There's audiobooks of that. It just explains kind of the process that they must have happened when they made the stars infinitely far away, so that they could make them stationary rather than us.
Okay, hold on. Before we go into that, is there a place of less to damn near no pressure if we go straight up from where we are?
How am I supposed to know if there's no pressure up there? I have to take the word of somebody else, right?
Okay.
And it doesn't seem like the people that are telling us the facts are telling us all the facts. I mean, if you've been paying attention, you realize that we're not being told the truth about a lot of shit, like major shit, like a ton of stuff. I mean, do you believe 9/11 was what they told us?
Please don't.
Seriously, a kind of a litmus test. It's about discernment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
And it doesn't mean that you can categorize me into having some stereotype about saying space is fake and I don't think there's images of it. They don't have any images. It's like putting me in this category of like, oh, I just think everything every other flat earther must think. The stupidest flat earther must think.
That's why you're right. I was doing that, and that's why I stopped and I asked.
Well, yeah, but you don't need to ask. You've talked to me long enough to know that I'm not just like, oh.
To be fair, I'm not entirely 100% right now. It's 1:00 in the morning, and I didn't want to get you. I didn't want to get you mixed up with someone else.
I'm not trying to get triggered.
Right, because Jin just left. I was going to pick on him, but some of the crazy shit he says, I don't want to. I'm pretty sure you're not out there saying there's no such thing as dinosaurs. And all the bones that have ever been found.
I think dinosaurs everything was bigger at one point, right? Seems like there's pretty good evidence to say that.
Right.
So we have dinosaurs now if you want to count like alligators and lizards and stuff like that. So if the lizards and reptiles were bigger back then, those are the dinosaurs.
Exactly. Jin would tell you you're wrong, and every bone that's ever been dug out of the ground was put there by they.
Yeah. Could be some of that going on. I know there's people that go on excavations, and I think they might be burying bones to make them happy with their little trip that they paid thousands of dollars for. I think that maybe some of that goes on, but I think that the construction of these dinosaurs is pretty well laid out as far as what they created. They created these mythical figures, maybe based on some bones that had large reptilian parts, but. Mm-hmm. There was the Bone Wars. The Bone Wars talks about that. They were creating these fallacies and competing with each other as a propaganda war.
Right.
That's right. We all kind of agree about that.
Yeah, and all of the work from Marsh and Koch have been thrown out, right? They are Koch and Marsh.
Yeah,
The
right. So then they
guys
kept the ideas,
in
though,
the
right? They
bone.
kept the ideas of the dinosaurs.
No,
Still.
no, they threw out everything they did. Their
And then they
names are
started over with a new dinosaur thing.
their names are trash, and their name continue
But
to
that's
be
when it all
trash
started.
50 years later.
So then
No,
why did
no,
the
sir.
dinosaurs then? How did it
No.
happen?
The oldest recording of it that I know of is in the Bible. If you don't want to trust that document, then we have to go into the 6th century in China. After that, I believe they again surface Middle Ages Europe.
Well, when you said trusting
Yeah.
the Bible, it took my attention away to ask you if you believe that there's validity in the Bible. How do you keep your space religion going?
Absolutely fucking not.
There's no contradictions for you. You don't find any contradictions
between what, your Bible and space?
Not my Bible. I don't have a Bible. I don't have a Bible.
Okay, between what?
I'm not religious.
Between my Bible and space? No,
I
there
thought
is
you
no
said you had
contradiction.
faith in the Bible. I thought you were like a Bible guy.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm an ordained priest, but not of Christianity.
What of? What of? Space religion? Sorry. What was it actually? Ordained priest of what?
Pastor Rastafarianism.
Nice. John Rastafari. For real? You smoked the big J's, huh?
No, Pastor Rastafarianism.
Oh, pasta Rastafarianism. What's that?
We worship the flying spaghetti monster, the creator of the universe.
So it was a bullshit fucking thing from the start.
No, it's real.
Oh, you think that the spaghetti monster's real? Of course you do. You thought Tesla car in space was too, so that makes sense.
I can't the same logic that right, the same logic that leads.
Is there a mythology to this that I'm missing out on? I thought it was just a joke.
No, there's a whole mythology.
Spaghetti monster.
Yeah.
And you think there's legitimacy to it?
Yes.
What's the what do I look up? What's a good video to look up on this stuff?
Oh God. Let me see if I can
Like
find
a
one.
legit one that's not making fun of it.
Right. It basically comes
rare video of flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, that's probably somebody seeing his holy likeness.
So this is a deity.
Right.
And this deity is God? The flying spaghetti monster? That's God?
Yes.
And it floats in space?
He doesn't live in our universe.
Okay, so another dimension?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. How
Any
far out?
appendages extend from outside time and space.
And they reach in and he has effects in our space.
His meatballs of righteousness will strike you down if
That
you
is awesome.
cross.
I'm like way into looking into this now. If you guys actually think there's legitimacy to it, I've never heard of this being taken seriously.
Of course, it's not taken seriously. It's an atheistic meme to try and show the ridiculousness of trying to assert something as fact that you hold on faith. Everybody is agnostic when it comes down to it. You can pretend otherwise, but that's the true state. Now, you might be an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist, but you are agnostic because it's a knowledge claim that you're trying to make for something you have faith in.
I would agree with that.
And this is why when we have our photos taken for data shoot IDs, we do so with a pasta strainer on our head.
So it is a meme. It is a joke. But you're taking it seriously just for this conversation?
No, I take it seriously.
Okay, explain that to the person that just talked. What's her name? Oh, it's Stress.
It's Stress.
Yeah.
And it's taken as seriously as he explained it. I don't pray. I don't waste my energies like that, but I try to live on the right side. I try to uphold the tenets that are good for us.
He rejects the spaghetti strainer of evil, which will try and combat the great pasta.
It's kind of a way of mocking the idea of having a deity in a way. right? But at the same time, having faith in something that's a power that you can't explain. So it might as well be this spaghetti monster thing.
Might as
Is
well.
that the idea? Yeah,
There's
I got
more
you.
evidence for this than there is for the Christian God.
Right, I got you. Okay, that's cool. I get it.
Don't try. I mean, again, I don't think it's actually the point of saying that it's a power beyond or whatever. The guys that came up with Pastafarianism did it to show the fact that it's an unfalsifiable claim because we live in an agnostic universe.
Gotcha.
You know, we
That's
have
cool.
faith in our beliefs, but we don't have knowledge that they're true. We hope that they're true, and that is the leap of faith.
Well, that's what I was kind of saying earlier. I think that space, a lot of the stuff they give us to believe about space and, you know, the Earth's spinning without sensing it, because we have no proof of it, if it's spinning or any of these things, you know, it's a faith.
Well,
That's
we
kind of
got
what
lots
flat
of
earthers are
evidence
calling
to
guys out
say
for.
otherwise. I mean, that's a bit silly trying to
Yeah,
make
but the
that
key
comparison.
evidence you think would be our direct experience. That would be key evidence to really know.
Yeah, our direct experience observing it from outside of this. I mean, I always use the rotating restaurant. I was on a rotating restaurant in Atlanta, at the top of the Western Hotel. I didn't realize it was a rotating restaurant until about halfway through the meal. Now, why didn't I notice that?
Right. That's one example that makes people think that it's possible that we're going millions of miles per hour in several different vectors. Yeah.
1 revolution per day.
Yeah, you can minimize it in your mind all you want. It's still 1,000 miles per hour.
No, it's 1 revolution per day.
Well, it actually is both. One revolution at
Yeah,
1,000 miles per hour.
You know, Dress, that really doesn't work when I tried it with a cop, because he said you're going 70 in a 50, and I was like, no, I only did it once, but I still got a ticket.
But again, that's specific. It's like saying, well, it's 1,000 miles an hour. No, it's not. It's based on where you are on the globe, if you want to go down that point.
Well, if we were talking about objective knowledge in the way that Christians like to claim about God, we wouldn't be arguing right now. It would just be objective knowledge.
No, it's observed fact. We observe it from externally from the Earth. We observe it through the Foucault's pendulum.
Your direct
We observe it
experience
through the
doesn't say
Coriolis
anything.
effect.
There's
We observe it
no direct
through
experience
the
that confirms
rotation
any
of
of
the
this.
night sky as we observe it. All these things are evidences of the Earth's rotation.
Those are all correlations, not causations.
Well, again, tell me what causes a positive and negative charge.
Well, if all I'm saying is that
I want to know
our
this.
direct
Otherwise
experience
we have no
would confirm
evidence.
these things in some way. You would think.
Otherwise, we have no evidence for electricity. So, what causes a positive and negative charge?
Right. So just because there's some things that you can say we no work because they just do, and we could directly have experience with making them work and using them to our advantage. And another thing to say, well, because we don't have a direct experience with all these motions that are supposed to be going on, they must be just like this other thing that we could actually utilize and make work all the time and show demonstrations of.
Yeah, we've sent
That's another correlation.
over 500 people into space who've watched it, but of course they're all lying.
But no, it's ridiculously fake. I mean, that's why I was saying before. It seems like you guys should be more mad at them for not making it more believable.
I actually think if they were spending that amount of money, they'd make it way more simple. There wouldn't be any failures. You know, it would be.
They had all that money.
Be
They should do a
working.
better job of making it look somewhat real.
You know, and for me, it looks incredibly real. So I don't know why you think that.
Well, that's your faith. That's what I would say. There's a big leap of faith on your part right there.
Well, it's like, you know, I've watched some of the videos. Oh, look at that all disappearing guy, and I think, no, that's just JPEG artifacts from a bad transmission. It seems to me that a lot of
You
these
had no
things
problem with the Tesla car in space. What they showed us with that, you had no problem with that.
No, we went into that in quite a bit of detail.
Well, then you're a
programs.
man of faith, in my opinion, but I can't prove that.
I know we put I know. I have seen compelling evidence that we have a supply chain that makes and designs satellites and puts them into space. I have direct experience from actually having to work with some of that stuff.
Yeah,
that adds
that's
to my
all
confidence.
necessary to keep the faith going. Yeah, just like, you know, it
I
just
know
makes
how
more sense.
far away it was.
It must be spending the money on something, right?
Which was quite interesting. It wasn't anything to do with NASA, so we weren't using one of those satellites. Maybe ones they were using were Inmarsats. So yeah, so lots of interesting stuff that all seems to be pointing towards the
It
same
is interesting.
conclusion.
It's
And
interesting. It's interesting,
what
even
I
if
just
it's
want to finish
real. If
this
it's
point very
real,
quickly.
it's very
What I
interesting. If
find,
it's not real, it's even
I just
more.
want to finish this point really quickly. So, and what I find really, really funny is when I look at sort of, you know, the postulation for the Earth being flat, rather than say, you know, things all pointing in the same direction, it's all bad arguments that don't point in the same direction. In fact, they contradict each other, and those
Yeah, there are some
contradictions
contradictions. I
are,
agree.
yeah, like, you know, we can navigate anywhere we want on Earth, yet we don't have a flat Earth map that's accurate.
Well, yeah, that would be something that we should all be hoping for, right? If it's flat, I mean, you'd want to, you know, do your best to try to help with that. If it turns out that we're not actually spinning, and we should all be on the same page. Let's figure this shit out, right?
All the most accurate maps we have on Earth, when we project them onto a 2D flat surface, they distort.
Well, but then we have the whole argument again going on with the 3D, 2D thing, right?
No, I'm just saying if you project a flat two-dimensional shape, if you've got a flat Earth, it would be a developable object under Euclid's postulates, and it would not distort on a flat surface. It'd be cool. If you've got something that's a non-developable shape, and you project it onto a 2D surface, you expect distortion, either hyperbolic or spheroid. And what we see is spheroid distortion. That's why these projections tend not to be, tend to sort of distort towards the north and the south, which is funny because they actually distort basically the same ratio at the north and the south. That
You don't
tells
think
us
that there's
stuff.
a chance we're like on a geocentric Earth with like a ball Earth without spinning? Do you think that's possible?
I think that the night sky would make it very difficult. I mean, you can look at the Ptolemaic model.
How would the gravity and all that work if it was just a still ball floating in space?
Well, I'm just saying, do you know Ptolemy's model? Because that's what
Yeah,
you're sort of
beautiful.
okay. Yeah.
Sacred
So
geometry. That's why when you see the Ptolemy model, you know, and it's basically flat Earth, and it shows
he
all the
knows it's
stars.
the
It
Earth's
shows
globe.
all the stars above. It doesn't show it as a globe.
No. Ptolemy
really,
talks about it being a sphere.
I know, but I'm
Because
saying
Ptolemy
that
was a
it's
Platonist.
it's
You
all
know
in the
that.
same side. Well, and you know, but the thing is that it's all above us, right? Those circles could all be just
Yeah,
above us,
but
instead of
Ptolemy
all
was a
around us.
Platonist.
I understand that.
Yeah, cool. So he thought the Earth was a globe.
Well, at least he had to say that.
No, he didn't have to say that because he was
Maybe
quite
not.
bolshy.
Right.
And so you know whether you know. So now we're saying okay, well the Earth's a globe, but it's heliocentric or geocentric.
It doesn't make any sense when it's just a ball, is what I'm saying, without the spin, right? Do they have a theory about that, like how the gravity would work without the spinning or the orbiting?
Well, we'd have more gravity if there was no spinning.
Oh, okay. So everything would be centered
Because
around us.
no,
rather
it
than
wouldn't be
that.
centered around us. It would just there would be a little bit more gravity because the 2%, 5% or 8% of oppositional centrifugal force at the equator wouldn't be there, so everyone would weigh a little bit more at the equator. Now, if you stop the Earth from spinning very suddenly, everybody would fly off into space.
Good thing there's no bumps in the road this whole time we've been
Well,
zipping
actually,
through
they go
space.
splat against the nearest object, to be fair, but technically you could launch people.
No space debris, no little but then there's acceleration and momentum changes, elliptical orbits, and the whole reductionary
inertia would kill
vector
you on
math.
its own.
I don't accept the reductionary vector math of millions of miles per hour without any kind of bump in the road or any kind of momentum change is not affecting us and minimalizing everything to make it.
No.
Oh, you couldn't feel it. There's no way you'd feel it. There's no way. It's just a faith.
Again,
Faith.
don't
I
you
understand
think
why you
that's a
have
bit
it.
weird that you're trying to assert this velocity when you're just looking at speed compared to something else or relative speed?
Well, they admit there's acceleration.
So when we're on Earth and we're zooming along at say 70 miles an hour on your bike or your car or whatever, and you brake and you stop. Now that's 70 miles an hour compared to a tree that we view as stationary as we go past it. Now, if a car's doing 50 miles an hour, my relative speed to that is 20. Now, if the car's going the other way at 50 miles an hour, my relative speed is 120 miles an hour. So what speed am I going?
Yep.
This is the shell game.
Mathematically worked out to make it believable for you. I think.
No, it's just a shell game that's being played by people like Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay, who sort of started.
What do you waste your time here for then, if that's all it is?
It's entertainment, dude. Like this is Discord. Like Earthers are kind of write it as like a joke.
But I know, but you say that you take people here seriously enough to
well,
not
no,
just
like if you engage seriously,
Mark Sargent,
it adds to like.
It's not like people in here are discussing just because they're just stupid about the reality of our life. It's like they're actually trying to figure it out, and they understand the model, and they understand why you believe it. They're not just like, oh, I want to believe Mark Sargent. That's kind of a straw man.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that. I'm saying these are the people that originated some of these ideas and made them popular in the flat Earth community. I'm not saying.
No, they didn't originate the ideas. These are the robots. I mean, flat Earth has always been around.
Robotham didn't talk about the relative velocities of the Earth going around the center of the galaxy. So the reason I'm here, because that was the question you asked, and I really want to answer it because you did ask it, which is fair, is I'm not here to take the piss out of people, and I do try and treat you all pretty respectfully. I find it challenging at times, let's be honest. But the main thing that fascinates me is why you hold to the things you do.
I don't hold anything.
Or your rationale for certain things, or people's rationale here for certain things. I find interesting.
Like I suspect that the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm not spinning. Seems pretty rational. Is the Coriolis effect caused by the Earth moving below the plane?
I know, you explain it.
Huh?
Explain why we see the rotation of hurricanes in the North Hemisphere and tropical storms in the Southern Hemisphere.
I'm not talking about
always opposite rotation. Now that's evidence that
those could be caused by the
globe Earth. Could be.
Yeah.
So what evidence do you have that the toroidal field is affecting our atmosphere? Give us one piece of evidence.
That's the thing. I'm saying I could be. I'm not trying to make a claim.
Well, it could be the Pastafarian God doing it.
But to take it back to the plane, is the rotation of the Earth underneath the plane causing the displacement, the Coriolis displacement? Is that what causes it?
That's the thing I always
find funny. Yes or no answer.
Yeah, no. I'm going to expand on that. This is funny. I asked you for some evidence of something, and you asked me a question.
No, because you asked me a question on top of the question I was asking you, which is the exact same question. I asked you is the Coriolis caused by the Earth spinning below the plane?
I think there is good evidence to say that it is consistent with a rotating body that is a spherical-ish shape.
Coriolis displacement that the plane would experience if it didn't correct for Coriolis is caused by the Earth spinning below the plane, correct?
And the other thing that I find kind of funny is...
You want to answer that. Why won't you answer that? Why is that hard to answer?
Go on, ask the question again.
Is the Coriolis displacement that a plane would experience if it didn't correct for Coriolis caused by the Earth spinning below the plane in a separate direction, west to east, for a north to south headed plane?
So when you say plane, are you talking about the shape of the planet? Or are you talking about an
airplane?
Okay, so you're
traveling
talking about
from south to north or north to south is going to have an Earth turning below it, causing Coriolis displacement. Is that correct?
Not really, because it's powered flight. So if you took a ballistic object, powered flight have control surfaces.
I understand ballistics.
It's direct, yeah. So
can a plane mimic a ballistic by making sure that its path is only straight, and therefore experiencing Coriolis from the Earth spinning below it, knocking it off course? Is that what it is?
I don't think so.
That's
I don't know.
You understand Coriolis? You know what Coriolis? You know what the Coriolis is?
Okay, so you're not going to let me actually answer a question. Right, go on, Carol, you keep monologuing.
Did he leave? Yep, that's usually what happens when you start to get down to the actuality of our
No,
reality.
no, I'm still here. I'm waiting for you to finish your point. What you did is exactly
My
what I
point
thought you'd
is,
do,
what is it that
which
is
is you started
causing
talking
the
over me
displacement?
again. So that's
Why is it so
interesting. I
hard?
do find this quite funny that every time I start talking, you start talking over me.
You're trying to turn
Now,
it around and make this some kind of analysis of me instead of just answering the question.
now, do you want to state your question clearly and let me respond to it?
Again, third time. Is the Coriolis displacement that a plane would experience if it didn't correct for Coriolis, went in a straight line just like a projectile does, over multiple latitudes with multiple tangential speeds, with a different conserved speed from where it started, would that be called Coriolis effect when the Earth turns west to east underneath a plane that's either going north or south? Is that
No,
why
because
they have a? Is that why
planes.
Coriolis is in the discussion when it comes to planes? Is that what they're talking about?
No, because a plane is a powered flight and has control surfaces, and you'd have more effect from things like wind shear than you would from Coriolis because of the speed of the object. Now, if you take a ballistic object like an artillery shell, without any control surfaces on it, because some artillery shells in the modern age do have some of that shit, but we're talking, a nice 1940s 15-inch naval gun, then yeah, you correct for Coriolis, and we have artillery tables that demonstrate that. Next.
Okay, so then so the Coriolis effect is caused by, if you want to talk ballistics, by the Earth turning below the ballistic, right? As the ballistic goes in one direction, north to south, the Earth is turning below the ballistic, west to east, correct?
So we observe that to be a fact because we have artillery tables and other evidence to show
So
that
that
this
is a fact. So you
happened.
agree?
So
You do agree?
what I'm asking you, I would like to respond now and ask you a question. What would be the cause of that on a stationary Earth?
Well, this is the thing, and that's the reason that this is important to talk about, because you want to bring it back to ballistics, and there could be a lot of reasons that a ballistic might veer one way or the other. But the way that we could prove this is that you know very well that a machine in the sky has all the capabilities to fly wherever it wants, however fast it wants, and it totally can mimic a ballistic, but it actually goes over much further distances, which would cause the Coriolis to be a much greater effect, and the displacement to be all the more obvious. And a camera pointed underneath the airplane would show necessarily that the Earth turns west to east underneath it as it goes north to south, and it can make sure to show us that because it can do whatever it wants. It's not the machine, because it's a powered engine, it's all of a sudden less capable of showing this Coriolis. It's actually way more capable of showing us this Coriolis displacement. And we could prove this tomorrow. Just put a camera underneath the plane. But every time I bring this up, it's always some kind of runaround like, oh, let's bring it back to ballistics, or, oh, no, the plane can't ever see the Earth turning below it. That's like it's like a red flag or something in your side. And I just thought maybe you'd be excited to go out and prove that the Earth spins, because it can obviously be shown with a camera underneath the plane as the Earth turns below it.
That is so.
Then you'd have your ball. You'd have proof of your ball. It wouldn't be a faith anymore.
So interesting. You think that if we did that, that would be proof of the ball? No, the proof of the ball is we've taken pictures from outside the atmosphere that show it to be.
That's good enough for you?
And
I guess so.
That's amazing. And when you combine that with Foucault's pendulum, when you bind
This would prove it
that
even
with
more, though, right?
viewpoints of rotation.
Don't you agree that if we were able to get the
I'm
rotating
going to get
Earth,
to the end of this
that
point,
would be
because
even
again,
better
you're
proof?
being a
Hey,
rude
new
cunt and you're
perspective,
interrupting
man.
me.
You gotta let him finish.
Yeah,
You're cutting him off a little
it's
bit.
ridiculous.
All right.
Thanks, Sinclair. I appreciate it. And the problem that I have with that is, what's the major difference between a ballistic object like an artillery shell and an airplane?
Exactly, that's my point.
No, what is the difference? What's the one major difference you could pick on?
The plane can fly wherever it wants and do whatever it wants, whereas the bullet can't.
Mm-hmm. What's one of the major, other than we're talking artillery shell, not a bullet. We're wanting to do 15 miles. Exactly. What is way fucking faster?
Yeah, but how would we be able to see whether the ISS is faster than the bullet underneath it or the airplane if we can never see any live footage of anything going on underneath it? That's his point, right?
I think
what can we compare it to if we have no live footage from the said object to another
we
set speed.
we look at it from the point of view results demo. So we look at where we expect an object to hit, and then we look at where it hits, and we keep repeating that test, which is what they've done.
Yeah, we can keep on calculating
And
peanut
that's
butter
why
and
they have
coconuts.
sorry.
Hold on a second. We can calculate peanut butter and coconuts and call them pineapples and cookies all day, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
What we need is an actual demonstration of the thing showing the thing. And when we do that, then we don't have to worry about your peanut and coconuts and peanut butter calculations. We go with reality.
But
Yeah,
New Perspective has
peanut
already
butter and
denied the
coconuts.
fact that we can. New Perspective has already denied the fact that we can use video evidence. We can't use it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's get some video evidence of this earth
No, but we
turning
can't
below the
use
plane.
video evidence. Video evidence has already been rejected by New Perspective.
Hello?
Why are you running away from this?
Denying
This
that
is a
you
great
have
way of
live
proving your
footage
ball.
of an ISS watching a helicopter or an airplane fly any directions underneath it live.
No, I think that you did a
Seems
pretty
strange
bad.
you wouldn't be excited. I
No,
thought you
no,
might be excited about this idea. Because
No,
it could. I mean, look at the plane, the GIF that I put in the chat of this plane this jet that can hover with 40,000 pounds of thrust. It can fly at 1,200 miles per hour. It can do whatever it wants. It's not bound by any atmosphere, making it have to be always seeing a stationary Earth below it. It could totally show the spin of the Earth easily. Just put a camera on the bottom of that. But then every time I bring this up as an idea, it seems like the people that want to believe the ball don't think that this is a good idea to show the spin of the Earth this way, which can easily be done.
Just explain kind of why it's not fast.
Okay.
One, the fact that what you're doing is not really at the same sort of speed. Two, it's got power control surfaces. Three, you're going to have more effect from things like wind shear on an object like that. That's why we use things like artillery shells to demonstrate this point, because one, we've been testing this shit for a couple of 100 years. We're pretty familiar with how artillery works. Two, we actually have already done this with larger caliber artilleries, and we have the tables showing the compensation that needs to be made. And humans are pretty good at killing each other.
Well, I'd say that there's contention. There's a good side. There's a good counterpoint to that.
By the way, you stole that vertical lift
the ex-military
from us.
I'm saying the ex-military people that come in and say that they've used all kinds of projectiles without ever accounting for Coriolis. So instead of trying to focus on that, it's like, okay, he said, she said, who do we believe? Why don't we just get a camera and put it on the plane to show this Earth turning? Because it would be possible with this plane.
Because we can see the ISS from the ground with our eyeballs. So clearly the ISS should have some footage of a motherfucking airplane that's way closer to it than us doing some shit. And if it doesn't,
it's too high up to see it.
That's pretty sad.
I think again, I think that would be, to me, be more an interesting experiment. Could we get something with enough magnification to resolve an object flying in Earth's atmosphere?
How can you see the ISS from the ground, but you're thinking it wouldn't be able to see an airplane closer to it?
We see a light source. Light sources we can see.
No. Listen. With our two fucking eyeballs, a little guy can look up and see the ISS.
Yeah.
So you're not going to tell me that the
light being
ISS
reflected
can look
off it,
and see something that's 35,000 fucking feet in the air, right underneath it. That'd be crazy.
It's all about discernment. It's all about discernment. I think some of it should be way more believable. Maybe it's good enough for you, Dress. I'm not trying to say it's not okay to think that it's real, but I would say it's a faith, in my opinion. That's just what I'm saying. Because I don't find it believable at all.
So, I can go back to philosophical foundations and say, oh, well, I deny all axioms and nothing is real.
Well, here,
and we can never know truth.
But
based
you
on
could call that straw man. You could make a straw man that nothing's real.
Right, I almost get
some of it's
sentence
not
out
real.
without being interrupted. I'll catch you
I'm
guys
sorry,
later,
go
because
ahead.
otherwise I'm gonna fucking start shouting at you, because I'm very, very patient. I'm a very impatient person.
I'm sorry, Dress. I got to go too, actually.
Yeah. You take care, guys.
You too.
Why would you have to go to philosophical when you have live footage of the ISS? Weird that you guys want to go to philosophical when you have something that has video capabilities and our eyeballs can see from the ground to that, but it can't see from itself to us. Kind of odd, right? So our eyeballs are better than all the visual technology you have aboard the ISS and everything else? Is that what you're telling me, that our eyeballs are better than all your telescopes?
Well, they tell us that we can't trust our senses, right?
Kind of odd, right? Well, we can see the ISS from the ground, right? So whatever that distance is that we can see from the ground, that object, it can't see us with the special zoom lenses and stuff. Kind of odd. To me, that blows my mind. How our eyeballs are suddenly better than a high-powered live video lens camera with, high-powered zoom. They're sure good enough to see that ISS, though, boy. And stars and sun 93 million miles and 243 million and all that other crazy shit. But don't ask for any backwards footage of anything, from a human looking from the ISS down with their eyeballs. They can't see anything. So they can't see you, but you can see it with them. They can't see anything else. They can't make out any buildings that are as big as the ISS, it's just odd to me how there's just a double-sided story every time. Oh, you can do this, but we can't do that. How does that work out? How does that work? The live footage from the ISS doesn't show buildings as big as the ISS. It doesn't show us live football fields underneath that we can make out with our eyeballs. How can we make out the ISS? Did you ever think about that, Jerry?
Nope. That's a very good question.
Well, their stuff always is one-sided. It always goes one way. It never goes both. It's like, oh, you can see our car, but we can't see your house. Huh? So I, as a little person, can see your vehicle from that distance, but you from the vehicle can't see my house. Something's wrong here.
One thing is also interesting, that how can you see satellites in night? Because they are behind the Earth from the sun. So how the sunlight can go behind the Earth to illuminate satellites behind the Earth at night? That's impossible.
In pure total darkness, exactly.
Yeah, because we should also only see them like dawn and dusk, but not at the middle of the night, because the sun is the opposite side of the Earth, and they should be in a dark shadow of the Earth.
By that reasoning, though, you shouldn't be able to see the moon.
Moon is little farther away, and that's not. Satellites are like hundreds of kilometers, and the moon
Half the Earth is supposed to be pitch black, 12,000 miles, a 12,000 mile point. So half the distance is always supposed to be pitch black, daytime. Pitch black, daytime. For the 90 minutes, it's supposed to be 45 minutes of this, 45 minutes of that, or 90 seconds, whatever. Just for example, if you use 90, it's just an example.
How did Dark Star get muted? Like, I've never seen him like say any wild ass shit. I kind of want to know why he got muted, so I can go back and listen.
What do you think, Branch? What do you think about that? Like, if you could see me from your house, but then when you come over and stand where I'm at, you can't see your house.
But the car might have tinted windows.
That's cool, but do you understand what I'm saying or not?
Yeah. You said that why can you see a person from the
Yeah,
car?
it had to do with houses. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the car
You're
example, they
in
might have
your
tinted
house.
windows.
Yeah, you're in your
How do
house.
you know? How do you know the car's windows aren't tinted?
The tires are blue too. That doesn't help us. So you're in your house, right? And you look
Wait,
out and you see the car, right?
are the
But
rims blue or is
then
the tire blue?
But then you go sit on the car and you can't see your house. That's pretty sad, Branch.
I mean, it depends whether or not your eyes are open, though, right? Sometimes you
No, it
have your
depends
eyes
on you
open.
got. So you got one-way sight, right? One-way vision.
Sometimes it depends on whether or not my eyes are open or not.
I mean, does that make sense to you? Is what I'm asking you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I think you're right. If you can see, you know, obviously you have clouds in the way and shit like that. But if you can see the ISS can see you.
Exactly. Now, how come we can't do that with the ISS? You don't see shit. You don't see anything made out of anything. You should clearly see football. Anything as big as the ISS that you can see from the Earth, you can see the ISS. Anything from that exact distance, you should see that exact size, the same way.
Are you
So
sure you
people,
can't? Are you sure you can't?
I'm positive you can. Have you ever seen the live footage? Have you ever seen any houses or trailer
Right,
parks? Or...
but let's
No,
imagine
no, no,
like
no,
you
no.
lit up
Listen
a
to
football
what I
field.
asked you.
Let's
Listen.
imagine you lit up a
So,
football field, a whole
no, no,
football
no,
field.
no.
You lit
You're
the
not
whole thing up,
listening. You don't. You're not
right?
paying attention, Branch.
No, but
If
hold on.
you can
When we
see
see
an
the
ISS,
ISS, when we see the ISS,
motherfucker.
okay, go ahead, go ahead.
If you can see the ISS from the Earth, then from the ISS you should be able to see a trailer in a trailer court, housetops, buses, city buses, football fields, fucking streets, corners, blocks, cornfields, mazes, all kind of shit. You should be able to see this shit. You don't see none of that, buddy. None of
All right.
that.
Well, here's the thing: if the amount of light we get back from the ISS,
Fuck all that
if
shit.
that trailer park, if that
Fuck
trailer
all
was
that.
giving off that much light, then we'll be able to see it from there too.
ISS ain't giving off no fucking light.
Reflecting a shit ton of light. That's why when you look at it at night, it looks like a brig. It looks like a what? It looks almost like a star, right? Just looks like
No,
light.
no, it doesn't look anything like a star at all.
With your naked eye.
That's nowhere near as bright as a star ever at all.
No, but
It's kind of like
this
a
looks
float.
like this
You're
looks like a
trying to
flash
compare a
of
star
light.
to a fucking shiny bag of plastic you get from Shop and Save. That's not going to happen here.
Have you when you say you can't see a football field, right? Do you actually have a picture from the ISS that you're actually saying you can't see this stuff, or are you just guessing you can't?
No, I actually have all the footage that you can bring up of
Can you show me?
ISS Live. No, you bring it up and
ISS
show me.
Live? So
I'm,
on
I'm,
ISS
I'm
Live at
saying it's
night.
not happening. You're saying it is, so show it.
So here's a question: at night on ISS Live, can you see the
Yeah,
lights?
show us some football fields or some trailer courts.
Can you see lights on Earth at night from the ISS from that footage?
No, I don't see anything. I don't see anything real. I see a computer program of nothing. I'd love to see some real stuff. That's what we're asking. Some real live, real things going on live, real Branch. Not fake ass computer screen looking like you're looking at your Xbox.
Dude, you know what you should do, right? You should call up NASA and ask them.
Ask them why they can't give you any live footage, why the government won't let them,
Yeah, ask
why
them
the
why you
Department
can't
of
see
Defense won't let them give you any
football
live
fields.
footage or anything.
Ask them why you can't see football fields.
Do you think they're going to answer me?
Yeah.
Do you think the Department of Defense is going to answer me for you?
Yeah, just tell them your name's Demok.
I'll just say Branch wants to know.
Yeah, that'll work.
Well, I mean, I'm waiting for the live footage you got of anything live from the ground. I mean, from the ISS to the ground. I mean, I'll just take that. Shit, surely you got to have millions of hours of footage.
Yeah, thanks to whoever muted me. Branch, some freaking weasel muted me before. I don't even know why they did it.
That's cool, man. I think I've got like 50 warnings already.
So. You deserve the warning. You deserve muting and warnings. I don't deserve any of that. It was unjust.
If you are following the mainstream scientists, if you know the Bill Nye or Bill Liar, he said in that you should see from the east coast of the United States of America to the Spain. So because we cannot see to the Spain, it's because of the curvature of the Earth. So according to this science guy, Bill Nye, you should see with your naked eye from United States to Spain. And people believe that. So I cannot, that's even stupider than the mushroom being stupid. If you
The
believe mushroom, it's a kind of thing that grows in the ground, and if you eat it, you will get
Why is it
high,
stupid?
or something like that. But anyway,
What? But
that's
why are
how
mushrooms?
that's how.
Why is the mushroom stupid?
Because it will give other people hallucinations, and if you listen to that stupid Bill Nye, you will get kind of mind programmed called hallucination that you should see from States to Spain. And that's how normal people think that, okay, the Earth is ball because we can't see from States to Spain. And they
I don't know
believe
about
that we should see.
I don't know about all that. I always thought a mushroom was just some fun guy.
Yeah, it seems extremely
Yeah,
fun
it's
to me.
fungi. We call it mushrooms here. I don't know why.
He's a fucking
Fungi
laugh.
might be. But it's toxic. And that person is very toxic. He's spreading false information, and people are believing it. And lots of other false information like gender agenda and stuff like that. And people believe him. Just because his name is the science guy, Bill Nye.
Do you think it's called a mushroom because when you take it, you feel like you're in a room full of mush?
No, Darkstar, that's not why it's called a mushroom.
Maybe not, but it does sound like it could be why it's called a mushroom.
Dude, the fun guy thing was way better by Kool-Aid. That was way better than
Well,
this.
I'm obviously trying to do something as good as that, but I can't, can I? I'm working with mushroom here.
You should have gone with mushroom and played it for that. Like,
well, what would you say with mushroom?
Mushroom, like,
Yeah,
what
nothing,
did the guy? What did the guy get his squashed by a mushroom say?
What?
there's not
What,
much room.
room?
There's not much room.
That's about as bad as my one.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Okay, I posted the clip. I posted the clip.
Not all mushrooms are bad though, right? Like some mushrooms are really, really good for you.
Yeah, this is like talking to the people in the
like if you
Anyway,
want to consider
posted-
like mushroom and if you consider fungus and mushroom being related and consider penicillin, without penicillin, would be living in a completely different type of society. So mushrooms have essentially changed our way of life.
So what would you call a person that is giving toxic information to people and giving kind of infect people with the false information? What would you call that person? Would you call that them savior of the world, science guy?
God.
Or would you call him a very evil person?
I would call them God.
So, fake proof. I just went and watched your Bill Nye thing. What's your contention with what he says?
Because you were talking that we cannot see the ISS, which is kind of small thing. And Bill Nye says that we should see from the States to the Spain, but we cannot just because the Earth is ball. It's not the reason that it's too far away. No, we should see. Because
what I don't understand in this is why looking at Spain is that any different to looking at anywhere else on Earth? Like, why is it specifically you can't see Spain from space?
do you understand how our vision is limited by the distance? Do you have any idea?
But you're saying
about
from
that?
space. You're saying from space you can't see Spain, right? How is that How is Spain any different to the rest of the fucking anywhere on Earth?
Do you understand?
Branch,
that
he's
the Earth
he's
has a
not.
curve?
Branch, if you look at Livestream 1 text, that's where he's posting the video he's debunking. He's not talking space to Spain. He's talking the east coast of America to Spain.
Oh, the states. Well, okay, it sounded to me like you were saying space.
Sorry, my English is bad and my little sick because I have the flu, which is spreading all over the world.
You know, there's probably a fungus you could take for that.
They didn't recommend that. They are giving me some shots. I don't know what for. Just because I'm obese. Because obese people will get like 10 shots of some medicine. I don't know what it is, but I have to put that needle into my big belly and put the stuff in just to get healthy.
Are you diabetic?
No, but the needle should be small as the needle that diabetics are using.
Because
so it's not so big deal.
That means that they're trying to inject it into fat. Like, I know why they inject insulin into fat, but most other stuff usually goes into
It's
a muscle.
because I'm overweight, so they want to prevent me dying for my obese.
So now that we're all on the same page, you say the answer to the question that Bill Nye asked, because that's what this 19-second clip is him asking a question, is because it's too far from the East Coast to Spain?
No, it's too curved. So the claim is that Bill Nye is saying because the Earth is ball, that means there is a curve, and you cannot see behind the curve. And that's why you cannot see Spain. It's not about distance. He's claiming, he's putting a toxic information that it's not
But
the
none
distance.
of that is claimed in your video. Your video is only 19 seconds long. The last 6 seconds are dedicated to the outro, which sums up what you're saying, but is not the clip from Bill Nye. And Bill Nye did not say that. So what you're arguing is with whoever edited your clip, not with Bill Nye.
Of course, because people don't understand it otherwise. People don't understand what he's saying, how he's lying. That's why there is this information in the end of the clip that most of the people are so stupid that they think that they should see from the States to the Spain or the America to the Spain. Most people think that that's normal. We should see that far if we would live on a flat earth.
Okay, now we're up to speed. Why can't we?
Because of the curve, according to the Bill Liar, Nye.
Right. I'm not asking about him. I'm now asking his question. Why can't we see?
Because we live on a flat plane, or regardless, there is a limit of our vision how far we can see. Our vision is not unlimited. We are not living on a computer game where we can zoom in like endlessly.
But we can see that far, right? If we look up, we can see that far.
Yeah, what is the limit to our vision?
It depends how high are you. It depends where are you looking straight forward or upwards or something like that.
Well, it shouldn't matter, right? If there's a limit to my vision, it means there should be a limit, a point at which I can't see anything past. And the direction I'm looking shouldn't affect that? So what is that number?
Okay.
Is it, can I see 100 miles?
The photo taken, I think it's something like over 200 kilometers. It might be more. The world record photo taken from a place to another. I will Google it, but it's like, let's say 200 kilometers is our limit our vision.
Given we're just saying rough numbers, 200 kilometers is as far as we can see. So
I will Google it just a second, so I'm not talking.
Why can I look up and see the sun? Is that within 200 kilometers? Oh, you know what? Better question. Let's start with the moon. Is the moon within 200 kilometers?
I have no idea. I've never been. Nobody has
200
ever been there.
kilometers. It's like
Well, because I can see it, it has to be within 200 kilometers, right? Because you said that was the limit to my vision?
In the Earth, in a directional horizontal, yes, the limit is 200, but I was talking only about that. I wasn't talking about upwards.
So the limit changes depending on what angle my neck's at? What
It's not
changes
about,
it?
it's not about angle, it's about the atmosphere and the moisture and the dust and stuff like that. And also the air is more dense in the near to the earth. So when you go upwards, there's less air, and therefore the light will go further.
so. Why can
yes,
you? Why can you see the moon halfway through the night and when it sets? Because when it sets, it's all the way off to the side, right?
I think we can see that approximately something like, I don't know, a little bit over the 200 kilometers. I don't know, because we cannot measure the distance.
Wait, we can't measure the distance to the moon? Why not?
Okay, we should have an observer that is observing the moon right above. At the same time, when the moon is disappearing in the horizon, that's the only way to try to measure the distance. So the person A will be straight below the moon, 90 degrees, and another person is seeing at that same time the moon disappearing. Then we can measure the distance of the moon to the person B.
Unless we shot, something like lasers on the moon.
Lasers don't go that far.
They don't?
No.
Oh. You sure?
Lasers go like 100 kilometers or something like that. You can get it.
Oh,
the
only
longest,
100 kilometers.
Yeah,
Does that matter about angle? Can I shoot that 100 kilometers flat and 100 kilometers straight up?
Longest laser, what is targeting in America's what is called war boat or what is called warship is measuring or it's targeting the missiles in 100 kilometers or 100 miles, but the distance is something like that. So no further with the laser.
That's pretty cool. So we could see further than lasers can actually shine. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, but the thing is that the ship is very close to the ocean, and the moisture and the thickness of the air is pretty high in there, so it's spreading the light pretty much. So that's why it doesn't go so far. So when we go
when they're spotting targets 100 miles out, those targets are right next to the water too, right? That's not the distance they can spot aerial targets like incoming hostile airplanes, is it?
Yeah, from air they can.
Okay. So that's the distance they can do it up, but not along the ground.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Almost like there's something in the way.
Anyway, sorry to end this this is good conversation, but I have the things to do, so I have to leave. So sorry for just peeking up here and just I didn't mean to just be here just a few minutes, but
listen, don't for a second apologize because you did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Thank
normally I stay longer and.
But before you go, have you ever considered writing a book?
No.
Because
look, don't ruin it, Branch. Why are you gonna be sarcastic and mess with him?
Anyway, take care. Bye bye.
Thank you again. What's your problem, Branch?
I was being for reals, dude. That's real interesting shit right there.
No, you weren't. You're messing with the guy. You're a loser, dude.
Oh, by you saying that he was doing a fantastic job, what the hell was you getting at?
Yeah, because he was. But you come in sarcastic with your bullshit. Hey, have you ever wrote a book, bro?
Thought about writing a book.
Yeah, well, it's bullshit, isn't it? Just saying that to mess with him.
Yeah, well, sometimes you gotta be sarcastic, dude.
No, you don't. You should be sincere with everything you say.
All right.
Otherwise, you're not walking in the light of the Lord. And that's your problem, isn't it, Branch?
That I'm not walking in the light of the Lord.
Yeah. You're always messing around.
I like fungus, all right? And I smelled a humongous fungus among us.
How long have you been thinking about that one?
What, the humongous fungus among us?
Yeah, you thought about that one since last time we spoke about it, haven't you?
No.
You've been holding on to that for about 20 minutes, haven't you?
I just remembered
Just waiting
that.
to say it.
I just remembered that from, what is it? I can't remember the name of the show that I saw it from, though.
No, you wrote it down 20 minutes ago and you've been waiting to say it.
Yeah, Darkstar, you know what? That's what I did, right? I wrote it down, just waiting to say it. I couldn't wait to say it, but now that I had a chance to say it, it was pretty good, wasn't it?
Hey, look at this. Riding on eggshells. He's muted as well.
Here's an idea, Branch. If you write down all the things that you're going to say or you're supposed to say, maybe you can get a book at the end by writing things down.
That's true, man.
You know, riding on eggshells isn't muted.
Yeah, I just unmuted him.
What's going on here, guys?
Why was he muted?
No idea. Darkstar
This
was
isn't-
too.
It's an
I don't know
outrage.
what the hell.
Gotta get your ship in order.
Why are you starting trouble again, Darkstar?
Half of this is
What'd you
Branch's
get?
fault.
Listen, What'd look, you get they for, gave you a Darkstar? platform. They gave you a platform to talk on, and all you can do is complain. Come on, Darkstar. You should be respectful for the platform they've given you and appreciative.
I've heard this before. Who do I need to be appreciative towards?
Right now, Jeremy, you should practically be sucking his dick right now.
Thank you, Jeremy, for providing this platform. You spent many hours coding this thing up, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome. That was tough work.
All right, now someone needs to say something controversial. Not Branch.
I think you just need to shut your pie hole.
I was going to. Hey, Becky's here. Rig was talking about how Australia are putting in this crazy kind of law where they can fine someone a massive amount of money if they refuse to obey pandemic rules. Have you heard about that? Has anyone from Australia heard about that?
Yeah, I heard they're introducing the bill for that down in Victoria today, the state of Victoria. I'm in New South Wales. I'm in the state above them, but yeah, it's a thing. If he gets it passed, it's going to give him unprecedented powers, and most of the people in the opposition party are terrified that it might come to pass.
90,000. That's fucking crazy.
It gives him powers, basically. If he hears of a sickness in China, for example, he can lock down his state just because he thinks that a virus in another country could threaten his state. And he's got the power, if this goes through, to do that whenever he pleases for as long as he pleases. And he does not have to go by anybody's advice, not health advice, not his party's advice. He's just the sole person that's given the power to make those sort of calls. It's very concerning that this is happening here.
Yeah, it is. I think 90 grand's way too much. That could cripple people for life.
I think it's not even about the fines that could happen. It's about what he could do to that state. He could lock that state down for any reason at any time if he feels the need to do that. And he doesn't have to answer to anyone. He doesn't have to declare a state of emergency. He will just he is literally if it goes through, he's giving himself the power, complete power over that state. So I assume if that happens, there'll be a lot of people that will actually leave Victoria.
How long do these people stay in office?
Well, he was supposed to be. I think there's an election. I want to say there's a state election next year, maybe.
Is it 4 years or every 4 years, or is it?
I think it's every 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, because the people that are in charge of enforcing these type of laws, when people are electing them, they didn't think they would be given them this much power. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he's trying to give himself the power, and because the power is just about to be taken away from him, he wants to change the law to literally give himself solely the power, which is crazy. It's insane. It's something that you would expect to happen in, you know, like Nazi Germany times, or it's what happened. It's basically what happened in China. That guy got into power and he changed the law that he will remain in power for good. There will be no more elections. And I mean, he can't make that kind of call, but he might have the power to cancel elections because he feels they could be a threat to people's public health and safety. He might be able to get away with stuff like that. Like, it's pretty open what he'll be able to do if he gets in, if he gets that bill passed. But I don't know what happened in Parliament today. Rig, do you know what happened? Did these people oppose this bill? Did they approve it? Do you know what went down?
No, I'm not 100% what's going down at the moment.
Yeah, all I know is the media coming out about it yesterday was like they were horrified. Like they were horrified that he was even trying to get this bill in. And apparently he was supposed to be showing this bill beforehand to, I don't know what they call crossbenchers or something. And these people have come out and said they'd never seen it.
Yeah, it's meant to be put up for 4 weeks, I believe, that it's been trying to be rushed through before this weekend. So I think they were debating it today, but I'm not too sure what's exactly going on. I haven't had a look.
Yeah, it's just insane. I just hope that he doesn't get that kind of power. Because
They've
he's
shut
already
out
saying...
half the house down here, Becky, because half of the politicians don't want the vax, so they're not even allowed in the house to debate it. So
Yeah.
they're shutting them down in other ways, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely some kind... It feels like Daniel Andrews is trying to take over the state himself and take over the control of everybody. And I don't think he wants to share his decisions even with his own party. I think he's gone that rogue, and he seems to be that... He's so, he's got such an air of arrogance. I mean, just have a look at the footage of him 2 days in a row strolling through his car park going to work with no masks on while he's coming out at their daily press conferences, you know, going off his brain at anyone not wearing a mask. So he's definitely got, I think he's got some kind of maybe ideas of grandeur. Maybe he thinks he's, I don't know. I don't know what he thinks.
Yeah, but I think our federal election has to be done by May next year, and Victoria's by November.
Well, I don't know anyone, honestly, like anyone in Victoria that would even dare want to vote Dan Andrews back into power after what he's done to them. He's abused them so badly. I mean, how many days did he lock everyone down for? Like over 270 days or something crazy like that?
Yeah, 7 lockdowns, I think we had all up.
And what we found is when they locked us down, we got higher cases. That's what we found here anyway. As soon as they started to let people out, the cases all went down when people spread out. So their lockdowns actually made things worse, made their spread even worse. So they, so much for their models, those models, the Doherty model or whatever, if they had actually studied human behavior, not virus behavior, they would have understood that social creatures like human beings, when they're isolated from each other and are given a handful of options, that's where they go. So let them free, let them spread out and carry on, and you'll find everyone would have had far less cases. And I've noticed that here because I go and look after my dad and I do all of his shopping now. And at the shopping centre that I go to for his things, as soon as they opened up the state a couple of weeks ago, there was car parks everywhere. And the whole lockdown for nearly 6 months or 5 months, whatever it was like a full car park every single time I went there. So it proves to me that if you only allow human beings in a certain amount of places, they'll cram into them. And therefore, the density of that area, they're more than likely going, especially indoors, they're going to spread viruses much more rapidly. You can't, I know it for a fact. My mother was going to the shops 5 times a day and changing her clothes every time, thinking, you know, she could outsmart the cashier who couldn't probably give a shit. But she was that lonely and that isolated that she was literally going to the supermarket 5 times a day just to get through a day. So that's not normal behavior, but that's how she behaved. And as I said, the amount of cars in that car park shows me that's how a lot of people were behaving. And, you know, you could just walk around the whole supermarket and spend 2 hours in there and buy one thing or buy 5 things. And I think that's what people started to do. And that's what happened. And then all the virus spread. So it's silly. They did more harm than good. Shut down the economy, decimated people's livelihoods. Now there's nowhere you can really go in New South Wales and get a job unless you do exactly what they say. And if you don't do what they say, it doesn't matter. It's like these days, you don't even need qualifications. You just need to have taken part in the you-know-what. And if you've taken part of that, it's like, sure, we've got a job for you. Oh, it doesn't matter that you're not qualified. Come and work for us. It's just insane. Apparently they were bringing teachers and doctors, nurses and whatnot over from overseas to help with the people that were stood down. But I think what happened is...
There was a protest the other day, Becky, with nurses and teachers. And they were getting abused by drunk people in the pubs on pub corners, you know, saying, go get the fucking jail. These are doctors and nurses and fucking teachers.
And why would we want to look at these people like intoxicated in the pub? Wow, like go get intoxicated and abusive. Yeah, and getting intoxicated and abusive in public. Wow, that really wants me to encourage to be going and hanging out with you guys. I just like, what sort of people are they? They were just horrible people. I mean, I wouldn't even want to be around the pubs at the moment with the type of people going there. Sorry. Yeah, it's just sucks. And they've just mandated every major supermarket. So Woolworths, Coles and Aldi in New South Wales has just been mandated to be part of you-know-what. So all the people that left their highly paid professional positions to work at the supermarkets to pay rent and get by, now they've been mandated there. It's like wherever they go, they just keep mandate, and just chasing them around the place until they get them. It's horrifying, to be quite honest. So we all know politicians lie, and now obviously our Prime Minister came out and lied, the biggest whoopsie out of them all, and said that we would never have mandatory you-know-whats in our country. And now look at it. And where is he? You never hear from him. You never see him. He's just sitting down, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and all these wonderful things that he gets to do, and he just does nothing for the people of Australia. He just lies, and then he lets rogue premiers get away with human rights violations. I mean, I can't imagine what the people in Victoria are feeling. I hope they're resilient, and I hope they're strong, because the psychological damage that this premier is doing to the people is disgusting. It's criminal. And I was just listening last night to the last living judge from the Nuremberg trials, and he was talking about his experience and what happened in the Nuremberg trials. And I wouldn't be surprised if something happens down the track, like if they keep continuing with treating Australians this way, and who knows what the future's going to bring. It doesn't look very stable, and I don't see much happiness for Australia if they keep doing this to us.
Why don't you vote them out or vote for new candidates who won't do that?
Hopefully
That's
we will.
I keep spreading it, Dark Star, on all my personal fucking social medias and stuff. That's all I've been doing lately, man.
So what do your friends or people that you know in Australia think about? Are some of them like for it and then others are against it, or is everyone you know not like it?
I don't know anyone that was for it. All I know is I've got family members that are on psychiatric drugs right now, and they've lost tons of weight. They've got heavy depression and anxiety. Off the top of my head, I've got 3 family members I've heard of in the last 2 days with issues. Nobody's enjoying this. Nobody thinks this is anything to do with anybody's health. In fact, the deterioration of the mental health of the people I know in my life from what's happened here in New South Wales is distressing, to say the least. It's distressing what's going on. Really, really distressing.
Damage the fabric of our society, and we haven't been impacted. I can't see the impact of COVID around me, Darkstar, but yet I can see the impact of all this bullshit that they've put in place. And like a good example of that is the relationship between the public and the police at the moment. It is at an all-time low, I can tell you right now. And beforehand, I believe the public had a really good relationship with the police, but that's no longer the case.
Yeah.
It's all good, guys. The US will save us. They're going to deploy troops soon. Yeah, free the oppressed people that we are. Isn't that what
God,
they do?
save me. I want to go to the United States with them.
Hang on,
Take me back.
that's what they did in Iraq, right? That's what they wanted to do in Afghanistan. Why not free us here? We're oppressed. We have a tyrannical government. Send the troops, guys. We're waiting.
Didn't you hear Candace Owens make that remark?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It was in jest. It was in jest, though. She was joking.
It was so good, though. I reckon it was amazing. But it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's never going to happen, but there you go. Perfect example of an oppressed people, and nobody lifts a finger. It's all good, though.
Has there been a new discovery of oil that I didn't know about?
We don't have, in the way of oil, we don't have much of that. No. We do
Then
have
you're
gold.
on your own.
Yeah, we got heaps better than just oil, actually. Uranium,
We've got a shit
gold,
ton of
iron ore. We got just about
iron ore,
everything else, man.
Yeah, fuck load of iron.
In very strange times. And apparently we don't have any human rights charters or whatever here. So they can just do what they like. Thank you. Which is what they're doing. If you look at Daniel Andrews and the way he's behaving, it's terrifying. To be quite honest, I'm like distressed.
I don't know.
And I'm
if
not even
you
in his
can-
state.
I don't know if you can quite qualify Australia with people who are truly oppressed, though. It's not exactly Australia and North Korea vying for who has it worse.
But do we really want to wait and see what happens to Australia over the next 5 to 10 years? Or do we want to let this roll out and then say, oh, okay, all right, now 10 years down the track, now they're as bad as North Korea. Now let's do something about it. Huh? We're screaming out. I'm
So
telling you,
vote.
we've got 40 kids a day presenting in emergency departments trying to kill themselves because of this shit. When is someone going to help us? Nobody cares. They're like, too bad. Do what you're
Well, you
told
gotta
or
vote.
suffer and die.
That's the other thing. Like the cure for this has been way worse than the disease, and this is one of the things that was said at the start that can't outweigh it, but that just went out the window, I think. So
The damage psychologically to the people is going to cost the health system here millions of dollars in medications and doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers. I mean, the ramifications of what they've done to our people in this country is so, we are damaged. We are damaged. Psychologically, we're damaged. Relationships are damaged. There's been families break up. They've pinned us against each other so terribly. It's just the beginning. And if things don't go back to normal, I'm air quoting normal here soon, when are people going to stand up and say this is not okay?
I don't think it's the government's responsibility, and I know I personally want the government to stay the hell out of my personal life and who I can love and whether or not I can have a fight. That has no place for the government to be.
what's going on in Queensland, Globus?
Not much, man. We haven't really copped anything, to be honest, compared to you guys.
I find it so funny how
Apparently the cases are low or whatever, but old love Anastasia is not really doing much at all in the way of mandates or anything along those lines.
It's crazy how it differs so much throughout Australia. Like America.
Yeah, well, each state is its own little country, man, with its own little dictator. So they're definitely going to differ. They will differ. Yeah, they all have their own agendas and their own.
I don't know where. I don't know where to go from here. Like I have to make a choice in the next couple of years. I have to go somewhere from here. Do I stay in New South Wales? Do I try to get into another state? I mean, I am so confused right now. Where do I go?
Yeah, the thing is, it's not to say that it won't change in the future. I mean, I don't know that. As far as, now everything's cool for the moment. But, fuck knows what's going to happen. So it's not like you could make a life-changing move like that and the same shit could occur, or worse.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, well, right now I've seen there's some hellish things going on in Western Australia. There's some hellish things going on in the Northern Territory and some hellish things going on in Victoria. And New South Wales, at the moment, we're in full-blown segregation. So everybody that's done what they asked, they're allowed out. People like me that I'm actually going to try to get a medical exemption. I'm going to try. I doubt very much my doctor will give me one. But I've typed out a 3-page stat deck. I've had it signed as a legal document, and I'm going to see him this week to request it. And if he says no, I'm going to ask him to upload that in my file as a record. But yeah, if I can get that, that's the golden ticket that'll get me through the whole country. Like, all I need is that exemption, and I can get through the whole country. But without it, I could be stuck in New South Wales forever.
Yeah.
That is pretty scary, though.
Yeah. I'm still not even supposed to be leaving my local government area either. Like, I'm still in lockdown. I'm still in lockdown to December. But I've just started doing what everyone else is doing anyway because it's ridiculous.
Do they have checkpoints making sure that you don't leave your state?
Not now. Oh, maybe state. But when it was really serious here, they were checking people leaving their areas. Yeah, because we've got the number plate recognition. So if they saw people out of their area, and it was happening here. Like, we had Uber drivers getting pulled over here constantly. Like, we'd get delivered food here. And because they were working out of their area.
That happened here too. Like, they were checking people. If they're not vital workers, they were getting tickets and shit. I think you guys are just going through the same shit that, not necessarily the exact same shit, but similar shit that America went through, like, about 6 months ago. So if it helps, there is light at the end of the tunnel, because it's all back to normal here pretty much. Still there, Becky? You kind of cut out.
So, anyone have any new pieces of evidence they would like to bring forward or talk about?
Hey, Demok, you still there? No, he's gone.
Branch, they're gonna make me start talking about boats again. You know how I get.
Don't remember what that's referencing, man. I was pretty drunk. I was pretty drunk last time, so I
You're
probably
good.
forgot. I probably forgot that conversation.
Sorry, guys. I just had this funny static, and then Discord literally kicked me out.
It's because you was talking about them, Becky. They're tapped
Yeah,
into
they're
this.
listening in.
I was like, oh shit, did I just get like booted from Discord by Discord? I'm like, no, I didn't use any of the trigger words. I haven't posted anything naughty. It must have just been my connection. So I just logged in through America and came back in, changed my VPN and hook up, and off I go.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I get like where things aren't as bad as in other countries for us yet. But if things don't slow down and if these politicians don't pull it, things will get bad here over the next couple of years. They'll get worse and they'll get worse and they'll get worse. And we will become completely oppressed, and we will need someone to come and like take over, like take the government out, I guess, especially the one in Victoria. I can't believe our Prime Minister says nothing. Just lets it all go by. Don't even hear from him. Except when he told us all that we'd never have mandates in this country. This country doesn't do that. Lying bastard. Lying bastard is what he is. I can't wait to get him out. I hope that these people that did what they did because they had to, because they needed to feed their families, I hope they remember the way they were treated and vote these assholes out. I hope they don't just go off, with their lives and, oh, well, all is good again now. And then we all find ourselves slammed back into lockdowns next year and the year after. And, he could just lock us down. Oh, there's a new strain coming out of, I don't know, Chile, a new flu. Oh, it looks dangerous. I'm going to lock the state down for 6 months just in case it comes to Australia. That's the kind of law that he's trying to get passed right now. It's to get complete 100% control over Victoria, and he doesn't have to answer to anyone. He's literally lost it. You know who he reminds me of? Remember Human Sheeple, that crazy bastard that stole the 24/7 server? Dan Andrews is a fucking psycho like Human Sheeple that stole the server, and Dan Andrews is trying to steal Victoria. And he's trying to wipe out every moderator and every admin there is so he can just take total control. That's who he reminds me of.
I remember Human Shit Pimple.
Human Sheeple.
Yeah, but that's exactly what this reminds me of. Same sort of shit. Like, give him a bit of power and they just go freaking mental.
Well, it's all coming. It's all coming down.
I would love to hear his views on the pandemic, man. I would love to hear Human Sheeple's views.
Would you
really? He's a funny man.
It's fucking hilarious.
I don't know what happened to him. I know he got married, and then he got married to an American lady in the United States, and then they broke up, and yeah, the last I heard, I think he was staying at someone's house, and I don't know.
He moved to the US?
Yeah, he moved to the United States and married an American lady, and that didn't last long.
Living under a bridge in Sacramento.
Is he?
No, I don't know.
I don't know what happened to him. He messaged me not that long ago, actually. I'll have to have a look through my list and see if I've got it in there.
He's like James Bond or something, isn't he?
I don't know.
Without the 7.
He's like James Bond.
He's
He's
got a lot
going
of
around the
deleted
world,
uses.
meeting women.
Builds his own lasers and shit.
Yeah. Taking over people's Discord servers just on his own. He was great.
I just got it.
I'll tell you what, but he used to fucking hate me though. Like, there's just always an
Did he?
instant ban the moment he fucking saw me.
Did any of you guys ever ask him about Turkish people?
Human sheeple.
Doesn't like the Caucasian cave dwellers.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Greeks don't like the fucking Turks at all.
I'll see if he's still got an active account. I'll send him a message. No, it doesn't seem to be. He won't let. I can't send him a message because I don't share a server. Let me try and friend him.
How about Rand
Send
Paul
friend
turning the screws on Fauci recently? Some more.
Remember when Sheeple stopped talking in chats and just started using pure computer-generated voices? Were you guys still around for that?
Yeah, he's crazy bastard. Yeah, and then he came in with these soundboards and he drove me nuts. And then if you mentioned the word Australia in the text, it would like bring up all this bullshit.
I forgot about that until right now when you said it, Branch. That was so weird, that little period of his where he just typed everything out, and then it would be like at least a minute delay on what everyone else was talking about, and then you just hear this automated voice talking about, replying to something someone said 2 minutes before. What a character.
Is there mandates going on in the United States?
A little bit. It's not that bad though. Like,
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a gay community here.
but it's like in Texas. It's I would say it's busier now than it was before.
Mandate.
People
That was
cooped up for
funny.
so long they want to be out now.
But is anybody being mandated or forced to do something to be able to go to work?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
going on now. Like a lot of
it's
jobs
sort
are
of.
requiring it, or they're firing people.
Well, and
Joe,
then
it's
in
happening
other
here.
news, though, there's you know how there's that requirement and over 100 employees, and then the employer has to ask them to vaccinate or whatever or something. Well, so what this one guy did is he had like 148 employees or 30 employees or something like that, and 48 of them, that's what it was, were vaccinated. So he just fired the fucking vaccinated ones. And then
Sorry,
split up
but
their
that's
money
funny.
with all the
Fuck.
unvaccinated ones. That's fucking awesome. And other
Yeah, but he's
companies
probably
are
gonna
doing
get
it
the
too.
shit suit out of him.
No, it's the opposite. If you have the right to fucking fire them for not vaccinating, then you also have the right as the employer to fire them for vaccinating. It's the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter either way it goes. If it's the employer's fucking decision, then it's the employer's decision.
I don't know. It's crazy. He should have just split the company to two entities.
No, he should have did exactly what he did. It was perfect. Fired the vaccinated ones.
Well, you wasn't against the elderly and people at risk getting it, right?
I think everybody should pass on getting it, to be honest. And the at-risk people should do other things to not be at risk.
They should start selling that.
Stop
that
eating
Bubble
so
Boy.
much.
You guys remember that Bubble Boy costume? They should start selling that.
It's just all stupid, dude. Everybody start. It's a huge overreaction.
It wasn't even that deadly. Imagine what's gonna happen
Of course not.
when a real deadly one comes through.
Well, they're really conditioning you for that now, aren't they? Because they have you thinking like that. When a real deadly one comes through, man, we're all so fucking weak and unhealthy that it's gonna get us all, Like,
But I don't know. Do you remember, like, we used to look at people from Japan and China, right? Kind of weird when they used to wear masks all the time and shit.
we still do.
No, it's totally twisted.
We
And now
still
it's
look at
okay.
them weird.
You know what's funny, right? So my sister-in-law, she was telling me about my niece, and like, she's basically a COVID baby, right? She doesn't know anything else about COVID other than COVID life, and she was telling me how, to her, putting a mask on is like the same thing as like wearing shoes before she leaves the house. Like when her mom didn't have shoes on, she was like, "Hey, mommy." I mean, when her mom didn't have a mask on, she was like, "Hey, mommy, what about your mask?"
Oh
It's like,
no, it's much different
she
than
sees
that.
it. She sees it
It's a
just
lot
by wearing
different than
shoes.
that. That's you trying to normalize it in your mind, so it's okay. That's not what's really going on. That child is afraid. A child thinks that if you don't wear that mask, then you're going to die.
No, I don't
And
think
that's
she
a
knows
fucking
why. I don't think she knows
no.
why
They're
she's
they're
wearing a
teaching
mask.
these children death culture at very, very, very young ages right now.
Yeah, I don't think like
With this,
at least my niece. I don't think she gets it that she's wearing a mask because of this deadly disease. I don't think no one's explained that to her.
right? Because that's exactly you. Children can't pick things up at all. They need to be explained exactly what's going on before they can. Are you kidding me right
I
now?
think she just sees it as like some other shit you gotta wear, just like your shoes.
Well, that's what you think.
I'll ask her next time I see her. I'll ask her why she's wearing a mask when she goes outside.
Because you haven't heard the words protect and fear and all of that incorporated with the mask. You know, there's so many different conversations that have happened, I'm sure, in front of that child
She probably
on the
has. I mean,
television, on the news. Just you don't realize it's happening, but it's just sitting there playing on the news while your
yeah, it'll
child is
be
in the
interesting though.
playpen. It's
I don't
just
think they watch a lot
happening,
of news
dude.
in the house, but it'll be interesting just to see what she says when I ask her. I'm seriously gonna ask her. I mean, I'll probably see her this weekend. I'll ask her.
Yeah, it's sad. You got full-grown men running around thinking that if they don't wear a mask, there's a 50% chance that they'll die of COVID. It's fucking hilarious. And it's sad at the same time, but I mean, Jesus Christ. That's literally doing absolutely zero research against what the narrative is sitting there telling you.
That wouldn't even be what the narrative is saying. That would be some absolute
Right.
asinine. Somebody obviously is being very destructive to that person. And whoever is saying that should be censored, if not talked to or something. A good thing that's not what's happening. Nobody says there's a 50% chance I'm going to get COVID and die. That's not a real thing.
Except there was a poll taken, right, between it was Democrats and Republicans, and it was found that I forget exactly the amount, but it was an entirely huge amount of Democrats who actually thought that if they caught COVID, they had about a 50% chance of dying.
That is,
and it was literally like
what
60% of them, or some huge number.
Any idea what this was called, so I can do some research other than a study? Like, who did the study?
Just Google
Where'd
some of
you
the
see
words
it?
that I said, and it'll help you out. I mean, if you're gonna
Yeah.
go that route, yeah.
I usually find these the whole wearing a mask memes pretty fucking stupid, right? But this one had me cracking up. The one I just posted.
Huh.
Come on, you didn't find that funny comparing wearing a mask.
But then if he wears the diapers to protect you from shitting your pants, then you're both helping one another, aren't you?
That's right. Let's all get some diapers.
That's what community spirit's all about. That's what we're missing nowadays, that community spirit.
I think if we've learned anything about a pandemic, is the best thing to do is to always keep a good stockpile of toilet paper, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so I found that poll you were talking about. I think is it the Gallup poll shows a 10% over chances of almost universally both parties saying they're going to get COVID.
No, it's this right here. Whoops, I put it in the wrong chat.
Or I'm sorry, going to get a beer.
I don't know what that means.
Try not to say that word. Yeah, this is literally a report on the Gallup poll.
All right, so
yeah.
What was your question again?
What do you think this poll is about? Because it's not about what you said it was.
Of course it is.
Okay.
First of all, we do know there is no asymptomatic spread. So for them to just come out and say, "Oh, Republicans tend to underestimate COVID risk because they don't think that asymptomatic spreading happens." Well, I mean, it doesn't.
Right.
So I mean, that's not.
That is not anywhere in the Gallup poll. That is not
It's right here.
in
Republicans tend to
the.
underestimate COVID risk. This shows which way they're resistant to wearing masks. Right here, Democrats tend to exaggerate the dangers of COVID-19, believing more cases need hospitalizations than really do, and believing it presents a bigger risk to young people than true. Here, supporters of the non-person Joe Biden say socially distance, wearing masks, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's
And
not
in the
at
argument.
all.
It says
It's
I'm
not
reading
at
from
all what I think.
MSMB.
Right.
Excuse
go
me.
Go look at the Gallup.
I'm reading the link that I
research, dude.
posted.
Right. Read the Gallup poll, because not only does your link disagree with you, the Gallup poll doesn't say that. That's not at all what they're talking about. The Gallup poll was what the chances of someone their age, because it was broken down by age as well as demographic, their chances of getting infected with COVID. It has nothing to do with their chances that they were likely.
41% of Democrats. Listen, what my original statement was: Democrats believe that they have exaggerated a higher number of hospitalizations and deaths per cases. That was literally what I said. And so in here it does say 41% of Democrats believe that 50% or more of COVID-19 cases end in hospitalization. In reality, about 1% of these cases do.
Right. This is
That's my point.
story
So how does
about
my point? How's this not
overestimation.
pointing out my point?
It's a
How does
story
this not
about
support what I'm saying?
overestimation.
How does it not support what I'm saying when it clearly says exactly what I'm saying, except I didn't have the exact numbers?
And it
You might want
also
to
shows
backpedal a little bit,
it
man. What did
also
you say
shows
again? How
Democrats
this
do the
doesn't?
same thing. It doesn't show what you're saying it does. It shows the
Yes,
exact
it does.
opposite. It shows that
You
humans are
fucking liar.
overestimate. It shows that humans overestimate risk. That's what it shows.
No,
It
it's not
shows
showing
that
that
on both
It's not showing
sides.
both of them
Yes, it does.
overestimate the risk.
Go look
It's
at the
saying
real
the
Gallup
Republicans
poll. Don't look at
underestimate
what.
the risk. It
Don't look what
clearly says right here.
MSLSD is saying. Go look at the
number one
Gallup
of
poll.
three. Hey, how about shut the fuck up for a minute while I'm talking, kid?
Fuck
One
off,
of
bitch.
three. Republicans tend to underestimate COVID research. Look,
That escalated quickly.
Republicans tend to underestimate COVID risks. Republicans tend to underestimate. Where do you get they both overestimate from?
Because that's what the Gallup poll. Look at the actual
Excuse me.
fucking poll, not what MSLSD is saying. Look at what the Gallup poll actually says, dude, not what some reporter is saying about it.
Oh my God. The Gallup poll shows the same thing. You idiot.
Doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't.
So what's new on the whole electric universe front, Grim? Any new amazing findings?
Changing the subject right now. Point out that the Gallup poll does not say that Republicans tend to overestimate.
Here is the image from the fucking Gallup poll. Look at the image and tell me that you're fucking
underestimate. It's not talking about what they've estimated in here.
That's literally what the poll's about. For fuck's sake, read the goddamn.
Do you guys mind jumping on voice stream 1? Or if I move you guys, it's okay? You guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, do whatever you need to do, Sally.
Hello.
Alright, I'm just gonna move you guys to live stream 1, okay? I don't know how to do it, so whoever can jump, and gonna move the rest.